So let's just begin the rapid revision program. So we'll discuss as many topics as we can. Our aim is to discuss around 97 to 100 topics, but it depends on the time. Okay. So we'll discuss as many as we can. So just look at this rapid revision. That is the first one which I wanted to highlight. These are not going to be explanation classes as such. We are going to revise everything, okay, because we have to cover more number of topics. So wherever you have doubts, I will definitely clarify. It's not at all an issue. And also I'll explain wherever you have important topics, okay. But it's mostly going to be a revision program, and definitely you can ask me questions whenever you want. You can stop it in the middle, okay. Okay. So shall we begin? So the first one, we'll discuss a combination of both current affairs as well as the static part. It's not going to be completely static. We'll discuss a combination of both. Okay. So we'll start with the first one. What is that? Ladakh's demand for 6th schedule. Okay. Now, do you know about 6th schedule? So we'll do one thing. We'll first understand what is Ladakh's demand, and then we'll start the discussion of what is 6th schedule. Okay, and we know that 5th schedule, 6th schedule, all the provisions in the constitution that are concerned with the administration of scheduled areas, okay, and the commissions for SCSP, all these are very, very important, very frequently asked questions. Okay. Now, recently the MP from Ladakh demanded that the region should be included in the 6th schedule. Now, why do you want to include a region in the 6th schedule? Just the introduction. Because you want to safeguard land, employment, and cultural identity. So basically, those areas that are included in the 6th schedule, they have so many autonomous powers. Okay? They have financial powers, executive powers, legislative powers, and even judicial powers. Okay? Now, what is 6th schedule? So the very, very important thing is, 6th schedule is only applicable for these 4 states: Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. Okay? So 6th schedule is only applicable for AMPM, Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. Now, 6th schedule is not even applicable for states like Arunachal Pradesh and even Nagaland, which are predominantly tribal. The entire state itself is tribal. But in spite of that, 6th schedule provisions are not applicable to those states. Okay. So 6th schedule is only applicable for administration of tribal areas in the states of Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. Okay. Now, for example, in the state of Mizoram, there is a district. So this district has been declared as a 6th schedule area. So that district will have certain autonomous powers. Okay, so we'll try to understand what are those autonomous powers. So basically, all the provisions of the 6th schedule, please remember Article 244 Clause 2 and 275 Clause 1. Okay, so you can declare autonomous districts as well as autonomous regions under these provisions. I hope you understand. So under these provisions, you can declare autonomous districts as well as autonomous regions. What do you mean by region? Basically, region is nothing but a larger area compared to a district. So 2 districts can be combined together, and that can be made an autonomous region, as simple as that. Okay, clear? So they have all these powers: legislative, executive, judicial, and financial powers. So we'll just go through all those powers very quickly, and then we'll be done with this topic. So legislative. Okay, so the district councils, they have the power to make laws. Laws on what matters? Very simple: land, forest, canal water, shifting cultivation, also called chum, village administration, inheritance of property, marriage, divorce. Okay, social customs. On all these things, the district councils have power to make laws. Okay. Now, there is a small thing here. Why do we give them these powers? Why do we want to make them autonomous, and why do we need to give all these powers to them? because they can make laws on all these subjects by giving respect to the local traditions and customs. I hope you're understanding. That is the reason, that is the main idea, right, behind giving all these powers to the areas in the 6th schedule. So they can make laws on all these things, but those laws will be based on the traditions, customs of the tribal communities. I hope you're understanding. Okay? Now, all these laws they can make, but same like the assembly of the state, they have to take the assent of the government. So this is very, very important. Okay? So as you can see, the subject matters on which they can legislate, all these are of local nature, and all these are very closely integrated with the day-to-day life of the tribes. Like for example, land, forest, canal water, shifting cultivation, inheritance of property, marriage, divorce, social customs. Okay? So on all these local issues, they can make laws, and those laws have to be assented by the government. That is very, very important. Okay. Now, this is very, 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 very important with respect to 6th schedule areas. The laws of parliament or the laws made by state legislature, they do not apply to autonomous districts unless specified by the governor. Or if at all they are applied, they will apply with required modifications and exceptions. I hope you understand. So the laws made by the parliament as well as the state assembly, they automatically do not apply to the autonomous districts under 6th schedule. They will be applicable if an order is given by the governor. And most of the times the governor will give such an order by making the suitable modifications and exceptions. Okay? So that is one thing you have to remember. Now, executive functions, very simple. So they have the power to establish or construct primary schools, clinics, markets, cattle sheds, fisheries, roads, road transport, waterways. Okay, simple. And they also have the power to prescribe the language of instruction in the primary schools. Okay, simple, right? Now, judicial powers. So 6th schedule areas are empowered to constitute village and district council courts. Okay? So 6th schedule areas, they have the power to establish village and district council courts. But these courts will deal with those cases only where all the parties belong to scheduled tribes within that particular district. Okay? I hope you're understanding. So they can constitute village and district councils. Courts at village and district level. Okay? The autonomous regions. But these, courts, they'll only deal with those cases where all the people in the dispute, they belong to scheduled tribes within that district. And straight away you can appeal the judgment for these courts at High Court and Supreme Court. Okay? Clear, right? Now, also they have some limitations here. They cannot give any punishment where, the imprisonment is, imprisonment for 5 or 4 years or imprisonment by death. They cannot give such punishments. So that is one limitation they have. So these are the judicial powers. Okay? So while giving judgments, they'll give, again, the importance and value to the local customs, traditions. They'll take all those things into consideration. Now, financial powers. So they can levy taxes basically. First, they have the power to assess and collect land revenue, and they have the power to levy various taxes for the maintenance of schools, clinics, roads, etc. Okay, they have the power to make their own budget for that particular autonomous district. Okay, and apart from that, they are given the power to grant licenses or leases for extraction of minerals within their particular jurisdiction. So that is how they make money. Okay, so these are the financial powers given. So any doubts, anybody has any questions? You all know this right already.
So what is the differentiate between these autonomous district governments versus normal state governments? Is there any difference?
You are asking about 5th schedule areas or the normal areas?
No, 6th schedule.
The difference between 6th schedule and 5th schedule or?
No, you said governor will take a call right here for passing any laws. So is there any difference between normal state governments and these governments?
Okay. what is the difference between governance in a normal state and a state that has sixth schedule areas? So first, any law made by Parliament or any law made by State Assembly will automatically be applied in the case of normal states to the entire state. But in the area which has, the state which has sixth schedule areas, the laws made by the Assembly or the laws made by Parliament will not automatically be applicable. They will be applicable only if an order is passed by the governor or president saying that yes, we want to apply so and so law in so and so sixth schedule area. Okay, and first of all, these are autonomous areas. So you cannot directly apply a law made for the entire country or a law made for state in that autonomous area, right? So the law will be applicable there with the suitable modifications or exceptions. So those will be given by the governor. Okay, and sixth schedule areas are very autonomous. We have so many different autonomous regions in our country. Of all these autonomous regions, it is the sixth schedule areas which are very autonomous. You also have fifth schedule areas, right? But they are not given so much autonomy compared to the sixth schedule areas. We'll do one thing. After this topic, we'll discuss about the fifth schedule areas and then you'll understand the difference better. Okay? So any more questions anybody has? Like you see, so many powers we are giving them. The biggest power these sixth schedule areas have is to make their own laws. Okay, yeah, the laws, the subject matter is limited. They can only make laws for a specific set of subjects. But they have the power to make laws for that particular autonomous district or autonomous region, whatever it is. So no other autonomous region have this power. I hope you understand. Okay.
Can they extract the major minerals also?
No, not major minerals. It's only about the minor minerals. See, whatever is within the jurisdiction of the state, that they can do. Because when you speak about major minerals, the power is with the central government. Okay. So any more doubts, any more questions anybody has?
Sir, why only 4 states under the...
Okay, very good question. Why only 4 states? Actually, what is the current issue here? What is the current affair that we are discussing? There is a demand to include Ladakh into the sixth schedule. Okay. So these 4 states are directly given in the Constitution of India. Okay. So only 4 states have sixth schedule areas. No other state in the country can be included in the sixth schedule. But at any time, government can amend the constitution. That is the right of the government, and government can include any other state in sixth schedule areas. Okay. Now, why only these 4 states? It is because in these 4 states, the entire population is not tribal population. Tribal population is only concentrated in certain parts of the states. Okay, then why not Arunachal Pradesh or Nagaland? Even they can be included, right? But here, majority of the state population is tribal population. They are well spread, well distributed throughout the state. But in the case of the sixth scheduled states, okay, tribal population is not predominant. It is not spread throughout the state. It is only concentrated in certain parts of the state. So those certain parts have been declared as sixth scheduled areas. Okay, so that is one thing, because we cannot declare the entire state as an autonomous state. I hope you understand. Okay.
Sir, district council, how they will form?
Yeah, we'll discuss that also. Okay, we'll discuss the features also. Okay. So sixth schedule applies to only Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Tripura. Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram have 3 councils each. Tripura only has 1 council. Okay, so this is one thing which you have to keep in mind. Now, are these completely autonomous? No, they have a lot of autonomy, but they still come under the executive authority of the state government. I hope you understand it. Because even the bills they pass should be assented by the governor. Okay, so these autonomous regions, do not think that they fall completely outside the authority of the state government. They do come under the executive authority of the state council. It's just that they have some autonomy. Few things we are leaving to them. That is the only thing here. Okay. Now look at this, the entire structure. Each autonomous district will have 1 district council, and each district council will not have more than 30 members. Okay. For each district council, for each autonomous district, there is one district council. For each district council, there are not more than 30 members. Okay. Out of these 30 members, 4 are nominated by the governor, and these 4 nominated members, they will serve under the pleasure of the governor. So they can be removed at any time. And the rest of the members, they are elected on the basis of universal adult franchise. So 26 members are elected and 4 members are nominated by the governor. The elected members, they serve for 5 years. Okay, and the nominated members, 4 are nominated by the governor, right? They can be removed at any time. Okay, now there is only one exception here, that is Bodoland Territorial Council in Assam. So this is very huge actually, both in terms of population and land area. Okay, so they have 40 members and also they have the power to legislate on 39 different subjects, 39 different items. Okay. So for all the 6 scheduled areas, the structure is same. There is only one exception, that is Bodoland Territorial Council in Assam. So now this is a huge district, as well as the population is huge. So it has 40 members. Okay, and I guess again 4 are nominated, 36 are elected. Okay, and they can make laws on 39 items. So the list of items on which they can make laws is a bit longer here. Clear, right? So the elected members hold office for 5 years. The council can be dissolved, same like the panchayats and all that, and nominated members hold office during the pleasure of the governor. Clear? So this is the structure of 6th scheduled areas. Okay, so just keep this in mind. Only Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram and Tripura. Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram have 3 autonomous councils, district councils. Tripura only has 1 council. Just think about Nagaland, completely tribal. In spite of that, not even Nagaland is included in 6th schedule. Okay? Okay, now coming to Ladakh. Okay, now Ladakh has 2 hill councils in Leh and Kargil. Okay, so just try to understand. Ladakh has 2 hill councils, but these hill councils are not in 6th schedule. Okay. So it says that the state government or the government of UT gave them certain autonomous powers, but this is not in 6th schedule. But they do have 2 hill councils, okay, which is again made up of tribal members. Okay, the powers are very less compared to 6th schedule. Clear, right? So their powers are limited to collection of some local taxes, such as look at this parking fees it seems. Okay. And allotment and use of land vested by center. That's it. So their powers are very limited compared to 6th schedule. Okay. Now what is the demand? To include these 2 in 6th schedule. That is the demand. Clear? So this is also very important. In September 2019, the National Commission for Scheduled Tribes recommended inclusion of these districts in 6th schedule. And what is the reason? Predominantly tribal. More than 97% of the population is tribal in these districts. Clear, right? But no region outside the northeast has been included in the 6th schedule. This is very important. But is it like a constant condition which cannot be changed? Not like that. Government can amend the constitution at any time and include any district as part of 6th schedule. Clear, right? Okay, so this is the Kargil district and this is Leh district. So any doubts anybody has to here? We are done with a very important topic.
Does that amendment need special majority or simple majority?
Okay, it comes under, it doesn't come under Article 2 or 3, right? So definitely special majority. We'll discuss that also. I guess we'll do it tomorrow. Just time won't be sufficient today. So we'll even discuss the different types of majorities, different types of constitution amendments and all that. Okay, it's going to be a combination of both static part as well as dynamic. Okay. Now, the second topic, we'll just discuss, briefly go through the different schedules of Indian Constitution, and then the third topic will be 5th schedule. Okay, just like a refresher thing for you. So presently there are 12 schedules, everybody knows this. Okay, and first of all, where did you get this culture of having schedules? It all came from Government of India Act 1935. The entire structural part of the constitution borrowed from this particular act. So the same schedules also we borrowed. Okay. Now, just glance through the schedules once and then look at under this. And then we can move to fifth schedule. Very simple and small. First schedule. It contains the name of the states and UTs. Territorial jurisdiction of states is also included in the first schedule. Now, second schedule. What second schedule has? Allowances, privileges, emoluments of all these dignitaries, all these functionaries, president, governor, speaker, chairman of Rajya Sabha, so on, judges of Supreme Court, CAG, High Court judges. Now, what is third schedule? Oath of all these people. Union ministers, members of parliament, CAG, Supreme Court judges, state ministers, High Court judges. Now, fourth schedule. It contains the provisions in relation to the allocation of seats for states and UTs in Rajya Sabha. From here it becomes important. Fourth schedule. Okay, just keep this in mind. Fifth schedule. What is that we are going to discuss now after this? Next you have sixth schedule. Already we have discussed. Please remember these four states: Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura and Mizoram. Now seventh schedule, our favorite, which we already know. Division of powers. Union, state, concurrent list. Eighth schedule. 22 official languages recognized by the constitution. Ninth schedule. Now this is very interesting, right? What do you mean by ninth schedule? If you add any law into ninth schedule, you can save it from judicial review. But Supreme Court said nothing doing. Even the laws which are added in ninth schedule are subjected to judicial review. Okay. So why did we create judicial review in the first place? Because we wanted to go for land reforms. Okay. So we all know this, right? Simple. Okay. 10th schedule. So disqualification, anti-defection law. Even that we are going to discuss. Okay. Next, 11th schedule, panchayats. Okay. 12th schedule, municipalities. That's it. Okay. So just keep this in mind. And now we are going to deal with 5th schedule areas. Okay. So now what is the very simple way to understand what is 5th schedule areas? All those areas which are not present in the states of Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura and Mizoram. Right, this is the very simple way to understand what are 5th schedule areas. Okay. Now, what do you mean by scheduled areas basically? From where did we get this term scheduled areas? So the origin of the term is Article 244 Clause 1. Okay, so this article contains the expression scheduled areas. And what do you mean by scheduled areas? Scheduled areas are any areas which are declared as scheduled areas by the President. That is what Article 244 Clause 1 says. Scheduled areas are any areas which are declared to be scheduled areas by the President. Okay, so we look at the criteria also. Criteria for, classifying an area as scheduled area. Now, this is the criteria followed for declaring an area as scheduled area. First one, preponderance of tribal population. What do you mean by that? Majority of the population in that area is tribal population. And if it is a very small area, no point in declaring that as scheduled area. There should be some reasonable, area. There should be some reasonable size where there is preponderance of tribal population. And this is very, very important. Underdeveloped nature of the area. There is predominance of poverty, no infrastructure, literacy levels very low, health indicators are very poor. So underdeveloped nature of the area. Okay. And marked disparity in economic standard of the people. People are very poor. Their income is like very, very less. All these people are highly vulnerable. Such areas will be declared as scheduled areas. Okay? And obviously these criteria are not given in the constitution, but they have become precedents, practices. Okay? Now, from here it's very important. The governor can make regulations for the peace and good governance of any area in the state which is having scheduled area. Okay? So, first of all, what are the states that have scheduled areas? There are 10 states which have scheduled areas. So, this is very, very important. What are those states? AP, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Odisha, Rajasthan and Telangana. So these are the 10 states which have 5th scheduled areas. Okay. Now, in spite of the states of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, West Bengal, UP, Jammu and Kashmir having preponderance of tribal population, they are not brought under the 5th or 6th schedule because they have to meet all this criteria. Okay. So only 10 states have 5th scheduled areas. Clear? Anything you want me to repeat again or is it fine? We'll discuss why also, don't worry. So tell me guys, any doubts anybody has or do you want me to repeat anything again?
Sir, if any state gets a special status, will it come under 5th schedule?
Is Bihar present here? Okay, so we all know that Bihar is a special category state, right? But still it is not there in 5th state. Okay, so when you declare a state as special category state, more central funding will be given. Okay, apart from that, it has nothing to do with scheduled areas. Okay. Okay, so now this is very, very important. Every state which has a scheduled area, okay, the governor of that state should keep on sending reports to the parliament. Parliament and the president actually. The president will lay it in parliament. Okay, so that is the first point. Every state that has a scheduled area, the governor should send reports to the president about the administration of those areas and the president will lay those reports in parliament. That is the first thing. Second, every state that has a scheduled area, we have 10 states, right? Every state should have something called TAC, Tribal Advisory Council. Okay. Now, what is the membership of TAC? What is the maximum strength of TAC? How to appoint members? How to dismiss members? The governor can make rules on all those things. Okay. But there is a condition for Tribal Advisory Council. What is that? At least 2/3 of the members of TAC should be scheduled tribe MLAs of that state. Okay. I'll just repeat this one more time. We have 10 states where you have 5th scheduled areas, right? We have seen the names of the states also. Again, I'll show you that slide, don't worry. Now, all those 10 states should constitute a tribal advisory council. This is very important actually. This is like the most important point of the entire 5th schedule. Okay? Now, this tribal advisory council, what is the maximum strength? What is the composition? What is the term of each member? And what are the things that they deal with? All these rules, regulations, the small administrative stuff, that is dealt by the governor. But there is a condition here which is very important. At least 2/3 of the total strength of TAC should be scheduled tribe MLAs of that particular state. Okay? Now, whatever decision the governor wants to make regarding the administration, management of 5th scheduled areas, governor should do that after consultation with TAC. That is the most important condition. Are you understanding? Simple, right? So just keep this in mind, very, very important. Now, what are the regulations for 5th scheduled areas? So the governor can prohibit or restrict transfer of land by or among the members of scheduled tribes in 5th scheduled areas. So what is the first thing? Governor can prohibit or restrict transfer of land. Okay, that means, for example, I am an ST living in a 5th scheduled area. I cannot sell my land to any outside person. That is not allowed. Okay, so there is no transfer of land in 5th scheduled areas. That is totally banned. Second, the governor can regulate the allotment of land to the members of STs in such area. For example, there are few tribal families living in a 5th scheduled area. They do not have any land. They are working as landless laborers. So some amount of land can be given to them. Some redistribution of land can take place, but within the 5th scheduled area. Okay. Now, we know this, right? These are the main culprits, money lenders. So we know that during the 200 years of colonial rule, so many money lenders have, encroached into the tribal areas. So governor can make some rules to regulate these, money lenders in the 5th scheduled areas. Okay, so all these restrictions apply to 5th scheduled areas. I hope you understand. What is the first one? Regulating the land, and second, allotment of land to members of ST, and regulating money lender profession. Okay, in 5th scheduled areas. Clear, right? And apart from that, in making such regulations, the governor has a special power here. The governor can repeal or amend any act of the parliament or any act of the state legislature. I hope you understand. Are you understanding, or shall I explain this one more time? See, basically you have 5th scheduled areas, right? Okay? Now, there are some rules and regulations given for 5th scheduled areas. Okay? They have some special provisions. Till here we all understood, right? Now, same like 6th scheduled areas, even in 5th scheduled areas, governor has the power to amend or to completely prohibit a law of the parliament or a law made by state assembly to be applicable in the 5th scheduled areas. Same like the 6th schedule, just keep that in mind. Okay, so basically governor has all these powers, governor has all these duties, he is supposed to do all these things. What is the first? Prohibit or restrict the transfer of land in 5th scheduled areas, regulate the allotment of land in 5th scheduled areas, and regulate the business of money lending in 5th scheduled areas. Governor has all these duties. So what can the governor do? Governor can say that so and so law made by the parliament or state assembly will not apply in 5th scheduled area. Or governor can also say that so and so law will apply after few suitable modifications. Same like 6th schedule. I hope now you understood, everybody. Okay. Now, governor cannot make any regulations for 5th scheduled areas unless the governor consults TSPSC. That is very, very important. Okay. So now, these are the 10 states which have 5th scheduled areas. AP, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Jharkhand, MP, Maharashtra, Odisha, Rajasthan and Telangana. Okay. So, any doubts anybody has till here? Please ask me.
Sir, who decides scheduled areas?
Okay, who decides the scheduled areas? Okay, very good question. Who decides the scheduled areas? Okay, now there is a long process for that. Okay, the final decision will be taken by the Union Cabinet, of course, the President. Okay, but there's a long process for that. First, the state itself will give an application to Ministry of Tribal Affairs saying that so and so area is there, very backward, and we want to declare that area as 5th scheduled area. Then the Ministry of Tribal Affairs will study the entire thing and give a proposal to National Commission for Scheduled Tribes. And then from there the proposal will go to Registrar General of India, because they have to know the demographics. How many people are there, how many male, how many female, what is the age and all that. And finally the decision will be taken by Union Cabinet and then a law in Parliament. Okay, we'll discuss that also, because recently many tribes were added into the list of scheduled tribes. Do you know that current affair? The states of Karnataka, Himachal Pradesh and all that. So we'll discuss that current affair also, and then I'll show you the process. Okay. So did you understand the difference between 5th schedule and 6th schedule? Everybody? So just try to answer this question. Very simple question. Which areas have more autonomy? 5th or 6th? 6th, obviously. Okay. And how do you identify a 5th schedule area? How do you declare an area as 5th schedule? First, preponderance of tribal. Second thing, very backward. Size should be reasonable. Okay, you cannot declare an entire large part of the state as 5th schedule, right? It's not possible. So area should be reasonable and very, very less development. Economic conditions very poor. So these are the criteria we need to follow. Okay. Okay. So moving on. So the fourth one, Competition Commission of India. Okay. So What is Competition Commission? Is it a constitutional body? No. It is a statutory body. What do you mean by statutory body?
Law.
Any body that is established by a law made by Parliament or law made by State Assembly. Okay? So it is a statutory body within Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And it was established to watch Competition Act 2002, actually 2007. Okay? So the act was amended in 2007 and then Competition Commission of India was established. Okay? Now, why do we need this law? Competition Act 2000. Very simple, in the name itself you have to promote competition. Why competition is very important?
To prevent monopoly.
Okay, who is the ultimate winner if there is competition? Consumers. Okay, so competition is very, very important. So to promote competition and to prevent activities that have adverse effect on competition, we have the Competition Act 2002. And it was amended in 2007, and through the Amendment Act, you have the Competition Commission of India. Okay? So now, CCI looks into cases and investigates them if they have a negative impact on competition. So basically, CCI will look at unfair trade practices. Like for example, I don't know if I'm supposed to take that name. Recently, a news came saying that so and so high-level IS coaching in India. Okay, coaching company in India, it engaged in unfair trade practices. Okay, so the District Consumer Redressal Forum, it ordered that so-and-so company to pay the entire fee back, and not only that, an interest of 5,000 rupees per year for the delay, as well as 50,000 rupees for mental agony and time waste. Okay, so all these things actually happen. So what do you mean by unfair trade practices? For example, misleading advertisements, or misleading contents on the package of any food item, for example. That is an unfair trade practice. Or not mentioning the ingredients. Okay, all these are unfair trade practices. So preventing unfair trade practices, preventing monopoly, and all these things are regulated by Competition Commission of India. And apart from that, CCI will also regulate mergers and acquisitions. What do you mean by that? Two companies merging to become one entity, or one company acquiring the other company. All these are also regulated by CCI. So if you want to go for merger and acquisition, first you need to take the approval of CCI. Okay? So this is very, very important, guys. The Competition Act, as amended by Competition Amendment Act 2007. So let us go through this step by step, very slow. First, it prohibits anti-competitive agreements. Okay? What do you mean by anti-competitive agreements? For example, in a market, there are few companies that manufacture food items. Okay? Now, all these companies, they depend on one seller of raw materials. I hope you understand it. In a market, there are few manufacturing companies that manufacture food items. And all these depend on one particular raw material supplier. Now just imagine that this manufacturer enters into agreement with this raw material supplier, saying that you should only give your raw materials to me. You're not supposed to give raw materials to any other company. Just an example. That will become anti-competitive agreement. Okay, there are so many things. This is just one small example because we don't have time and this is rapid revision class. Okay, so it prohibits anti-competitive agreements. Abuse of dominant position by huge companies. For example, many times Google was accused of abusing dominant position. Google, Amazon. Okay, I'm killing the competition. And next, regulates combinations. What do you mean by combinations? Acquisition, acquiring of control, and merger. Okay, all these are controlled by CCI. Okay. See, not everything is controlled by CCI. Only if there is a chance that will definitely affect the competition. Okay, only such combinations are regulated by Competition Commission of India. Okay, basically to prevent monopoly and to uphold competition. That is the single most important objective. Clear, right? Now, the 2007 law, the amendment law, established CCI and something called COMPAT. COMPAT is nothing but Competition Appellate Tribunal. Because you can file an appeal against the order of CCI at Competition Appellate Tribunal. Okay, but recently, recently in the sense in 2017, Competition Appellate Tribunal was replaced by National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. I hope you understand. So we don't have Competition Appellate Tribunal right now. It was replaced in 2017 with National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. So if you want to appeal against the decision of Competition Commission of India, whom do you approach? Will you approach Compact? It's no longer existing. You have to approach National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. Okay, all this will be asked in UPSC. Okay, right? It's totally unpredictable answer. Anything can be asked. Okay, so clear till here? Any doubts anybody has? Okay, so what is the composition of CCI? It has a chairperson and not less than 2 and not more than 6 other members. Everybody is appointed by central government. And it is a quasi-judicial body. We'll also try to understand the meaning of quasi-judicial body. We have a separate topic on that. Before that, can you tell me the meaning of quasi-judicial body? Yeah. Not completely judicial body, not completely a court of law. Then why do we call it as quasi-judicial? What is judicial in Competition Commission of India?
Administration, it can take judicial action against that violent administration.
Okay, we should not call it as judicial action. CCI has the power to make rules. Okay, and CCI also has the power to adjudicate. What do you mean by adjudicate? Giving a judgment. Okay, CCI has the power to make rules and CCI has the power to adjudicate. All such bodies are quasi-judicial bodies. What is the best example? Election Commission of India. We'll also discuss the quasi-judicial functions of Election Commission. Okay, so can you tell me a few other quasi-judicial bodies apart from Election Commission and CCI? What is that? NJT, very good. National Green Tribunal. Basically, all tribunals can be considered as quasi-judicial. Why quasi-judicial? Are you understanding? Very simple. All tribunals can be considered to be quasi-judicial. But why can't you consider them as a pure court? Why do you consider them as quasi-judicial, semi-judicial? Who's there? Okay, very good, excellent. Quasi-judicial bodies means they only deal with very, very narrow, specific set of matters. That is the first thing. In tribunal, you actually have 2 members on the bench. One is technical member and the other is judicial member. Technical member is that expert in that particular field. So you cannot consider tribunal to be a pure court of law. Tribunal is also quasi-judicial body. Okay, all quasi-judicial bodies, they deal with a few specific matters. Clear? And now we have to discuss this very, very important. Competition Amendment Act 2022. Okay, you have understood about CCI, you have understood about the 2007 law. All these are clear, right? Now, the Amendment Act was passed in Lok Sabha March 29, 2023, and then it was passed in Rajya Sabha April 3rd, 2023, very recently. So we have to discuss that. Okay. So the exam is in May 28th or 29th? 28. So it's better if you discuss all the current affairs up to at least April 20 or April 15. Okay. So sometimes UPSC can ask, or even if they ask any details about the bill, just imagine that it was not passed yet. So even then you are supposed to answer, right? Okay. So highlights of the act, very simple. There is nothing difficult here to understand. Now we know that the Competition Commission regulates mergers and acquisitions. So now there is no point in looking at all the mergers and acquisitions. So that is the reason threshold has been given. What is that? Only deals with transaction value of more than 2,000 crore will require CCI's approval. Okay. Did you understand the meaning of merger and acquisition? What do you mean by merging? 2 companies merging to become 1 company. What do you mean by acquisition? 1 company buying the another company. Acquisition. So there is no point in regulating all mergers and acquisitions. That is the reason
only those deals with more than 2000 crore value will be regulated by CCI. Now, can CCI take forever to give approval? No, we have to think about economic development. We have to think about ease of doing business. So that is the reason a timeline has also been given. Okay, what is the timeline? It was actually 210 days, it was reduced to 150 days. Okay, clear? And then, basically, the law will also expand the scope of different entities, different companies that can be adjudged to be part of anti-competitive agreements. So just try to understand, this is very tricky. Okay, now, in a market, there are 3 companies. Okay, 3 companies doing the same work, engaged in the same production, same business. Now, these 2 companies will enter into an agreement to kill this company. So we know that is the very simple, very solid definition of anti-competitive agreement. Why? Because all the 3 companies are engaged in the same field. But sometimes, even those companies which are not doing the same business, they can help this business. I hope you understand. So, the new law is also including those entities which are not engaged in the same type of business. Are you understanding? So very simple. Anti-competitive agreement generally is between those companies which are doing the same business. I hope you understand. But now, sometimes deals will happen in such a subtle way, in such a hidden way that deal will happen between one company and some outside company which is not engaged in the same field of business, and still it will kill competition. For example, raw material suppliers. You cannot say that they are engaged in the same business. But what if a manufacturer enters into an agreement with raw material supplier or any logistics company, okay, and tries to kill the competition? Even that is anti-competitive agreement. Okay. So initially, the definition of anti-competitive agreement was anti-competitive agreements can only happen within those companies which are doing the same type of business, which are engaged in the same field. But now this was expanded, and the bill says that, the act says that anti-competitive agreements can also be done with those persons or with those companies which are not engaged in similar business. So it expanded the definition of anti-competitive agreements. That is what I wanted you to understand. I hope you understand. Okay? So is it clear, or do I have to explain this one more time? Very simple, right? So normally whenever we say anti-competitive agreements, it will only happen between those companies which are producing the same product, right? But that is not always the case. What if the manufacturer enters into any agreement with raw material supplier or any logistics company and prevents raw materials from going into the other company, the competition company? Even that is anti-competitive agreement. Okay? Okay. So apart from that, the law also provides a framework for settlement of faster resolution of investigations of anti-competitive agreements. Okay, so these are the things that you have to know. And there is also one more provision, if I am not wrong. Yes. So this law of 2022, it decriminalizes certain offences under the Act. I hope you understand. So it converts certain offences from criminal offence to civil offence. Okay? And whenever you speak about civil cases, the punishment will not be imprisonment. The punishment will be simply paying fine or fees or compensation. Okay? All these are the changes that were done by the 2022 Act. Clear much? So any doubts anybody has? Please ask me. So shall I move on, or do you want me to revise this once? Shall I move on? Okay, so the next one, National Commission for Protection of Child Rights. So this is a bit lengthy because we have to discuss the convention also. Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989. Okay, so first thing, very simple. This NCPCR, National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, that was established through this particular law. Commission for Protection of Child Rights Act 2005. So it is a statutory body. So that is the first thing you need to understand. Now, why did we pass this law in the first place? Because India signed and ratified United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child in 1989. Okay, it was signed in 1989 and then ratified December 1992. Okay, so this is a legally binding agreement. Do you know the difference between legally binding and legally non-binding? Okay, so if India is a party to legally binding agreement, India should make its own law or policy and implement that convention in India. Okay, so this is a legally binding agreement and India signed and ratified, so India is a party to this convention. Okay, now what is the title here? Commission for Protection of Child Rights Act. Now what do you mean by child rights in the first place? Let us raise a very fundamental question. What do you mean by child rights? Child rights are those rights which were adopted in this particular convention. Okay, now what are those rights? Okay, we'll discuss the rights also. Okay, first we'll discuss about the convention. So, who is a child? Basically, child is any human being under the age of 18. But sometimes, national laws will change the age for attaining majority, becoming a major. Okay, so normally, child is any human being under the age of 18 unless the age of majority is attained earlier by the national law. Normally, child is any human being under the age of 18. Okay, now, to implement this convention, to make sure that the convention is being implemented properly by all the parties, a body is established. What is that body? The United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child. Okay, so this body contains 18 independent experts and this body will keep on monitoring the implementation of convention in all the parties. Clear, right? Okay, now all the governments, including India, should report to this particular body regarding the progress they have done. Okay, so regarding the progress about implementation of this particular convention and implementation of the law. Simple. Now, these are the rights of the child according to the convention. So first, very simple. Every child has the right to life. Okay, next. Every child has the right to their own name and identity. They have their own identity. Okay, you cannot change the identity. You cannot, insult them or degrade their dignity by changing their identity. Next, every child has a right to be raised by their parents within a family or cultural grouping. I hope you understand. You understood the meaning of family, right? What do you mean by cultural grouping? What do you mean by cultural grouping? Within a community, basically. Within a religious and cultural community. Okay? Next. Every child has the right to have a relationship with both parents, even if the parents are divorced. So these are the rights of the child, and not only this, children also have the right to express their opinions. Children also have a right to make sure that their opinions are heard. And if at all possible, their opinions have to be acted upon. All these are the rights of the child. And obviously, every child has a right against exploitation. Every child has a right to protect their privacy. Okay. All these are the rights of the child. And there is one more also which is very interesting and very important. No capital punishment for children. What do you mean by capital punishment? Death sentence. All these are the rights of the child. Clear? Right to life, right to identity, right to be raised by parents, even if the parents are separated, or right to be raised within a family, right to express their opinions, right to make sure that their opinions are heard and acted upon, if at all possible. It is not a mandatory condition. If it is a mandatory condition, every child will demand, I want that toy, I want this toy, I have this right. Okay. And right to be protected from abuse and exploitation, right to have their privacy protected, and right against capital punishment. All these are the rights recognized by the convention. Clear?
So we can also say that all minors comes under this right?
I repeat.
We can also say that all minors will come under the.
Yeah, children means minors. Okay, children, minors, both are the same. So, about the NCPCR, what is the role of the commission? Making sure that all laws, programs and policies adhere to the principles of children's rights, whatever we have discussed, as given in the convention. Okay, so any person between the ages of 0 and 18 is considered a child, and not only NCPCR, the law, according to the law, every state can also establish its own state level commission to uphold the rights of the children. Okay, simple. Okay, composition of NCPCR, chairperson, 6 other members. Everybody is appointed by the Senate. Okay? Okay, functions of the commission. So examine and review the safeguards provided by or under any law and recommend measures for their effective implementation. Okay, you know the functions, right? Functions are same for all the bodies. So you can imagine the functions, right? Can we just skip this part? Shall I just skip this part? Yes. Just tell me. Because the functions are same, right? To make sure that the children's rights are protected. Okay, to hear complaints about violation of children's rights. Okay, to create a mass movement, to create awareness about children's rights, to engage with NGOs. Okay, and to send a report. Every body has to send a report to the president, which will be laid in the parliament. Okay, so all these are the functions. Okay, now this is very important. NCPCR is a quasi-judicial body. Okay, it has the power to investigate into complaints. It can also take suo motu notice of complaints. Okay, it is a quasi-judicial body. But unfortunately, all these bodies are only what? Advisory bodies. Their advices are not binding on the government, including the constitutional bodies we have, like the National Commission for SC, ST, OBC. Okay, and this body, even National Human Rights Commission, Supreme Court said National Human Rights Commission is a toothless tiger. So all these are quasi-judicial bodies. They have the powers of civil court. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Quasi-judicial bodies with powers of civil court. They can order any information to be produced before them. They can order any person to appear before them, to give evidence. They can investigate and they can send the report to the government. And they can recommend the government to do something. But these recommendations are not binding on the government. Okay? So all these are quasi-judicial bodies. Clear? Okay. So now, let's look at this. The Commission has the powers of civil court under the Code of Civil Procedure. The Commission can summon, enforce the attendance of any person to give evidence or to give some information. And the Commission has the power to order production of any document before itself. The Commission has the power to, receive evidence. Okay, and all these things, all the powers of civil court. But unfortunately, only recommendations, which are again not binding. Okay? So this PPT will be shared with you. You can just go through the powers. It's not that tough. Okay? See, there are some bodies which have the same powers. Just the names will change. National Commission for Women, this NCPCR. Okay, all these bodies will have the same. National Human Rights Commission. All the powers and functions are same. Okay, just that their field will change. That's it. Okay, and all these are again quasi-judicial bodies. Clear? See, NCPCR promotes research in the field of child rights. Okay, all these things. Even this is done by National Commission for Women. Okay, and that is also done by National Human Rights Commission. Okay, creating awareness, promoting research in the field of human rights, National Human Rights Commission. So all these bodies will have similar set of functions. Okay. So shall I move on to the next topic? Okay. Same again, the functions are same. National Commission for Safai Karmacharis. The one thing you have to be careful is whether it is a statutory body, non-statutory body, constitutional body. So this is one thing you have to be very careful about. Okay? So National Commission for Safai Karmacharis is currently a non-statutory body. Okay, what do you mean by non-statutory body? An administrative body, like CBI or Niti Aayog. Okay, executive body. So it comes under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. It used to be statutory body once upon a time, but now it became non-statutory body. Okay, so the story is given here. Earlier, it was a statutory body established by National Commission for Safai Karmacharis Act, 1993. Okay, and it continued as a statutory body till 2004. And then this law, it lapsed. Okay, in spite of this law lapsing, the body still continued as a non-statutory body. Okay. So till 2004, it was statutory. Since then, non-statutory. Now, why are we studying about this? Because recently, the Union Cabinet approved the extension of this particular body for 3 more years. Okay, so there's a very good chance that this can come in the exam. Okay. The Union Cabinet recently has approved the extension of tenure of the National Commission for Safai Karmacharis for 3 years beyond 2022. Okay. Now, this is also very important came in news. Just look at the sad state of affairs. Around 631 people have died while cleaning sewers and septic tanks in the last 10 years. Okay. So now functions again same. Okay, all these bodies have same set of functions. But anyway, we'll go through the functions. Don't worry. So the Commission recommends specific programs of actions to the center that aim to eliminate inequalities faced by Safai Karmacharis. So first, how to remove the inequalities faced by Safai Karmacharis. Second, it studies and evaluates implementation of programs and schemes that are launched for Safai Karmacharis. Are these programs and schemes being implemented properly or not? It takes up matters to the concerned authorities, state or center, if there is non-implementation of programs and schemes, non-implementation of any decisions that aim to make life of Safai Karmacharis easy. Okay, non-implementation of those measures which aim to socially, economically uplift Safai Karmacharis, and non-implementation of any provision regarding the law that is applied for Safai Karmacharis. For all these non-implementations, the Commission can question the concerned authorities, not even questioning, bring it to the notice of the concerned authorities. Now again, these powers are same for all the bodies, Human Rights Commission, National Commission for Women, same powers. Okay? Now, it prepares reports with respect to the matters concerning Safai Karmacharis and presents it to the state and central government. Okay, now this is very, very important. I hope you have studied this particular law. Did you study this law? It can come in the exam. The loopholes in the law can come in the exam, or the salient features of the law can come in the exam. Okay, now one of the most important functions of this particular body is monitoring the functioning of this very, very important law. Okay, I'll just explain the salient features also, don't worry, but you have to carry out an in-depth study of this particular law. Very, very important. Okay, now, so any provision of the law, if it is being violated, the Commission will bring it to the notice of the concerned authority. Okay, clear? And then it takes suo motu notice of all such matters which are concerned with non-implementation of this particular law. So all these are the powers of National Commission for Safai Karmacharis. Clear? Now, I'm just telling you a few important points, but again, let me remind you, you have to carry out in-depth study of this particular law. Okay, and just try to find out the loopholes. It can come in some editorial or in some magazine article, or even PRS will give you the loopholes. Okay, you have to study the loopholes in this law. Okay, now what is this law? First, it bans manual scavenging. Okay, and then it widened the definition of manual scavenging. Okay, so many more activities are included under the definition of manual scavenging, and all those are completely banned. Okay, next, it aims to rehabilitate manual scavengers, give them jobs in some other fields. And then the offense of manual scavenging is cognizable and non-bailable. Okay, what do you mean by non-bailable? You won't get bail? It's not like that. You can get bail. Okay, so non-bailable means it's not like you won't get bail. You will get bail provided the magistrate is satisfied. Okay, the employers compulsorily have to provide protective tools to the sanitation workers. All these are the important provisions of Manual Scavengers Act 2030. So please carry out in-depth study. And also look at this, it widened the definition of manual scavenging. So what are the various activities it included under the definition? We have to study. It's very, very important. Okay. So moving on. National Commission for Women. Okay, again, same functions. First, it enjoys the powers of civil court. Okay, it investigates, examines the matters related to the safeguards ensured for women, same like the Commission for Safai Karmacharis, same like the Commission for Protection of Child Rights. All these bodies have the same set of functions. That is one advantage we have in polity. If you study any one body, you just have to change the names for the other body. That's it. Okay, so anyway, statutory body. Under which law? National Commission for Women Act 1990. Very important. Okay, so now, what about National Commission for Safai Karmacharis? Is it statutory? No, it is not statutory. What about the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights? Is it statutory? Yes, it is statutory. Okay. So anyway, what is the objective? To review the constitutional and legal safeguards for women, recommend legislative measures, facilitate redressal of grievances, and advise the government in policy matters affecting women. Okay. First, what are the various constitutional and legal safeguards that are present for women? Are they enough? What are the loopholes? Second, recommend new laws or redress the complaints, grievances raised by women, and advise the government on policy matters affecting women. Simple, the entire NCW can be summarized in one particular sentence. Okay, now the Commission enjoys the powers of civil code. What do you mean by that? Can you please tell me?
It can impose some penalties.
Okay, so civil code, in this particular sense, it can summon any person to give information or evidence, levy penalties, and what else?
Can make some.
It can order any government body or any government functionary to produce documents, information. Okay, that is the meaning of civil code. Okay. So again, quasi-judicial body. Okay, so please make a list of all the quasi-judicial body. Even this is a quasi-judicial body. Okay, but ultimately it only recommends, and the recommendations are non-binding. Okay, now there is one very, very important initiative of this particular body, that is Parivarik Mahila Lok Adalats. Okay, do you know the meaning of Lok Adalats in the first place? Okay, tell me what is Lok Adalats?
Dispute redressal mechanism.
Yeah, even Supreme Court is also dispute resolution mechanism. High Court is also there. What is special about Lok Adalats?
For quick resolution, it mainly follow the practice of settlement.
Okay, for which cases? Family cases. Okay, that is the first thing you have to say. Lok Adalats are only for family cases. Okay, and in Lok Adalat you have a so-called retired judge and as well as a social worker, same like a tribunal. Okay, and as he told, Lok Adalat is all about settlement. Okay, and the order given by Lok Adalat is binding. You know this, right? You cannot challenge that. It is binding. But Lok Adalat is only for family matters. Okay, small disputes redressal mechanism. So NCW has created a separate set of Lok Adalats for women, and this is the name. Okay, so just look at this. PMLA. was created by NCW for redressal and speedy disposal of cases. And since its inception, it has taken up 7,500 cases so far. All these deal with, family disputes. Okay, they get counseling and they send them out. The essential feature of PMLA is cordial mutual settlement and flexibility in implementation of the order. And all these will empower women in justice delivery mechanism. Okay, so please, whenever you study about NCW, this should automatically come into your mind. Okay, one of the important achievements of NCW. Okay? Now, it does all these things. It launches programs on legal awareness for women. And this is again very, very important. NCW carries out sensitization programs for police, NGOs, and officials. Okay, gender sensitization programs. This is very, very important. Okay, and then release and rehabilitation of women prisoners, rehabilitation of prostitutes and their children, rehabilitation of widows, custodial justice for women prisoners. What do you mean by custodial justice? When they are in custody, so teaching them some livelihood skills, some vocational courses. Okay, participation of women in electoral process, issue of violence on women, technological empowerment of women in agriculture, and rights of minority women. It takes up all these different things. Okay. Now, this is very, very important actually. So the commission has complaints cell or counseling cell, which is the core unit of the commission. Okay? So when you speak about the structure of the commission, this is very, very important. It has something called the complaint cell or the counseling cell, which is like the most important body of the commission. It takes up all the different complaints, written as well as oral complaints. Okay? And even this can take suo motu notice of matters relating to deprivation of women's rights, non-implementation of laws, okay, and all these things. Clear, right? It will take suo motu notice and raise the issue with the concerned authorities, same like the other bodies that we have discussed. Okay? So, what sort of complaints will the NCW get? These are the sort of complaints that NCW will get. Okay? Harassment for dowry, dowry death, torture, desertion. You know the meaning of desertion, right? Abandoning, bigaming. What do you mean by that? Marrying two wives. Rape, refusal to register FIR by the police, discrimination in employment, domestic violence, cruelty by husband and in-laws. All these are the types of complaints that NCW's complaint cell gets. Clear? Okay, so composition is again very important. So the commission must consist of a minimum number of members, which includes chairperson, a member secretary appointed by the government, and 5 other members. So this is the minimum strength. Can be more than that. And everybody is again nominated by the government. Okay, chairperson and everybody nominated by government. Okay? Okay, so clear till here? So, just tell me the list of quasi-judicial bodies that we have discussed. NCW, NCPCR, National Commission for Safai Karmacharis. What else did we discuss? CCI, Competition Commission of India. All these are quasi-judicial bodies. We have discussed all these, right? So, any doubt anybody has till here, like please ask me. I just don't want to rush through the topics. So if you have any doubt, any legitimate concern, please let me know. Everything is clear? Okay. So now, we'll try to understand the meaning of quasi-judicial body in more depth. Okay? So it's better if you take running notes. Quasi-judicial body. Okay? So now, a government body that affects the rights of private parties is quasi-judicial body. Just try to understand. I am a private party, we are all private parties. Right? We are all private parties. if our rights are being affected by any body through judgment or rule making, that body is called quasi-judicial body. I hope you understand. Okay. For example, I am ordered by Competition Commission of India to pay some fine. That means my rights are getting affected. Okay. So now Competition Commission of India is a quasi-judicial body. Okay. So quasi-judicial bodies will affect your rights. Can be in a positive way or negative way. How do they affect your rights? Through adjudication. What do you mean by adjudication? Giving a judgment and rule making. Okay, that is the meaning of quasi-judicial body. And what all these are quasi-judicial bodies we have in India. Election Commission of India, will discuss the powers also, don't worry. National Green Tribunal, Central Information Commission, Lok Adalat, National, came two times, National Green Tribunal, National Human Rights Commission, SEBI, Securities Exchange Board of India, even that is a quasi-judicial body. Okay, and apart from that, we have discussed right, NCW and all that. Okay, so now just look at this. We'll do some in-depth study on quasi-judicial bodies because it might come for the exam. Quasi-judicial bodies' powers resemble a court of law. Okay, they just resemble. That's it. But they are not the powers of court of law. What do you mean by that? Quasi-judicial bodies can adjudicate, give judgment, and can decide penalties on the guilty. So these are the two powers of quasi-judicial bodies that resemble a court of law. Because all the courts in India, they can adjudicate, they can give judgment, yes, and they can also impose fines and penalties, yes. Okay, so in this way, quasi-judicial body resembles a court of law. Clear? Now, how are they different from a judicial court? This is the biggest difference. Their field is limited compared to a normal court. The field of quasi-judicial bodies is very limited compared to a normal court. Okay? Now, quasi-judicial bodies can also be formed by courts. Okay? So just imagine that some technical dispute is pending in a court. So the court will simply order the establishment of a tribunal to deal with that technical dispute. Because it is technical, right? So you need the help of technical member in the bench. Okay? So, quasi-judicial bodies, temporary ones, can also be formed by courts. Okay? Clear? And even tribunals which are made for specific domain are also considered to be quasi-judicial bodies. Clear? Now, the authority of quasi-judicial bodies is limited to specified areas like financial markets, you have saying. Okay, land use and zoning. So what do we have for land use and zoning? Okay, any tribunal can be established by GHLC in the case of Hyderabad. When you speak about land use and zoning, because these come under the purview of municipalities. And next, public standards, employment law, specific set of regulations of an agency. So these are the very narrow specific matters dealt by quasi-judicial bodies. Okay, so a quasi-judicial body has the powers and follows procedures similar to that of court of law, but their powers are limited to very specific area of expertise and authority. That is the difference between quasi-judicial body and a judicial body. Clear, right? So shall I move on? Okay. Now, in court, you have that lengthy procedure for submitting evidence or arguing with the help of lawyers and all that. Quasi-judicial bodies do not have all those procedures. And also, quasi-judicial bodies will help the courts by sharing some of the workload the courts have. Like for example, the National Green Tribunal. It adjudicates on all the environment-related matters. So it is reducing the workload of High Court and Supreme Court. Okay? So that is one advantage we have. Now, Election Commission of India, very important. It is also a quasi-judicial body. Now, what are the quasi-judicial functions of election commission? All these are the quasi-judicial functions. First, it resolves disputes related to elections. I hope you're understanding. Second, it can order a repoll in a constituency if electoral malpractice is detected. Next, commission has the power to disqualify a candidate who did not give an account of election expenditure. Okay, and then the commission also has the power for removing or reducing the period of such disqualifications imposed on a candidate. The commission acts as a court for settling disputes, that are concerned with granting of recognition to political parties, allocation of electoral symbols to them. So all these disputes are solved by election commission. Clear? So just go through this once, very, very important. Okay? Okay, moving on. Okay, there is also one more very important difference between judicial and quasi-judicial bodies. Now, judicial, the courts, for example, the Supreme Court, it can create a new law. Okay, all the judgments of Supreme Court, they are considered to be equal to laws made by Parliament, right? Okay, but quasi-judicial bodies, they do not create any law, they are based on existing law. So they have to adjudicate, give judgment based on existing law. They cannot create any new law. Okay, and also they do not follow the strict judicial rules and procedure which is followed in courts. Okay, fine. The next one, very important, delimitation commission. This PPT will be shared with you, but no matter what, please make running notes also. Okay, because you cannot go through this entire thing before exam, but your running notes will help you clear the exam with a lot of confidence. Okay, now delimitation commission is constitutional or statutory? Delimitation Commission Act, so statutory. Okay, but it is completely independent, no executive interference. Okay, now it is appointed by the President and works in collaboration with Election Commission of India. What do you mean by delimitation in the first place? Redrawing the boundaries, or basically delimitation is nothing but dividing an area into smaller parts. That is the meaning of delimitation. Okay. Now look at the composition of the body. That itself says that this is a very high powered body. It has a retired Supreme Court judge, the Chief Election Commissioner, and also the respective state election commissioner. For example, delimitation commission wants to redraw the boundaries in Arunachal Pradesh, for example. Then you have retired Supreme Court judge as the chairperson of the commission. You have the Chief Election Commissioner of India, and you also have State Election Commissioner of Arunachal Pradesh. So these are the members of delimitation commission. Okay, so it's a very high powered body. Now, what is the beauty about delimitation commission? If I go to the next slide, can you tell me? Its orders cannot be challenged in any court of law. The orders are final. Okay, and can you tell me any more provision with respect to delimitation commission? As per the constitution, after every census, a delimitation commission has to be, provided. Okay, so just keep these two things in mind. Now, the delimitation commission will work without any executive influence. The commission's orders are final and cannot be questioned before any court of law. Okay, so whatever order it gives, that is final. Now, the orders of the delimitation commission are laid before Lok Sabha or state legislative assembly, actually both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha also, but they can only discuss that. They cannot make any modification in the order given by delimitation commission. They can only carry out discussion, that's it. Okay, like for example, we have two things, right? Charged on the consolidated fund of India, and what is the other? Charged to, or charged in, or charged to the consolidated fund of India. So out of these two, which cannot be voted upon? Do you know this? you have two types of expenditure. One expenditure is charged on the consolidated fund, and the second is charged to or charged in the consolidated fund. So out of these two, which type of expenditure cannot be voted upon in Parliament? Charged on the consolidated fund. Why? Because that deals with what? Salaries of Supreme Court judges, CAG, all the constitutional functionaries. So that cannot be voted, but you can discuss that. But it cannot be voted upon. You can only increase that, but you cannot decrease that expenditure. So in the same way, orders of delimitation commission can only discuss that, but no modification. Okay. Now, how is delimitation carried out? Very, very important. As per Article 82, Parliament should establish a commission after every census. Okay, as per Article 82, just remember that. Okay. Now, what is the function of the commission? Determine the number and boundaries of constituencies. Okay, that means divide states into territorial constituencies and also allocate seats from each state into Lok Sabha. Are you understanding? So, first thing you have to determine the number of seats you want to give for each state in Lok Sabha based on the population. For example, for UP, they have decided 80 seats. UP has 80 Lok Sabha seats, right? Okay. Now you have to divide those 80 seats, right? 80 constituencies. That means you have to increase the area of some, you have to decrease the area of some, you have to redraw the boundaries. So these are the functions carried out by delimitation commission. Okay. So determining the number of seats each state has in Lok Sabha and then dividing that state into territorial constituencies, redrawing the boundaries and all that. Clear? Now, there is a condition here. What is the condition? This is very, very important. Ratio between that number and the population of the state is as far as possible same for all the states. So what do you mean by that? The ratio between number of seats and population. This ratio should be same, not same, uniform or similar or very close to each other for all the states in India. I hope you understand. Okay. Now, how do you make this ratio, same for all the states in India? For example, UP has a lot of population. Okay. So this part of the ratio will increase like anything for some states. Okay. Then how do you make sure that this ratio is same for all the states in India? All you have to do is change this. Okay, so if population is high, more number of seats. That is how you maintain uniform ratio throughout the country. I hope you understand. Okay, for example, you have Kerala or Tamil Nadu where population is small. You have UP where population is very high. How do you maintain the same ratio between UP and Tamil Nadu? Population is not in your control. What is in your control? Number of seats. Okay. Then who gets advantage? States which have more population. UP, Bihar, that particular region. Okay. But who is actually performing well? The southern states, because they are controlling the population. Okay. And also southern states are comparatively developed. So we pay more taxes, we are controlling our population, but majority allocation goes to northern states. Okay, so that is the reason what happened. They froze allocation of seats in Lok Sabha based on population. Based on 1971 census, they froze the allocation. Okay, are you understanding? Now, what about dividing a state into constituencies, redrawing the boundaries? That is done. Okay, allocating seats to Lok Sabha is not done. Based on population, that is not done. That is frozen on the basis of 1971 census. Then what is done? Dividing a state into territorial constituencies, redrawing the boundaries, that is done. That is done on the basis of which census? 2001 census, if I am not wrong. Okay, clear, right? So this freeze is applicable till 2026. So till 2026, you cannot change the number of seats given to each state in Lok Sabha. So that is the bottom line. Are you getting this? Okay. Okay. So, just go through these points once, very simple. In the history of India, delimitation commissions have been set up 4 times. 1952, 1963, 73 and 2002. Okay. Now, the 2002 Delimitation Act did not make changes in the total number of Lok Sabha seats or their allocation to various states. That is frozen till 2026. That is on the basis of 1971 census. Okay? Okay, you can just go through this once and then we can proceed. Okay, I'll do one thing. We'll share this PPT with you, right? So just go through all this factual data. There's nothing there for me to explain. This is very simple. Okay, so now, shall we discuss about the 9th schedule of the Constitution? So the next topic is 9th schedule. Okay, now, does 9th schedule contain only central laws? No, it contains both central laws and state laws, which cannot be challenged in the courts. Okay, so if you add any central law or state law into 9th schedule, there is no judicial review. That is what they wanted, but Supreme Court said nothing to it. Okay, now, this became part of the Constitution in 1951. By the first Constitution Amendment Act. Okay, so 9th schedule was added into the Constitution through the first Constitution Amendment Act 1951. Okay, now a new article was added through this particular Amendment Act, Article 31B. Okay, so just keep this in mind. So this particular act added Article 31B. Okay. So Article 31B along with Article 31A, why? Very simple, for carrying out agrarian reform and abolishing the zamindari system. Clear? So actually 31A, 31B, 31C, all these are limitations on fundamental rights. We'll discuss that also, just don't worry. Now, this is very important. Article 31B has a retrospective operation. Do you know the meaning of this? Now just imagine that a law was declared as invalid by the court. In spite of that, if you add this law into the 9th schedule, it will become valid. That is the meaning of retrospective operation. Okay, so just listen, very important. If laws are inserted into the 9th schedule, after they are declared null and void, okay, then they are considered to be in schedule since their commencement and thus valid. Okay, this is confusing, just ignore this, very simple. A law which was declared as null and void, if it was added into 9th schedule, it can be considered as valid, as simple as that. That is the meaning of retrospective operation. Okay, so now this case is very important. You might have come across this case many times. Okay, I.R. Coelho versus State of Tamil Nadu 2007. Okay, in this case, Supreme Court ruled that laws placed under the 9th schedule can be challenged on the ground of violating the basic structure of the Constitution, and they can be declared as null and void. Please remember this case, very important. So the story is simple, right? So the government wanted to carry out agrarian reforms, put a ceiling on the size of the land holding, redistribute the excess land, and then abolish zamindari system and all that. And back then, property was also a fundamental right. Okay, that was the main issue. So that is the reason they created 9th schedule, saying that if I add any law into 9th schedule, even if it violates fundamental rights also, you cannot declare it as null and void. Okay, so that is the reason 9th schedule was created. Okay, but this judgment changed everything. Now, when was the basic structure doctrine created? Can you tell me the date, anybody? 1973. 73, right? Kesavananda Bharati. 73 or 74? 73 only, right? Okay. Now, Supreme Court said that any law which was added into 9th schedule before 1973, okay, I cannot review that because there is no concept of basic structure before 1973. Okay, but after 1973, if you add any law into the 9th schedule, I can carry out judicial review. Because after 1973, the concept of basic structure came. So that is also one thing which you have to keep in your mind. Okay? Okay. So, why do we have 9th schedule in use? Do you remember this judgment? Indira Sawhney judgment? We'll discuss that also, just don't worry. Okay. So the Jharkhand Assembly has cleared 2 bills. But these bills will come into force only if the centre adds them in the 9th schedule. Okay. Why? Because these bills, they want to raise the reservations to 77%. Are you understanding? Recently, the Assembly of Jharkhand passed 2 bills. Now, those bills have to be added into 9th schedule. If they are not added into 9th schedule, they will be invalid. Why? Because those bills raise the reservations to 77%. But according to Indira Sawhney judgment, okay, Supreme Court said it should not breach 50% ceiling. Are you understanding? So according to Indira Sawhney versus Union of India verdict, Supreme Court clearly said that reservations in a state should not exceed the 50% mark. But these bills of Jharkhand Assembly, they increase the reservation to 77%. So if they are not added in 9th schedule, what will happen? Supreme Court will declare these bills as null and void. So that is the reason they have to be added into 9th schedule. Clear, right? I hope you understood. So, placing the legislation in the 9th schedule shields it from judicial scrutiny. But, just remember this judgment. Supreme Court can declare the Jharkhand bills as null and void even after centre places them in the 9th schedule. Okay, but at least there is a hope if you place them in 9th schedule, saying that okay, Supreme Court might not touch them. But nobody is stopping Supreme Court from touching it. Okay? Clear? Okay. What is the link between 9th schedule and reservations? Okay? Now, when you speak about reservations, in Indira Sawhney case, Supreme Court said that reservations in any state should not cross 50% mark. Okay? Clear till here? But now, what is the Jharkhand Assembly planning to do? It is planning to increase the reservations to 77%. If you do that, it is a direct contravention of Supreme Court order. Now, Supreme Court will declare this as null and void. So you have to place it in 9th schedule to protect it from judicial. That is the point. Okay? But even if you place it in 9th schedule, there is no guarantee that Supreme Court will not touch it. And previously, this is very important. Tamil Nadu backward classes, scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, reservation of seats, blah blah blah, in the Act 1993. Okay? This law, it increased reservation to 69%. Okay, but in Indira Sawhney case, Supreme Court said it should not go beyond 50%. But this particular law, it increased reservation to 69%, well beyond 50%. Even this was added in 9th schedule to protect it from judicial. Okay, clear? Did everybody get this? Okay, shall I move on to the next one? Shall we just look at the basic structure part once? Okay, we'll do one thing. First, we'll study basic structure as a separate thing, and then we'll come back to these judgments. Okay? Okay, look at this particular judgment, very important. IR Coelho versus State of Tamil Nadu, 2007. Every law must be tested under Article 14, 19, and 21. If it came into force after Kesavananda Bharati judgment. Okay, so this is the date of Kesavananda Bharati judgment. Basic structure doctrine. So, any law, okay, after it came into force, after this particular date, should be tested for 14, 19, and 21. So, what do you mean by that? the law should be tested to check if there are any violations with these articles, After the law comes into force on 24th April 1973. Because before this particular date, there is no basic structure concept. Okay, so the concept came only after this particular date. Okay, so that is the meaning. You understood, right? Okay, so basically any law, it doesn't matter if it is placed in 9th schedule or whatever schedule, even if they create a new schedule also, Supreme Court will say the same thing. Any law can be challenged and it is open to scrutiny by judicial review if it is or not in consonance with the basic structure of the Constitution. Okay, so it doesn't matter if a law is placed in 9th schedule or not. Basically, any law can be checked for, this particular, if it is matching with the basic structure or not. Okay, so in this particular judgment, Supreme Court also said that I added a particular law in 9th schedule. Okay, now Supreme Court has power, as per this particular judgment, to check that particular law. So already Supreme Court said that yes, this law is valid. Now there is no point in checking it again. That is what Supreme Court also said. So this particular judgment is very, very important. I hope you understood. Okay? Now, let me just explain this one more time. Before this date, there is no concept of basic structure. Basic structure doctrine came after this particular date. Clear? Now, after this date, any law you pass, it doesn't matter. You place it in 9th schedule or 19th schedule also, it doesn't matter. It will be checked if it is violating the basic structure of the Constitution or not. Okay? If it is not violating, only then it will become a law, act. If it is violating, null and void. Okay? So is this clear? Okay. Now these judgments we'll discuss later after we discuss the basic structure doctrine. Okay. So next, shall we discuss this? Recently, this came in news, right? Surrogacy. Okay.
So, if there is review by Supreme Court, then what is the need to put it in the 9th schedule?
Okay. What is the need to put it in 9th schedule? Currently, there are around 280 or 270 laws in 9th schedule. 9th schedule was originally created for land reforms. Okay, because in 1951, right to property was fundamental right. Okay. Now, to do land reforms, to abolish zamindari system, you have two options. First, you have to remove right to property from fundamental right. But we are talking about 1951. People did not have so much knowledge, or people did not think about all these things. So, instead of removing right to property from fundamental rights, they said that let me create a new schedule and let me place all the laws into this new schedule and make a provision saying that if I place a law in 9th schedule, judiciary cannot touch it. I understand. Either I have to remove right to property from fundamental rights, or I have to create a new schedule. I have to say that if I place a law in this schedule, judiciary cannot touch it. So they have chosen the second option. They created 9th schedule and they said that if I place a law in 9th schedule, judiciary cannot touch it. Judiciary cannot do judicial review. That is what they said. Okay. That was in 1951. First Constitution Amendment Act, 9th schedule. But now this is 2007 judgment. So after so many decades, Supreme Court said that even if you place a law in 9th schedule, it will be subjected to judicial review. So many years have passed since then. Okay. So currently there are 280 or 290 laws in 9th schedule. I hope you understand. Now, if you want, you can remove 9th schedule. Okay. Nobody is saying no. And even if it is there or not, I don't think there is any difference, because it is subjected to judicial review. Okay. So again, we have to pass a Constitution Amendment Act removing 9th schedule. Okay. So it doesn't matter basically, even if it is there or not, it is the same thing. Okay. So, surrogacy. So, surrogacy is nothing but it is an arrangement in which a woman agrees to carry and give birth to a child on behalf of another person or couple. Okay, so under the surrogacy law, the couple is called intended couple or intended parents. That is the word given to the couple. Okay, now surrogacy is of two types: altruistic surrogacy and commercial surrogacy. This is just a theoretical concept if you ask me. It doesn't have any merit also. There is nothing called altruistic surrogacy. What do you mean by altruistic surrogacy? No money will be given to surrogate mother. Okay, they will just do that for altruistic purposes, like to help a couple or to experience and enjoy the motherhood and all that. Now there is something called commercial surrogacy, in which the surrogate mother will take some money from the couple. Okay, altruistic surrogacy and commercial surrogacy. In altruistic surrogacy, only insurance coverage and medical expenses are paid to the surrogate mother. In commercial surrogacy, apart from these medical expenses, insurance, some amount has to be given to the commercial surrogate mother, because she is carrying the child and she is giving birth. Okay, clear? So these terms are very important. If you did not understand these terms, you will not understand the law. So did everybody get this? Very simple, right? Okay. Now, there is also something called assisted reproductive technology. So it is to treat infertility. Okay? So in this technology, they take the gametes. When I say gametes, it is eggs from the woman, sperm from the man, and then they can fuse it to make embryos, and the embryo will be put back in the woman's body. See, in vitro fertilization or test tube, that is the most common thing. We all know, right? That is also assisted reproductive technology. So these are the terms which you have to understand before you understand the law. Okay? So I hope everybody understood, and I am proceeding with the law. Okay. First of all, why do we need a law to control surrogacy in India? Okay, why do we need a law? Like, is it required? Yes, it is required, because India had become surrogacy capital of the world. Okay, India is actually home to surrogacy tourism. Okay, so you know the meaning, right? There is no need to explain all this. And surrogacy has become a huge business, $500 million annually. Just imagine, it has become a very huge business. Now, who will be exploited? We all know. Who will be? Okay, so to prevent that exploitation, we need surrogacy law in India. Okay, so underprivileged women, for them, commercial surrogacy is a way to make some money and to take care of expenses for them or for their family. This is all because of economic inequality and all that. So we need to regulate surrogacy. Okay, underprivileged women are exploited. That is the key word. Okay, now Surrogacy Regulation Act 2021 and also the Assisted Reproductive Technology Act 2021. We are going to discuss salient features of these two particular laws. Okay? Now, first, what is the first aim? To regulate the multi-million-dollar industry of reproductive medicine. Okay? So, you might be aware, all these reproductive technologies are very, very expensive. Multi-million-dollar business actually. So to regulate it, okay? And then government through this law stipulates. What do you mean by stipulating? Telling who can and who cannot. Stipulates who can access all these technologies. Okay? Who can access assisted reproductive technologies and who can access surrogacy. Who can, who cannot. That stipulation is done through this particular law. Okay? Now, in assisted reproductive technologies, what will happen? Gametes. Gamete donation will happen. What do you mean by gamete donation? Eggs from the woman, sperm from the man are taken. Okay? So, who can donate these gametes? Who can take part in surrogacy? All these conditions are specified in this particular laws. Clear, right?
Sir, you can say artificial insemination.
Yeah. Even that comes under AR. Okay. Okay. So now look at these. These are very, very important. Now, who can avail surrogacy? The Act allows only married infertile couples and certain categories of women to avail ARTs and surrogacy. Married infertile couple or certain categories of women, only they can avail ARTs and surrogacy. Okay, that means there is no question of unmarried couples or live-in relationship partners or LGBTQ. There is no question of them availing surrogacy. That is like the single biggest flaw in the law. I hope you understand. Okay. Now, who can be a surrogate mother? Okay. This is the criteria for surrogate mother. Look at this. Only a close relative of the couple can be surrogate mother. Only a close relative of the couple can be surrogate mother. The surrogate mother should provide medical fitness certificate. Okay. She should be married. Look at these very tight conditions, very tight conditions. She should be married with a child of her own and must be between 25 and 35 years. And she can be surrogate mother only once. First look at this and then we'll look at this. So the eligibility criteria for surrogate mother. Okay. Only a close relative of the couple can be surrogate mother. That is number one. Number two, she should provide medical fitness certificate. This is fine, not bad. Now, she should be married with a child of her own. And she should be between 25 and 35 years of age. And look at the last condition. She can be surrogate mother only once in her lifetime. Only once. Okay, so these are the conditions for surrogate mother. Now, who can avail surrogacy? A woman who is a widow or divorcee between the age of 35 to 45 years, or a couple who is legally married, only they can avail surrogacy services. I hope you understand it. A woman who is a widow or divorcee between this age and a legally married man and woman, a legally married couple, man and woman, only they can avail surrogacy. So the conditions are very tight. As I told you before, there is no question of LGBTQ getting access to surrogacy services in India. Okay? So who can avail surrogacy services? Widow or divorcee woman between this age and couple. Again, couple means what? Only legally married man and woman. Okay?
They have to be infertile.
Yeah, they have to be infertile. They have to provide a certificate that they have this so and so issue.
But in case of most of the celebrities, even though they are not infertile, they are carrying out the surrogacy cases.
It is now banned. They cannot do that. Okay, we'll discuss the flaws in the law also. Okay, there are so many things which are banned under this law. Celebrities, they cannot do that. They cannot take the services of surrogate mother. Or a woman need not be a surrogate. For example, just think about the scenario in the present times. A woman already has a child of her own. Okay. And during her last delivery, during her last pregnancy, she went through so many complications. She's not infertile, but she went through so many complications. And now she wants another child, but she does not want to go through complications. So don't you think she has a right to, get the surrogacy service? But now under the law, she cannot. Okay, because a legally married man and woman who have this infertility problem, only they can avail surrogacy. If they have this medical condition, okay? So the bar is raised very high. The conditions are level very strict. Okay? Okay. Now, sale of gametes. When I speak about sale, I am referring to commercial surrogacy or any payment to surrogate mother is totally banned. Only amount which you have to give to surrogate mother is insurance coverage and medical expenses. Apart from that, complete ban on commercial surrogacy. Okay. Now, commercial surrogacy is punishable with a jail term of 10 years and a fine up to 10 lakhs. So very strict punishment. Okay. So the law only allows altruistic surrogacy. What do you mean by altruistic surrogacy? A person, a woman is agreeing to become surrogate mother only for altruistic reasons, but not for any commercial reason. Now, actually a parliamentary committee said that this is totally wrong. Okay, how do you expect a woman to go through childbirth, carrying the child for 9 months and then going through the painful process of delivery without any monetary benefit? What is wrong in that? Okay, so a parliamentary committee actually recently criticized this a lot, saying that there's no point in that. Okay, and there's also condition that the surrogate mother must be a close relative. Okay, so many people actually want to keep this private, but you know, their right to privacy is also getting violated here. Okay, and all the clinics and sperm banks which are offering ART procedures have to be registered. Okay, so these are the very strict provisions of the law. Okay, so obviously people will not keep quiet. A petition was filed before Delhi High Court saying that exclusion of single man and a woman having a child from surrogacy, single man and single woman from having a child from surrogacy is not correct. And they also demanded decriminalization of commercial surrogacy. I hope you understand. Okay, now reproductive right is actually part of right to life. Okay, every person has reproductive autonomy. They all have reproductive rights. Okay, and the petition says that this particular law is violating Article 21 under the Constitution. Because under Article 21 you also have reproductive rights. The right to reproductive autonomy. It is my decision. I'll do whatever I want to. Okay, how can the law dictate? Okay, so that petition was filed in the High Court. Okay, clear, right? And also look at this. Right to privacy. Okay, right to privacy is also getting violated. The right to privacy of every citizen or person to be free from unwarranted governmental intrusion into their private matters is also very low. That is the reason the petition was filed in Delhi High Court. Okay, so you understood the gist, right?
So what's the first line referring to? The single woman,
Yeah.
generally single widow woman you referred, right, in earlier slide.
Widow is different, but single unmarried woman.
Does that refer to unmarried?
Yeah, single unmarried woman. Okay, widow or divorcee, that is allowed. But what about single unmarried woman? Okay, can't a single unmarried woman utilize surrogacy and give birth? They can, right? Okay, they can also utilize ARTs. So you know, that is totally wrong.
Does this applicable only to the divorced woman, not to the man?
I didn't get it.
Does this applicable only to the divorced?
Divorced or
not
the
woman?
widowed woman, not man.
Why?
Yes, you have to ask Delhi High Court. Okay, so look at these conditions again. A woman, clearly they have mentioned, woman who is a widow or divorcee between this age, or a couple who are legally married, if they have a medical condition, only they can utilize surrogacy services. And that too, always with surrogacy, not commercial surrogacy. But my argument and the argument of many people is there is nothing wrong in commercial surrogacy. You regulate commercial surrogacy, but how can you ban commercial surrogacy? Okay, if you do not regulate commercial surrogacy, exploitation will happen. Everybody knows that. So regulate commercial surrogacy, don't ban that. Okay, you define how much amount you want to pay to the commercial surrogate mother, and also make a rule that you can only be commercial surrogate mother for once, which is not bad. Okay, but how can you ban it altogether? If you ban it, what will happen in countries like India? Black market will happen. Okay. Okay, next, the Consumer Protection Act 2009. Okay, for this you have to take down money notes because many bodies were established. So it was passed in 2019, it came into force from 20th July 2020. Okay, now the Consumer Protection Act 2019 established all these bodies, all these statutory bodies. First, Consumer Protection Councils. Second is Central Consumer Protection Authority and Consumer Disputes Redressal Commissions. So you have these commissions at district level, state level, as well as national level. Okay, so three different bodies were established by this particular law. What is the first? Consumer Protection Council. Second is Consumer Protection Authority. Third is Consumer Disputes Redressal Commissions. So you have these commissions at district level, state level, national level. Okay, please write this down if at all you have time. 1, 2, 3 points. Okay, so consumer protection councils are just advisory bodies. They do not have any real powers. Central Consumer Protection Authority. Now this has powers like, we have discussed three bodies, right? Okay, it has powers like that. Okay, you can consider this as a quasi-judicial body. And consumer disputes redressal commissions. These are nothing but tribunals. Okay, you can consider them as tribunals. You have district level commission, state level commission, and national level commission. So if you have any disputes, you can directly visit the district commission. Okay, so we'll discuss all this now. So, under the section 10 of the law, CCPA has a regulatory mandate. Okay, and consumer protection councils have advisory mandate. So just look at this. Consumer protection councils are advisory, but CCPA is regulatory. You know the meaning of regulatory body, right? We'll discuss the powers of CCPA also. Okay. Now, when you speak about the councils, these are just advisory. They have no power of enforcement, adjudication, or investigation. The consumer protection councils, they are just advisory. Okay. Now, we'll discuss about CCPA. So the objective of Central Consumer Protection Authority is to promote, protect, and enforce the rights of consumers as a class. This is the keyword. Now, can somebody explain the meaning of this? Consumers as a class. What do you mean by that? As a group. Okay. That means any single individual thing will not be taken care by CCPA. But if consumers as a class, as a large group of people, if they are getting impacted, then CCPA will definitely come into the picture. Okay? Clear point. Now, all these are the powers of CCPA. Conduct investigations into violation of consumer rights. Okay, order recall of unsafe goods and services. Order discontinuation of unfair trade practices. Misleading advertisements. Impose penalties on manufacturers, endorsers also. What do you mean by endorser? The celebrities give ads, they are endorsers. Publishers of misleading advertisements. So it has broadened the scope like anything. Previously, penalties imposed only on manufacturers, but now endorsers and publishers also. Okay, manufacturers, endorsers, publishers of misleading advertisements. So all these are the functions of CCPA. Okay, so recently what happened? You know Shah Rukh Khan, right? Shah Rukh Khan is the endorser for which company also, you know, right? Yeah. So they were actually called to appear before the district. This thing. What is that? District Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission. Okay. So even endorsers are now accountable under this particular law. Okay. Now, CCPA also has the power to review safeguards provided under different laws other than the law which we have discussed and recommend remedial measures for such factors which inhibit enjoyment of consumer rights. Now, all this is same by National Commission for Women or Child Rights and all that. Okay, all these bodies have the power to review various laws in the country to find out loopholes and to give advice to the government. And apart from that, CCPA also identifies best international practices on consumer rights and recommends the government to do the same thing. Okay? Now, this is very, very important. This can be asked in the exam. Now, CCPA, what is the full form? Central Consumer Protection Authority. In the name itself, you have the word central. So, this doesn't have any decentralized structure. Okay, it is only a central body. It has regional offices. That's it. But there is no provision for any state or district level authorities. Okay, you have state and district level redressal commissions. That is different. But CCPA is only at the central level. There is no decentralization here. Are you understanding? So this can be a very important bit here. Are you understanding?
Yes.
Now, even this point is very important. One of the most important regulatory powers of CCPA is to issue guidelines to prevent unfair trade practices and protect consumer interests. One of the best example of unfair trade practice is what? Misleading advertisements. Okay. So can you tell me any more examples of unfair trade practices? What is it?
Providing more offers.
Yeah, 1%.
Predatory price.
Predatory pricing. Okay, what do you mean by predatory pricing? Reducing the price to the minimum extent to kill competition. Now that will be taken care by CCA, Competition Commission of India. I'm asking about unfair trade practices. Already we have discussed one. What is that? Misleading advertisements.
Not disclosing the ingredients.
Not disclosing the ingredients. You have to say with respect to consumer interest. Okay, so not disclosing the ingredients. Very good. Anything else?
Providing
Unfair trade practices. What is that?
poor quality product.
Poor quality product. Very good. And okay, no proper labeling. For example, if that contains any hazardous chemical or any hazardous electronic thing, you have to use proper labeling. Okay. Anything else? Okay, expiry date. Okay, all these are unfair trade practices. You can also go for something like, high pressure sales tactics. Okay, that is what one of the company in India does. You know that company there, high pressure sales tactics. They call the parents of the kids, you have to buy this now or else your kid will fail and all that. Okay, everybody in your kids class bought this, so you should also buy and all that. So all these come under unfair trade practices. Okay? So CCPA has the power to deal with all these things. It can issue guidelines to prevent all these things. Okay? Now, under this particular law, CCPA can carry out investigation into three things. First, violation of consumer rights, simple. Unfair trade practices, false or misleading advertisements. That is the reason I called CCPA as quasi-judicial body. It has the power to investigate into all these things. While investigating, it has the power of a civil court. It can ask anybody to submit evidence, anybody to appear before itself, and all these things. Right? And apart from that, same like the other bodies, CCPA can undertake and promote research in the field of consumer rights, work with NGOs, and do all these things. Same like the other bodies. Clear? So did you understand CCPA? So CCPA, in the name itself you have the word central. So you don't have this three-tier structure, national level, state level, district level. That is not there for CCPA. That is there for redressal commissions, dispute redressal commissions, which are like tribunals. I hope you understood. Clear?
Sir,
Who was asking? Yeah.
it basically deals with the only Indian products or foreign products.
Everything that is present in Indian market. Okay? Now, dispute redressal commissions. For this you have the three-tier structure. And even these are quasi-judicial bodies because they adjudicate and they impose fines and penalties. Okay? Clear? So, consumer dispute redressal commissions, these are present at national level, state level, district level. But CCPA is only, one alone. Okay, central body. Clear? And both are actually quasi-judicial bodies. But these are, tribunals. So these are especially quasi-judicial bodies. Okay? So done with this. Next, GST Council, because even this was in news. Any doubts anybody has? Okay, GST Council. Right, Constitution 101 Amendment Bill. Okay, that established GST Council. And what is the membership? 33 members. Out of which 2 members are of the central government. 31 members represent 28 states and 3 UPs with assembly. Okay, legislative assembly. Now, who are the members of GST Council? Union Finance Minister, Chairperson, Union Minister of State for Finance. You know the difference, right? Cabinet Rank Minister, MOS Minister. Okay, and then each state can nominate a minister in charge of finance or taxation as a member. Okay, done. You already know all this, very simple. Now, recently Supreme Court, said something about the Supreme Court or? Yeah, we'll discuss this. So GST Council is the key decision making body that will take all important decisions about GST. So GST Council dictates tax rate, tax exemption, GST rules, granting special rates and provisions for some states, all these things. So what should be taxed, what should not be taxed, what is the tax rate, exemptions, all these are decided by GST Council. So one of the biggest responsibility of GST Council is to have uniform tax rate for goods and services throughout the country. Okay, a category of service, for example, will have same GST rate throughout the country, or a category of good will have same GST rate throughout the country. See, achieving that uniformity, that is the reason we passed GST, right? To get that uniformity. Okay. Now, this is very, very important. For having GST, we have to amend this particular article. Okay. This amended article says that. Okay. Okay, not this, I'm sorry, this one. Okay. Now, this article specifies that GST Council will make recommendations to the Union and states on important issues related to GST, such as goods and services which will be subjected or exempted from GST. Okay, this is clear, right? Now look at this. Yeah, actually this one. President should constitute GST Council within 60 days of the commencement of Article 279A. Okay, so 279A was inserted by Constitution 101 Amendment Act 2016, which introduced GST. Clear? Any doubts anybody has? Okay, now this is very important. This is the reason why we are discussing this. In May 2022, Supreme Court said that recommendations of GST Council are not binding. Okay, you know this right already? May 2022. What did the Supreme Court say? Recommendations of GST are not binding. And states like Tamil Nadu, Kerala, they started celebrating immediately. Okay, so why are the recommendations of GST Council not binding? Any idea? It is because of this particular article, 246A. I was actually looking for this article. Okay, so this article gives both the Parliament and the state assemblies simultaneous power to legislate on GST. Okay, so even this article was inserted by Constitution 101 Amendment Act, which introduced GST. Okay, so this article gives both Parliament and the state assemblies to make laws on GST simultaneously at the same time. Okay, so that is the reason the recommendations of GST Council are not binding on the states, because both have the power to legislate on GST simultaneously. And Supreme Court said that the recommendations of the Council are nothing but collaborative dialogue between center and states. Okay, so just look at these articles again, very simple. First, 279A clause 1. Okay, this article says that GST Council has to be constituted by the President within 60 days of the commencement of Article 279A. So this article was inserted by 101 Amendment Act. Next, 279A clause 4. It specifies that GST Council will make recommendations to Union and states on important issues related to GST. Blah blah blah. Now look at this. Article 246A. Again, this was inserted by 101 Amendment Act. This says that both the Parliament and state assemblies have simultaneous power to make laws on GST. So when you are giving simultaneous power to both Parliament and Assembly to make laws on GST, how can you say that GST Council's recommendations are binding on the states? You are granting autonomy already here. Then you cannot say that GST Council's recommendations will be binding. So that is the reason Supreme Court said that not binding. And states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, they started celebrating because they said that more flexibility is given, whether to accept the recommendations or not to accept the recommendations. Okay? So this article is very, very important. Please keep this in mind. Article 246A. Okay? So any doubt anybody has here? Shall I proceed? Okay. So I've given the article also here. So this PPT will be shared with you. So please read Article 246A, what it says. Okay? Or we'll just go through this once. Notwithstanding anything contained in Articles 246 and 254, Parliament and subject to Clause 2, this is Clause 2. The legislature of every state have power to make laws with respect to goods and service tax imposed by the union or by state. Very simple. Both the Parliament and State Assembly have the power to make laws with respect to GST. Second, Parliament has exclusive power to make laws with respect to interstate GST. That's it. That is Article 246A. Clause 1 and Clause 2. Clause 1 gives simultaneous powers to both Parliament and State Assembly to make laws on GST. And Parliament has exclusive power to make laws on IGST, interstate trade of goods and services. That's it. Okay? Done?
So if the council recommendations are not binding, how the uniformity is going to be achieved?
Yeah, that is the question we have to, wait and watch. Because already Kerala and Tamil Nadu were very happy, saying that, we have more flexibility now. What is the point in bringing GST if the GST council recommendations are not binding? Okay, maybe they have to amend Article 246A to achieve the uniform tax rate. Okay, because that is the main objective, right? The soul of GST is achieving uniform tax rate. Okay, now for example for laptop, if Karnataka has different tax rate, Maharashtra has different tax rate, Tamil Nadu has different tax rate, then what is the point?
And also all the GST council has different state ministers are on, right? Again, they are not binding, whatever they are taking the decision.
That is what Supreme Court said. Supreme Court said it is just a collaborative dialogue. You are just sitting and discussing. Okay, so recommendations are not binding. Okay, because 246A is giving simultaneous powers. Now, in this concept, I want to discuss few very, very important articles. Article 246, Article 254. Now, 246 is different, 246A is different. Okay, 246A deals with GST. But we are not discussing 246A. We are discussing Article 246. 246A was added by 101 Constitution Amendment Act. We are not discussing that. We are only discussing Article 246. We are done with the previous topic. Now we have gone to the next topic. Okay. So all these articles are very, very important. So please pay attention. Article 246 deals with division of power between the union and the states. Okay. So it is Article 246 which creates three lists. List 1, List 2 and List 3. What do you mean by List 1? Union list. List 2 is state list. List 3 is concurrent list. So which article does that? Article 246. Already we have discussed Article 246A that deals with GST. So do not get confused. This is different, this is different. Okay? So which article? 246 that deals with division of powers between union and state. Okay? Now, Article 254. The reason behind discussing all these articles is I wanted to discuss a very, very important article which is Article 200. Can you tell me what is Article 200? Anybody has any idea? Governor? I'm only getting governor. The governor what? Veto power. Governors assent to bills. But in that we have something very important. What is that? Governor can reserve a bill for the consideration of president. Now that is one of the important friction points between center and states. Okay. So to discuss that, I am discussing all this. Okay. Now Article 254. Now this is very, very important. It contains doctrine of repugnancy or principle of repugnancy. What do you mean by that? Inconsistency between laws made by parliament and laws made by state legislatures. Okay, now union list, state list, concurrent list. Now you think and tell me, doctrine of repugnancy is applicable to which list? Concurrent list. I understand. So before writing, please try to understand. This exam is all about listening and understanding. Okay. Now, doctrine of repugnancy. What do you mean by that in the first place? If there is any inconsistency between law made by parliament and law made by state assembly, then which law will win? Law made by Parliament. That is the meaning of doctrine of repugnancy. Now, doctrine of repugnancy is applicable to which list? Union list or state list or concurrent list? Concurrent list. Why not union list or state list? Because these are mutually exclusive lists. What do you mean by mutually exclusive? Contents of union list are not present in state list. Contents of state list are not present in union list. Both are mutually exclusive. So this is only applicable to concurrent list. But sometimes it can also be applicable to union list as well as state list. Because what items are present in union list? Can you tell me? Telecommunication, defense, foreign affairs, railways, all these are present in union list. What items are present in state list? Okay, few things are there. Those issues which are of national importance are placed in union list. Those issues which are of state level importance are placed in state list. Now, this is not a watertight division. This is not constant. I hope you understand. For example, today there is an issue which is in state list, but tomorrow that can become an issue of national importance. Okay, then will that be added in the national list or not? That is a question which we have to wait and see. So what I am trying to convey here is, this is not a watertight division. You cannot divide it. This is beyond human capacity. Nobody can predict the future. Today there is an issue which is of local importance, so it was added to state list. But tomorrow that can be an issue of national importance. Okay, so normally, under normal circumstances, doctrine of repugnancy is only applicable to concurrent list. Why? Because in concurrent list, both the state and center can make laws. And if there is an inconsistency, law made by Parliament will prevail. But sometimes it can also apply to union list as well as state list also. Because this is not a watertight division. Okay, and the logic on the basis of which we are dividing, that logic is not constant, that can change tomorrow. Okay, so that is the reason there is an important concept called doctrine of pith and substance. Okay, we are going to discuss that also. Okay, so anyway, did you understand the doctrine of repugnancy? Normally it is only applicable to concurrent list. Clear? So Article 246 and 254. Now, 254 clause 1 will just carry out an in-depth study of Article 254. Very, very important. So 254 clause 1. Okay, so just read. For some time you all have to become lawyers. If any legislation enacted by state legislature is repugnant to the legislation enacted by Parliament, then state legislation will be declared void and the legislation of Parliament will prevail. Simple. If any legislation enacted by the state is repugnant to the legislation made by Parliament, then state legislation will be declared void and legislation enacted by the Parliament will prevail. Simple. This is called doctrine of repugnancy. But look at clause 2. Very, very, very important. In case of repugnant legislation passed by state against the Parliament, the state can enforce the legislation if they receive assent from the President. Okay, so just let me explain that. Now, forest is in concurrent list, environment and forest. Okay, now just imagine that Telangana passed a bill on this particular subject in concurrent list, environment and forest. Parliament also passed a bill on this particular subject. Okay, because it is in concurrent list, both can pass. Okay, forest and environment, concurrent list. Okay, now both are contradicting. So, Article 254 clause 1, principle of repugnancy. Law made by Parliament will prevail. Okay, clear? But before becoming law, you need governor's assent, right? Governor's signature. Now in this case, governor did not sign, but he reserved it for the consideration of president. President said fine, President signed, and now it became law. Now, even if both the laws are conflicting, state law will not be cancelled. That is clause 2. Are you understanding? That is the reason behind governor reserving a bill for the assent of president. I hope you understand. So, shall I just repeat this one more time? Okay, very simple. Just imagine that Telangana Assembly passed a bill on forest. Parliament also passed a law on forest. Both are conflicting. Then what will happen? Principle of repugnancy. Law made by Parliament will prevail, law made by Telangana will get cancelled out. Till here it is clear. Now just imagine that the governor of Telangana, before signing the bill, cleverly reserved it for the consideration of president. Okay, governor has that power. So now president will sign on the bill and the bill will now become law. In spite of the Telangana law conflicting with Parliament law, still the Telangana law will not get cancelled. That is Article 254 clause 2. Okay, just look at this. In case of repugnant law made by state against the Parliament, the state can enforce the law if the law receives assent from the president. Okay. Now, if a bill goes to governor, governor has few options. What is that? Sign. Second, withhold, not giving any assent, pocket veto. Third, send it for reconsideration. That is called suspensive veto. And what is the last one? Preserving it for the consideration of president. Okay, so these are the things which governor has. That is the beauty of this. Okay, that is Article 254 clause 2. I hope everybody understood. Okay, normally Telangana's laws will get cancelled if it is repugnant. But in case the governor got president's approval, then what will happen? In spite of the Telangana law conflicting with Parliament law, Telangana's law will still be valid. It will not get cancelled out. Okay, so that is the beauty of governor reserving a state bill for the consideration of the president. I hope you understood. Okay, so doctrine of repugnancy. Now even this is very, very important. Okay, now when does doctrine of repugnancy apply? Look at this, very, very important. It becomes difficult to follow one without opposing the other. Only then the principle of repugnancy will apply. Okay, so inconsistency between Parliament law and state law. When does this doctrine of repugnancy apply? When following one law means opposing the other. There is no way in which you can follow both the laws. Okay, if you want to follow the Parliament law, you are opposing the state law or vice versa. Only then the principle of repugnancy will apply. I hope you understand it. Okay, now two laws, law made by Parliament and law made by state. They should be on the same subject, having the same facts. Okay, I hope you are understanding. Law made by the Parliament and law made by the state. They should be on the same subject with same facts, but they produce different outcomes or different results. Okay, for example, Parliament and state made on forest. Same subject, same fact, but Parliament law is saying do not cut down the forest. State's law is saying cut down the forest. Okay, so two different outcomes or two different results. Now if you want to follow the Parliament law, you have to oppose the state law. If you want to follow the state law, you have to oppose the Parliament law. Only then this principle of repugnancy will kick in. I hope you understand. Okay, so clear much? So which article establishes this principle? 254, clause 1. So please keep this in mind. Okay, moving on. Now, Article 245. So till here we have discussed 246 and 254, right? Now we'll discuss 245. Okay, so this speaks about the territorial extent of laws made by Parliament and the territorial extent of laws made by state legislatures. So this is very simple. 245 clause 1. Parliament may make laws for whole or any part of India. Okay, and state legislature can make laws for the whole or any part of the state. Very simple, we all know this. We have been studying this since so many days, right? Now, 245 clause 2. No law made by the Parliament shall be deemed to be invalid on the ground that it would have extraterritorial operation. Now, this is very important. What do you mean by that? Did you understand this? No? Okay, very simple. Now, Parliament can make law for the entire territory of India or any part of it. Clear? Now, just imagine that Parliament made a law whose operation or whose effect happens outside the territory of India. For example, just imagine that Parliament made a law about United Nations. Okay, so it doesn't happen within the territory of India. The operation of the law happens outside the territory of India. In spite of that, Parliament's law will be valid. You cannot say that it is invalid. So you cannot say that law made by the Parliament will be invalid on the ground that, on the reason that it would have extraterritorial operation. Even this is very, very important. Okay. Even if the effect of the law is outside the territory of India also, the law made by the Parliament is still valid.
Sir, if it is extraterritorial operation, then other countries' laws will also come into picture.
Yeah, it will come into picture. But we don't have to care about
Then
that.
there will be conflict, right?
We don't have to care about the laws made by other countries. For us, only law made by Parliament is supreme. We only have to follow that.
No, don't we get resistance from the other side?
See, extraterritorial operation means it's not like, India will make a parliament law about, any issue in South Africa, for example. It's not like that. Parliament will make laws about international bodies. Okay, like the United Nations or any principal organs of the United Nations or something like that. Okay, it is made for India only, but its operation is outside India. It is concerned about a body which is not present in India, outside the India. That is the meaning of extraterritorial jurisdiction.
It has to be in concurrence with the international.
Obviously, any country which will make laws will be in accordance with international principles. Okay, clear? Okay, so before discussing Article 200, shall we discuss this very controversial topic, Uniform Civil Code? Okay, just for a change. And then again we can discuss Article 200. I know that you are tired and even I am tired, but we don't have any other option, right? You have to work hard for 2 days at least. Okay? And then you'll get enough time for mains preparation. Okay. So, Uniform Civil Code. In the name itself, we have the word civil. So, criminal laws are same for everybody. All the religions, all the communities, all the caste, creed, race, ethnicity, criminal laws are same for everybody. It is only the personal laws within the civil laws which are different for different religions and different communities. So, personal laws are a category of civil laws. I hope you are understanding. So, why do we call them as personal laws? Because personal laws derive their authority from the religious scriptures. Okay, for example, you have the Hindu code. Okay, that derives authority from the Hindu religious scriptures. The same thing for Muslims. Okay, so criminal law is same for the entire country. No, we don't have to worry about that. The main issue is personal laws are different for different communities. Okay, so look at this. Uniform Civil Code calls for the formulation of one law for India, which would be applicable to all religious communities in matters such as marriage, divorce, inheritance, adoption. Okay. Now, Uniform Civil Code is given under Article 44, DPSC. Okay. Now, do you know why it was given under DPSP? DPSP is non-enforceable, right? Yes. So, do you know why it is given under DPSP? What is that?
Government has no binding to implement the DPSP.
Okay, why? But what is the purpose there?
Welfare state.
You cannot claim those things in the court.
Yeah, fine. I know the meaning of DPSP. Okay, I'm asking you why Uniform Civil Code was added under DPSP? Why did the makers of the Constitution not make a DPSP enforceable provision? Yeah. So what is required? Social acceptance. Okay, that is what even B.R. Ambedkar said in Constituent Assembly debates. Okay, so unless social acceptance is there, no government can dare to enforce, Article 44. Okay, Uniform Civil Code. Okay, so I hope you got the introduction part. Now, look at this. All these points are very important for both prelims and mains. Framers of the Constitution envisioned that UCC would be a uniform set of laws that would replace the distinct personal laws of each religion. Okay, so we have many hundreds of different personal laws for each religion. Okay, which deal with matters like marriage, divorce, adoption, and inheritance. Instead of having all that, UCC would be only one set of laws for all the different religions. Okay, now the keyword is personal laws. Okay, now, yeah, social acceptance is very, very important for Uniform Civil Code. Just keep it in mind. Okay, the framers of the Constitution thought that, if not now, at least someday in the future, social acceptance will come from all the sections of the society, and then UCC can be implemented. Okay? Now, what is the difference between civil laws and criminal laws? Very simple. Criminal laws are uniform and they are applicable equally to everyone. It doesn't matter what is the religion or what is the race, ethnicity, gender, it doesn't matter. Criminal laws are same for everybody. Okay? But civil laws are not same for everybody because civil laws are influenced by religion. Okay? Civil laws are influenced by religion and personal laws are a set of civil laws. Okay? I hope you understood. So, personal laws are influenced by religious texts. Just keep that in mind. Now, what are personal laws? Very simple. Laws that are applicable to a certain group of people based on their religion or caste or belief. Okay? That is the meaning of personal laws. For example, you have the personal laws of Hindus and you have something called the Sharia law for Muslims. All these are personal laws. Clear, right? Now, what is the advantage of UCC? There is one advantage. Uniformity for everybody, which means vulnerable sections are also merged with the mainstream society in terms of legal protections available. Okay, the vulnerable sections, for example, just think about a tribal community living in some remote corner of India. For them, they have their own customary laws, tribal laws. If you have UCC, even those vulnerable, marginalized communities will have same level of legal protections, which are enjoyed by everybody throughout the country. Okay, that is one thing you have to keep in mind. And apart from that, same set of laws for everybody will promote nationalism. That is what the framers of the Constitution thought. Okay, so apart from that, currently we have hundreds or thousands of different laws. All that will be simplified if you have UCC. Okay. So look at this point. UCC will simplify the complex laws around marriage ceremonies, inheritance, succession, adoptions, making them one for all. Okay? All these are the advantages of UCC. Now, the reason behind discussing this particular topic is recently this issue came up. What is that issue? The issue is there is no uniformity in legal voices over states' power. A recent current affair came up. Uttarakhand Chief Minister recently said that the report was being prepared for implementing UCC within Uttarakhand. Is it correct? Uttarakhand only, right?
Right.
Uttarakhand or Himachal Pradesh? Uttarakhand only. Okay, Pushkar Singh Dhami is there, no? Chief Minister of Uttarakhand. He said that the state is in the process of implementing UCC. Already a report was made and they are considering the report or something like that. Now the debate started. Who has the power to make uniform civil code? Is it the center or states? Okay. How can you say center?
The state.
Okay, who said center in the first place? Just tell me. It's okay, you can tell him. Okay, you don't want to reveal your face, fine. Why did you say center?
It should be implemented by from all stations.
Okay, it should be implemented by all the students. In the name itself, you have uniform civil code, uniform for the entire country. But if you look at division of powers, union list, state list, and concurrent list, you will see that personal laws are under the state's domain. Okay, then how can you say that center has the power to make uniform civil code? Okay, so that debate started basically. Okay, but more and more people are favoring towards the center only. We'll see the debate.
Sir, already this law is implemented in the Goa.
Not exactly UCC. Okay, a kind of version of UCC, because even that will not touch few scheduled tribes or scheduled castes within Goa, if I'm not wrong. Okay, it's a sort of UCC but not complete UCC. Okay, till here I'm aware of, but anyway, I'm not aware of that actually. So anyway, okay, look at this. Some argue that Parliament is entrusted with enacting UCC. Others say that states have the power to legislate on personal laws. Okay, actually personal laws are in concurrent list basically. So states can legislate. So now, Supreme Court said that. This is very, very important to us. What Supreme Court said is very important to us. If the power to legislate upon a matter is entrusted upon the Parliament, whether Parliament has exercised the same or not, states should not legislate on it. Okay. Now, Parliament was given the power to legislate on so and so subject matter. Now, Parliament made law on this or not, it doesn't matter. States should not make a law on that. That is what Supreme Court said. Okay. But personal laws are in concurrent list. Just keep this in mind also. Okay, so this debate is going on. Does the states have any power? Okay. Now, when you speak about UCC, it is what? Uniform set of laws throughout the territory of India. So look at the wording here, throughout the territory of India. So this itself is a very strong argument that Parliament has the power to legislate upon UCC. Because look at the wording there, throughout the territory of India. Okay. So we have seen that article previously. Parliament has the power to legislate throughout the territory of India. Right? Now, states are also empowered to legislate upon personal laws. Okay, such as intestacy and succession, wills, joint family, partition, marriage, divorce, etc. Now, all these form part of concurrent list. So, therefore, states have their own UCC. This is, the argument of some other people. So, a debate is going on, and mostly Parliament will only legislate. Okay, so clear till here. So, just keep this Supreme Court judgment in mind. The power to legislate upon a particular subject matter is given to Parliament. So it doesn't matter whether the Parliament makes laws on that or not, states should not make a law on that. Okay, and look at the wording here, this wording is very, very important. Throughout the territory of India. It means what? Article 44 says that. Article 44 says that the state should strive for achieving uniform civil code throughout the territory of India. It means what? Parliament. Okay? Clear? Okay. Criminal Procedure Identification Act 2022. And even this became very controversial. We'll try to understand why. So basically, we know that from convicted persons, data will be taken. Data in the form of fingerprints, blood sample. Okay, all this will be taken. So basically, this act, it describes all these things. The type of, data that can be taken, person from whom such data can be taken, the authority that may authorize such collection. It also provides for data to be stored in central database. Okay, so it's going to take a lot of time, it's very lengthy, but it's worth it. So just understand whatever you can here from the introduction part. Okay, now how to go next? Just touch it. Okay. Now, this act allows police officers or prison officers to collect identifiable information. So look at the wording there, police officers or prison officers to collect what? Identifiable information. What do you mean by that? Based on that information, your identity will be known. What is that identifiable information? It can be fingerprints, biological samples, okay? All these things can be taken. Now, the controversial thing is from convicts or, look at the word or, those who have been arrested for an offense. Now, if you want to take this from convicts, it's fine. Why do you want to take all that from anybody who has been arrested for an offense? Arrest is different, conviction is different. What do you mean by conviction? You are prosecuted in court, court gave you sentence, and then you are convicted. Okay. Now, you are just arrested for an offense. You are not even produced before magistrate. Or, they will think that, the police might think that, it's a very small offense, petty offense. There is no point in registering FIR and all that. So, they might let you go with a warning. But still, they have the power to collect identifiable information from you. If you are just arrested for an offense, okay, till there it is fine. From convicts you collect, that is fine. But why do you want to collect from persons who are just arrested for an offense? Conviction is different, arrest is different. Arrest is the first step. We all know this, right? So you can identify the flaw here itself. Okay. Now, this law, it replaced Identification of Prisoners Act 1920. Okay. And what did this new law do? It expanded the ambit of people from whom the information can be collected. So the previous act, it says that you can only collect information from the convicts. But now, you can also collect information from those people who are just arrested for an offense. And these days, getting arrested is a very common thing. Okay. So, you just protest against the ruling party, you'll get arrested. For that also, identifiable information can be taken from. They'll take your blood samples. Okay. Do you know how serious violation of privacy it is? Very, very serious violation of privacy. Okay. So basically this new law 2022, it replaced the old law of 1920 and it expanded the ambit of people from whom information can be collected. And not only that, it also expanded the categories of information that will be collected. Okay, I hope you understood. Now, under every law, rules will be given. Okay, under every law. For example, Environment Protection Act is there. Under that, you have environment protection rules. For every law, rules will be given. Okay, so the rules were notified in September 2022. Okay, clear? Now, why do we have rules? To give the manner, to specify the manner in which information should be taken and all that. All the technical administrative details are given in rules. I hope you understand. Under every law you have rules. Law contains broad legal provisions. Rules contain all the small technical administrative data for the officials. Okay. So rules contain all this stuff, like how to take information and how do you collect this information, how do you store this information, how do you share, and how to maintain the records and how to dispose the records. All this data is given in the rules. Clear till here? Now, under both the 1920 Act and the 2022 Act, it is no longer a bill, it is an act, resistance or refusal to give data will be considered as an offense of obstructing a public servant from doing his duty. Okay, so just imagine that you said something about the ruling party because it's not doing something properly or something like that. You can be arrested. Okay, whether you'll be convicted or not, that's a different thing. The magistrate thinks that it's a very small thing, he will let you go without any conviction. But you will be arrested. And then, when you are arrested, if you refuse to give data, okay, then you will be booked under a section. What is that? Obstructing a public servant from doing his duty. Okay, see how stringent the law became, how draconian the law became. Okay, okay. The National Crime Records Bureau will be the central agency to maintain the records. And this body will also share the records with the state law enforcement agencies. Okay. Now, even the states will also store the data with themselves, but central data, the data from all the states will be with NCRB. Okay. Now look at the worst thing. The data collected will be stored in digital or electronic form for 75 years. That means, in effect, throughout the life of the person, the data will be stored. So why do you want to store this data for such a long time, 75 years? Okay, just look at that. All the personal data, fingerprints, blood samples, it can be any other body fluid also. Okay, all the personal data will be, stored for 75 years. Not only if you are convicted, even if you are just arrested. Okay, that is the worst thing. Now, records will be destroyed in case of persons who are acquitted. Okay, so the court left you free, saying that you are innocent, you can go. But, what is the worst thing? Even if you don't want also, they will come and take your samples and all that. And after you are acquitted, they will not automatically delete that. I hope you understand. The responsibility is on the person to request for the destruction of such records. Okay, even if you are just arrested also, they will take your samples and all that. Now just imagine that you are produced before the magistrate, you are acquitted. Now don't you think that it is their responsibility to automatically delete your data, but they won't do that. Okay, the onus is on the person to request for the destruction of such records. We have to request them to delete. Only then they will delete. Okay, so just look at this. Now, sometimes in some exceptions, the magistrate may say that, okay, do not delete, just keep the records. In spite of me requesting, the magistrate will say, do not delete, just keep those records. Some exceptions are there. Okay? Now, previously, under the 1920 Act, who can take the information from the people who are arrested? That list was very narrow. But now, this new act simply says that an authorized police officer or prison officer and a registered medical practitioner or any person skilled in taking the measurements can take the measurements. I hope you're understanding. Okay, just look at this. Any person skilled in taking the measurements may take such measurements under the Act. Okay, so previously under the 1920 Act, who could take the measurement? Only the police officer or prison officer. And okay, fine, registered medical practitioner. Till here it is fine. Okay, but now look at this provision. Any person skilled in taking the measurements may take such measurements. What do you mean by any person skilled in taking measurements? Did the Act define that? No. Okay, so now anybody can take the measurements or body samples and all that, which is very, very bad. Okay, serious violation of privacy. Okay, but there is a good point here. The rules under the law empower the NCRB to specify guidelines for taking measurements and handling the data. So how to take measurements, how to handle the data, how to process it, how to store it, and how to destroy and dispose the records. The guidelines will be issued by NCRB. I hope you understand. So, what are the issues with this particular law? There are so many issues. Okay. So, the law has several provisions that will violate a person's right to privacy under Article 21. So many provisions are there, so many, countless provisions. Okay, first, data can be collected not just from convicted person, but also from persons who are arrested. At least they should give some criteria, right? Persons who are arrested for any offense, look at this, any offense, no matter how much of a small offense it be, if you are arrested, your samples, measurements can be taken. Just look at the wording there. But also from persons arrested for any offense. Okay? And, the data collected does not need to have any relationship with the evidence required for the case. Can anything be more worse than this? The data that is collected from you need not have any relationship with the evidence required for the case. Okay, so it is like that. For example, in a case, just fingerprints are required as evidence. What if they take your blood sample? It's a serious violation of privacy. Does it have any connection with the case in which you are booked? No. Okay. The data is stored in a central database which can be accessed widely. If it is in central database, every ministry, every department, every government body, everybody can access. Okay, and data is stored for 75 years. That means for the entire life, the data will be there. That means as long as that person is alive, there is a constant reminder to him saying that you are a convict, your data is there with the government. Okay, and then safeguards have been diluted by lowering the level of officials authorized to collect the data. We have seen, right? Anybody who is skilled in taking measurements can take measurements. Okay, so safeguards have been diluted like anything. Okay, now this is also a very, very serious violation. The phrase biological samples that is actually present in the law. What is that phrase? Biological samples. It is not defined properly. So it can be anything. It can also include DNA samples. It can include anything basically. Okay. So this will involve violation of Article 20 Clause 3. What does Article 20 speak about? Protection with respect to conviction for offences. Okay. Article 20 Clause 3, it says what? Right against self-incrimination. You cannot be pressurized to give evidence against yourself, which will result in your conviction. Okay, so it is also a violation of that particular article. I don't know with what sense they passed this law, because they know, right? Because after passing this law, people will challenge it in court. Then why to pass this law in the first place? Blindly. Okay, so all these are the flaws in the law. I hope you understood. Very, very draconian, and I really hope that this law will be nullified as soon as possible. At least the controversial provisions in the law. Okay, just think about the political opponents. Okay, they will play football with the lives of political opponents with this particular law. Okay, very, very hard. Okay, next, disqualification grounds for members of parliament. Very important. Okay, so disqualification can be done under three things. First is Article 102. Second is Representation of People's Act. Third is Anti-Defection Law. We all know this, right? So disqualification of members of parliament or members of legislative assembly, that can happen under three things. First, disqualification under Article 102, directly given by the Constitution. Second is disqualification under Representation of People's Act. Third is disqualification by Anti-Defection Law, 10 schedule. Okay? Now, look at this. All these are the conditions for disqualification. He holds any office of profit under the union or state government, except that of a minister or any other office exempted by parliament. You know the meaning of office of profit, right? Okay. So, being a minister does not come under office of profit. Okay. So, apart from that, what are the exemptions for office of profit? Can you tell me?
Exemption, sir.
What is it?
Exemption. Law practice.
Office of profit. Yeah.
Practicing law is exempted from that office.
Okay, very good. Practicing law, very good, excellent. Anything else? Because many members of parliament are also excellent lawyers actually. Anything else? It says that they are not supposed to take any job under the union or state which pays them. Okay, fine. He is of unsound mind, and second, he is undischarged insolvent. You know the meaning of this, right? He is bankrupt. He took loan and he was not able to pay back the loan. He has ceased to be a citizen of India. He is disqualified under any other law made by parliament. Now this is very, very, very important. So this is Article 102. Okay. So Article 102 prescribes certain disqualifications. First, holds office of profit, unsound mind, undischarged insolvent. What do you mean by that? Taking loan, not being able to pay back. And ceased to be a citizen of India. And what is the last one? Disqualified under any other law made by parliament. So what did parliament do? Parliament made a law to add few more disqualification provisions. Okay. So parliament included certain disqualification provisions in Representation of People's Act 1951. Okay? Now, what are the disqualifications under RPA 1951? He must not have been found guilty of certain election offences and corrupt practices. Okay? Like, for example, asking for votes on the basis of religion, that is not allowed. Okay, and one thing which happens very commonly, like distributing money for votes, even that is not allowed. All these are election offences under Representation of People's Act 1951. Next, he must not have been convicted for any offence that results in imprisonment for 2 or more years. So this is the reason why we are discussing this. You all know, right? Okay. He must not have been convicted for any offence that results in imprisonment for 2 or more years. But detention under preventive detention law is not a disqualification. So under preventive detention, he can be detained for any number of time, like any length of time. It is not a disqualification. Okay. Now, failing to lodge an account of election expenditure. Okay. And then he must not have any interest in government contracts, works and services. All these are the disqualifications prescribed under RPA 1951. Clear? So just look at this. This is very important. The point that is highlighted in red. So if you are convicted for more than 2 years, like if you are convicted and the imprisonment is more than 2 years, then you will be disqualified. Okay? Okay. More disqualifications are there. He must not be a director or managing personnel in a company or organization in which government has at least 25% share. He must not have been dismissed from government service due to corruption or disloyalty to the state. He must not have been convicted for promoting enmity between groups. He must not have been punished for supporting social crimes such as untouchability, sati, dowry, etc. Okay, all the disqualifications under RPA 1951. Okay. Now, let us discuss more about this. Disqualification due to conviction. Okay, Rahul Gandhi's case. Section 8 of RP Act 1951 deals with this particular thing. Disqualification of lawmakers for conviction in certain offences. Okay, so why do we have this? To prevent criminalization of politics. Okay, now just look at this, very, very important. Section 8 Clause 3 of RP Act 1951. Okay, a person convicted of any offence and sentenced to imprisonment for not less than 2 years shall be disqualified from the date of such conviction and shall continue to be disqualified for a period of 6 years since his release. Okay, so that means total, for example, if the imprisonment is 2 years, total 8 years, he cannot contest any elections. I hope you understand. Did you get this, everybody? For any offence, if he is sentenced for imprisonment of minimum 2 years, on the day of sentencing, he will be disqualified. Okay, and after his release, he cannot contest elections for 6 years. That means what? I guess, 2 elections he cannot contest. That is the reason they cleverly gave 6 years. But conviction will not happen. No, that is the main problem. Okay. A lawmaker's disqualification can be reversed if a higher court grants stay on the conviction or decides appeal in his favor. Okay. Now, what is the option with Rahul Gandhi? High Court and then Supreme Court. Okay. In the High Court, did the High Court grant any stay already? No. They cancelled the stay. Okay, done. Okay. The Supreme Court in its ruling in Lok Prahari versus Union of India 2018, all these Supreme Court judgments very, very important. Disqualification triggered by a conviction will be reversed if the conviction is stayed by a court. Okay. So that is the only option available. If the conviction is stayed by a higher court, then disqualification will be reversed. Okay?
Stayed for how long, sir?
For that there is no answer. Indian judiciary, it is like 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. Nobody knows. Okay? Indefinite. Okay. Now, Lily Thomas case. Do you know this Lily Thomas case? Very important, guys. Very, very important. Okay, Lily Thomas case. Under the RPA section 8 clause 4 stated that disqualification takes effect only after 3 months have elapsed from the day of conviction. Okay. See, look at the criminal mind of our politicians. Just look at the criminal mind. Section 8 clause 4 of the Representation of People's Act. It says that disqualification will happen, but after 3 months from the date of conviction. Why? Because in the meanwhile, they should have time to appeal against the sentence. Okay, sentence before the High Court. So they need time to appeal against the sentence. So disqualification will happen only after 3 months. Okay, will they give us the same thing? Okay, I'm convicted. I need 3 months time. Do not arrest me till then. Okay, so let me have time to appeal before High Court. Will they give me the same thing? Will they give the common people the same thing? No. So this is totally wrong. Why do you need 3 months? You are also a common person, right, before the law. Everybody is equal before the law. So that is the reason in this landmark, my favorite judgment, 2013, this section was declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. That is Lily Thomas case. Okay? Clear, right? So when you study Indian polity, most of what you study is judgments of Supreme Court. Okay, 10th schedule. Okay, so we all know this, right? 10th schedule was added by 52nd Constitution Amendment Act 1985. Okay, to curb political defections. Okay, now this is the last ground for disqualification. We have covered Article 102, we have covered Representation of People's Act, and this is the last ground for disqualification. 10th schedule, anti-defection law. Okay? Okay. Now, what do you mean by defection? Defection refers to what? Leaving one's party in favor of opposing one. Okay? So you already know all this. We'll just discuss this once, revise once. So as per the provisions of 10th schedule, a person can be disqualified if he voluntarily gives up the membership of his political party, which gave him ticket to contest and win. Okay? Because in India, people give more importance to political party rather than the candidate. So if you are getting elected, it means more than you, your political party has a lot of value, more than your face value. Then after winning the elections, how can you leave your political party and go to the other political party? If people are voting for you, it means what? They liked your party's manifesto, they liked your party's ideology. So they are not voting for you, they are voting for your party's ideology. Then how can you leave your party and go to another party? Okay, next. This is totally fine. Okay, now look at this provision of anti-defection law. Votes or abstains from voting in the House contrary to any direction issued by the political party to which he belongs. Okay, now just imagine that I belong to a political party. Okay, and the ruling party is trying to pass a bill, which is a very good bill. And I want to say yes to the bill. I want to support the bill. But my political party gives a direction saying that I should oppose the bill. If I do not oppose the bill, I can be disqualified. Okay, then what about the individual conscience of members of parliament? More than the political party, they are representing the people of their constituency, right? So they are people's representatives. So there is no freedom of conscience for people's representatives due to anti-defection law. So this is totally wrong. Okay. Now, this is very interesting. Till now, I did not understand the logic behind this. If anybody knows the logic, please tell me. A member elected as an independent candidate shall be disqualified if he joins any political party after his election. Fine. A nominated member is allowed to join a political party provided he joins such a political party within 6 months. What is the logic behind this point and this point? Okay, fine. Independent candidate who is not contesting from any political party, he will be disqualified if he joins any political party after his election. Fine. Okay, maybe for example, if I am contesting as independent candidate, okay, people are voting for me because I do not belong to any political party. Okay, so if I join a political party after my election, it means I am cheating the people. So this provision is totally fine. But what is the logic behind this provision? A nominated member is allowed to join a party provided he joins within 6 months. After that, he cannot join any political party. He will be disqualified. Why the period of 6 months? Like, is there any reason behind this? I don't know. That is the reason I'm asking. Like, any logic behind this provision?
We should know calculations of these parties.
Okay, so that is how our system works. Okay, so who decides the question of disqualification? Presiding officer. Okay, now only under 10th schedule. Okay, so only under 10th schedule, disqualification is decided by presiding officer. Every other case of disqualification under Article 1 or 2, under Representation of People's Act, that is decided by President. Okay, but President should consult Election Commission. Okay, so who will decide the question of disqualification under Article 1 or 2, under RPA 1951? It is the President in consultation with the Election Commission. But for anti-defection law, who decides the disqualification? Presiding officer. Okay, chairman in the case of Rajya Sabha and speaker in the case of Lok Sabha. And they initially said that it is beyond judicial review, but the Supreme Court said nothing doing. Even the decision of the presiding officer is subjected to judicial review. And does the presiding officer have any time limit to act on the case? No time limit, nothing. Okay?
So for MLAs, it will be decided by the governor.
I guess, yeah, MLA's governor, MP's president, but in consultation with Election Commission. Okay? Okay.
So courts cannot declare the disqualification. Right? They can say whether they.
If these people are not disqualifying, then somebody can file a case in the court. Then the court will declare disqualification.
Court can say whether it is whether there has been conviction or not, right? But the candidacy declaration of the candidacy is void if court declares that it is contrary to this statement.
Actually, I didn't get you.
Except which is mentioned in the 10th schedule, except that anti-defection. All other grounds are dealt with the president, right, sir?
Yeah.
In consultation with the state election commission.
Okay.
So how come courts can interfere?
Without courts interfering, how can the president declare? See, I have done some election malpractice. Okay. So somebody files a case against me in a court. Then court will investigate and say that yes, this person has done some malpractice and they will convict me.
Courts can only confirm that, but
Yeah.
the declaration of the disqualification cannot be done by court, right, sir?
No, but if the president is not doing, I can file an appeal in the court, right, saying that president is not doing.
Can court direct the...
Court will not direct the president. I guess court will order the disqualification then.
When there is nothing can be observed by the president.
Yeah.
In the
No
second
court
case-
can order the president. Even not even Supreme Court can order the president. But Supreme Court will disqualify. That is what I am thinking. Even I am not sure of this. 100% sure.
Even in the very first case also, means even in MLA's case also.
Even in the MLA's case also. We have to first approach the court. Okay? Because if the president or governor is not disqualifying, it means what? They are not taking the matter into hands or they are not doing proper investigation. Then I can approach a court saying that these functionaries are not acting. Okay, then the court will say that yes, this person is indulged in malpractices. Then automatically the president or governor will disqualify. If they are not disqualifying, again I can approach the court saying that these people are not disqualifying, so you disqualify. Okay.
But on the first hand, it's not court's duty to...
No, it is the
declare
president and the governor. Okay, but some investigation should happen, right? That will be done by Election Commission. Right? Okay? So this is very important, guys, president. Okay? So did you understand this, everybody? So we have 3 grounds for disqualification. First, Article 102. Second, RPA 1951. In all those cases, disqualification is done by the president or in the case of assembly, the governor. Okay? But in the case of RPA 1951, it is the presiding officer. sorry, not RTM, sorry, 10th schedule.
The schedule.
Okay, now? Okay. Okay. Are you all backing up already? You still have 15 minutes time, right? Okay. So vacation of seats. So there are so many interesting things here and also a few things which can be asked for the exam. So apart from disqualification, a member of parliament would need to vacate the seat in the following circumstances. So basically, any member of parliament can resign from his seat at any time. The resignation is addressed to the presiding officer. Okay? And apart from that, the presiding officers can declare the seat vacated if a member has remained absent for all of its meetings for a period of 60 days without the permission of the House. Okay? For a period of 60 working days, if a member of parliament did not attend any meeting, he did not take part in any proceeding of the House, then his seat can be declared as vacated. Okay, by the presiding officer. But he won't do that directly because there is a committee for that. Okay, the committee on absentee members or something like that. There is a parliamentary committee like that. They will refer the case to the parliamentary committee and based on their advice, the presiding officer will take action. Okay. Now, if a member has been elected as president or vice president or has been appointed as governor, automatically his seat will be vacated. Okay? A person cannot become member of both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha at the same time. This is very important and also very interesting. A person cannot become a member of both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha at the same time. If a person is elected from both the houses, within 10 days, he needs to intimate. Okay? Intimate to the house of which he desires to serve. For example, I got elected from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Within 10 days of my election, I need to intimate to Lok Sabha if I want to join Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha if I want to join Rajya Sabha. If he fails to make such intimation, automatically after 10 days, his Rajya Sabha membership will get cancelled. That means he will only be a member of Lok Sabha. Okay? Next. If a sitting Lok Sabha member becomes Rajya Sabha member or vice versa, the seat of former house will vacate. That means if Lok Sabha member becomes Rajya Sabha member, then what will happen? Lok Sabha seat will get vacated. Okay? If a person has contested elections on 2 seats and is elected on both, for example, our Prime Minister did that and many people did that. Okay? Contesting from 2 seats and winning from both the seats. Then the person needs to choose one. Okay? If he doesn't do, both the seats will get vacated. Okay? So clear? Do you understand the meaning of vacation of seats? Now, shall we discuss ordinance making power of the president, which is very controversial and also very interesting? Now, what do you mean by ordinance making power of the president? President, even though president is part of parliament, even though president is part of the executive, normally we consider president to be part of executive. Because president has to act on the advice of union cabinet. And cabinet is the highest executive decision making body in India. Okay? So, ordinance making power of president is nothing but giving executive law making power. Which very few governments or countries in the world did. One of which is India. Giving executive law making power. That is nothing but ordinance making power. There is nothing more dangerous than this. Trust me. Giving executive law making power, this is the most dangerous thing. Only few countries have done this and India is one of them. Okay? So under Article 123, President promulgates ordinances. When? Only when the Parliament is not in session. Okay? Now, ordinance is nothing but a temporary act, temporary law. Now, after the Parliament comes into session, within 6 weeks, they have to operate, or else automatically it will cease to operate. Okay? And ordinance, because it is given by the president, it can be withdrawn by the president at any time. Okay? basically, when you speak about ordinance making power, President can promulgate ordinance only on those matters which are in union list. In the same way, Governor can make ordinance on only those matters which are present in state list. Okay? Now, ordinance can only be done when legislature is not in session. The President can promulgate an ordinance when either of the two houses of Parliament is not in session. I hope you understood this. Okay? And ordinance can only be given for anything for which immediate action is required. Okay? So President simply cannot make any ordinance. He can only make ordinance if there is a requirement of taking immediate action. That is very, very important. Okay. Now parliamentary approval is necessary within 6 weeks, or else it ceases to operate. Now, okay, what else is there? Okay, so this is very, very important. This is the last thing we need to discuss. Ordinances cannot take away any rights of citizens that are guaranteed by fundamental rights of the Constitution. Okay, no ordinance can take away any fundamental rights. So just keep this in mind. Okay, now again, judgments are very, very important. So, R.C. Cooper versus Union of India 1970. Landmark judgment on ordinances. Okay, so just look at this. An ordinance was issued which was banking companies acquisition of undertakings ordinance 1969. This ordinance wanted to nationalize 14 of India's largest commercial banks. Now the Supreme Court asked, where is the requirement for urgent action here? There is no requirement, right? What this ordinance wanted to do, it wanted to nationalize 14 of India's largest commercial banks. Okay. Now, is there any reason for immediate action? No immediate action. Okay. It was simply done to bypass debate and discussion in the legislature. Okay. So such ordinances can be challenged in the court because there is no immediate action requirement there. Okay. An ordinance should only be for immediate action. Something on which you have to act instantaneously, urgently, and the parliament is not in session. Okay, but you cannot use ordinance for bypassing debate and discussion in the parliament. Okay, that is what Supreme Court said. So please remember all these judgments. Now, the 38th Amendment Act, this has done a lot of destruction, right? But fortunately, the 44th Amendment Act repaired all the destruction. So one of the destruction done by 38th Amendment Act, it added a new clause, clause 4 in Article 123, stating that President's satisfaction while promulgating an ordinance was final and could not be questioned in any court on any ground. That means ordinance making power of ordinance making power of President cannot be questioned in any court of law. It is beyond judicial review. That is what 38th Amendment Act did. It added a new clause, clause 4 in Article 120. Okay, but fortunately, the 44th Amendment Act reversed it and made the President's satisfaction to bring an ordinance justiciable. That means within the scope of judicial review. Clear? Now, what about the ordinance making power of government? Okay, so governor can issue ordinances under Article 213. When the state legislative assembly or either of the two houses, if the thing is bicameral, is not in session. Clear? Now, there is one exception here. Okay, so look at this. Basically, the powers of president and governor are very comparable. Both are same, almost same in respect to ordinance making power. But there is something new. Governor cannot issue an ordinance without instructions from the president in those cases where assent of the president would have been required to pass a similar bill. So what do you mean by that? Let me tell you. We know that when a bill comes to the governor, certain bills the governor will reserve for the assent of president. One of the bill is any bill that tries to degrade the powers of the High Court. Okay, so just imagine that the state assembly is passing any bill which tries to bring down the authority of the High Court. Such bills will be immediately reserved for the consideration of the President. Okay. Now, on such things, Governor cannot issue any ordinance without the instructions from the President. That is just one of the things. We'll discuss all these in great detail under Article 200. What are the different types of bills that Governor must and should reserve for the President's consideration? Are you understanding? So very simple. The ordinance making power of President and Governor are very comparable, very similar, but there is only one exception here. Governor will reserve certain state bills for assent of the President on few topics. On those topics, Governor cannot issue any ordinance without instructions from the President. That is the only thing you have to keep in mind. Because who will ask the Governor to issue ordinance? It is the State Council of Ministers. Okay. So then the Governor has to get instructions from the President and then issue ordinance. Okay. So do not think that Governor reserving a bill for the assent of President is discretion. It is discretion, but there are few bills for which Governor must reserve it for the President. He cannot straight away sign it. It becomes violation of Constitution. He must reserve it for the assent of President. For example, if, as I already told you, the state tries to pass any bill that derogates powers of the High Court, such bills will definitely be reserved for assent of President. Okay? So clear, right? Now, shall we discuss this? Do we still have time? Okay. So we'll discuss this tomorrow. Tomorrow we have full day class, right? 10 to actually 5 is it, but let us extend till 6 if the weather cooperates and all that. What do you say? Because at least we need to cover at least 70 or 80 topics, right? Okay, 97 is the target, but I don't think we'll be able to cover 97. Okay? Okay. So I guess we are done with 21 topics, right? So the 22nd topic, parliamentary privileges. Okay. So are you making any running notes? It's up to you. Just ask me. Okay. So what do you mean by privileges? Privileges are nothing but special rights. Certain special rights, certain immunities, and certain exemptions. Okay? Special rights, immunities, and exemptions. What do you mean by immunity? What do you mean by immunity? Certain laws or certain legal procedures might not be applicable to members of parliament. That is the same meaning for exemption also. So parliamentary privileges are enjoyed by the two houses of parliament, and not only that, the members also. So basically we have collective privileges and individual privileges. Collective privileges, they apply for the two houses as a whole. Individual for individual members of parliament. Okay? So now, what are the sources of privileges? From where do we have these, so-called privileges? So there are many sources actually. Few things are given in the constitution, few things are laws made by parliament, and then this is very, very important actually. The rules of both the houses. So both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha have their own rules of procedure and conduct of business of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. And even this is very important actually. See, majority of the things that are being followed in the Parliament House, these are not rules written anywhere, these are not codified, but these are parliamentary conventions, which are nothing but practices. Okay, so most of the practices we adopted from the United Kingdom. Okay, so these are the sources of parliamentary privileges. Now, I spoke about the constitution, right? So here we have Article 105. Okay, so that is the privilege that directly came from the constitution. What is that? Freedom of speech in the parliament and right to publish house proceedings. So the house can publish its proceedings either in print format or electronic format, whatever it wants. Okay, so that is Article 105. Clear? Now, these are first individual privileges, because collective privileges are not much. Collective privileges are only these, I guess: freedom of speech and the right to publish house proceedings. So now let us discuss individual privileges. Okay. So now, this is a bit controversial, but the good thing is, this rule is only applicable for civil cases, but not for criminal cases. Okay? Now, just imagine that the House is in session. So when the House is in session, no member of Parliament can be arrested. Okay? Now, this is only applicable for civil cases. And again, here there is something which is controversial. Now, no member of Parliament can be arrested when the Parliament is in session, only for civil cases. Fine. Then what is the point of having this, particular provision? During a period of 40 days before and after such meeting of the Parliament, also the member of Parliament cannot be arrested for civil cases. Did you get me, guys? Okay, you don't get me? No problem. Now, just imagine that you are all members of Parliament. The Parliament is in session. Now, for any civil case, you are not supposed to be arrested when the House is in session. Yes, that is totally good. Because you are members of Parliament and just because you are members of Parliament, do you have any crown or any horns? No. It's just that you represent the people of your constituency. You are supposed to speak on their behalf. You are supposed to raise issues. So that is fine. And also this is only for civil cases, not for criminal cases. Okay. So you are not supposed to be arrested when the House is in session for civil cases. But you cannot be arrested for a period of 40 days before the session and after the session also. Now, what is the point in having this, this particular provision? Okay, but the good thing is that this is only applicable in civil cases but not in criminal cases. Okay, so not only during the session of the Parliament, even 40 days before the session and 40 days after the session, no member of Parliament is supposed to be arrested for any civil cases. Okay, so if the provision is only applicable for session of the Parliament, that is fine because your attendance is required in the Parliament. But what is the point in having this rule that 40 days before and after the session? There is no meaning, right? Okay. Now, one important thing is that this freedom from arrest cannot be extended to preventive detention and criminal cases. So it doesn't matter if the Parliament is in session or not. Even if the Parliament is in session, a member of Parliament can be arrested under preventive detention or in criminal cases. Okay? Clear? Everybody understood?
Just that privileges are not applicable in case of state legislators.
Applicable, same. Everything is same. Whatever we follow at the center, the same thing we follow at the state level. Now, a member cannot be arrested within the premises of the House. If you ask me, this is a good thing because we are trying to safeguard the dignity of the parliamentary premises. So a member cannot be arrested within the premises of the House. No police can come inside the House and drag a person away. Okay? Freedom of speech, providing immunity from court action for anything said in the House. You can say whatever you want to say in the House and nobody can question you in any court of law. Nobody can file a case against you in any court of law. But this is subject to what? The rules framed by the House. So both the houses have their own set of rules. Rules of procedure and rules for conduct of business. Okay? So subject to the rules, you can say anything and nobody can question you in any court of law. Okay? And these rules are there for what? Safeguarding the dignity of the House. So that no unparliamentary language can be used in the House. Okay? Now, actually this privilege is also given to judges. It's not that it is only given for members of Parliament. Even for judges of High Court and Supreme Court also, this privilege is given. So the Constitution does not allow the discussion of conduct of judges of Supreme Court and High Court in the Parliament except when impeachment motion is under consideration. Okay, so except when you are discussing an impeachment motion for removal of any judge, you are not supposed to discuss the conduct of any judge of any High Court and Supreme Court. Okay, so did you understand this, guys, till here? It's very simple, right? Freedom of speech is there for every member of Parliament. So you can say whatever he wants to say in the House, provided that is within the scope of the rules of the House. Okay. A member enjoys immunity from court action for publication by or under the authority of either House, any report, paper, votes or proceedings. So, I am a member of Lok Sabha. I take the permission of the speaker, and then I publish the proceedings of the house. Whatever happened today, Lok Sabha. Now nobody can question me saying that why did you publish? Nobody can file a case against me because I have taken the permission of the house. What do you mean by taking the permission of the house? Taking the permission of the chair. That is nothing but speaker. Okay. A member enjoys the freedom from being summoned by any court without the permission of the house to give evidence as a witness while the parliament is in session. So when the parliament is in session, no court can summon me. Okay, if at all the court wants to summon me, they have to take the permission of the house first and then summon me. Okay, so these are the individual privileges. Clear? Okay, so any doubts anybody has till here? Shall I move on to the next topic? Shall I proceed? Okay, now collective privileges. Okay, so many things are there. The right to publish debates and proceedings and right to restrain others from doing so. So we have Sunset TV. Okay, so before that we used to have separate Lok Sabha TV and Rajya Sabha TV. And the proceedings, they used to be directly published in these channels. And you can take permission from the Lok Sabha TV or Rajya Sabha TV and then broadcast your own channel also. Okay, so Parliament can prevent others from broadcasting or publishing their proceedings. Okay, now, but the press has the freedom to publish true reports of the parliamentary proceedings without the prior permission of the House. Okay, now there is something called secret sitting. What do you mean by secret sitting? So, in the House of the Parliament, like let it be Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, there is something called visitors gallery. So, in the visitors gallery, you have officers coming and sitting, or the media people coming and sitting. All the non-members of the House will come and sit there, and they'll watch the proceedings. So, during secret sitting, the chair of the House can ask them to leave. That is called secret sitting. So, what is happening inside? Nobody knows. And the proceedings of secret sitting are not even published or broadcasted outside, and nobody can question it. Okay? Now, right to exclude strangers from the proceedings of the House. This is very important actually. Right to regulate internal affairs of the House without interference from the courts. That is the reason we have rules for both the Houses of Parliament to regulate their own internal affairs. Okay? Now, no court can question saying that why did you add this provision in the rules or why did you remove that provision in the rules. No court can question. Clear?
Sir, are secret sittings not published also?
No, they are not published also. They can be published with the permission of the House. And if at all you want to publish, what is the point in holding secret sitting? So they won't publish.
There is no accountability then, right?
Yeah, even the AP reorganization bill was passed during secret sitting by including everybody. And that is the right of the House. We cannot say that there is no accountability. Okay, that is one of the
But whatever
privileges.
is published, whatever is discussed or whatever is drafted, that should be made available to the public.
Yeah, if they are discussing about a bill, the draft of the bill will be released outside first. The concerned ministry will release the draft outside and then ask for comments, and only then the bill will be introduced in the House for discussion. But what they are discussing during the secret sitting, nobody can know, and that is one of the privileges. Okay? And then the House can make rules to regulate their own procedure and adjudicate. What do you mean by adjudication? Giving decisions, giving judgment. And who is the adjudicating authority? The presiding officer. Okay? The House can punish members and outsiders for breach of its privileges or for contempt. So if any of the privileges of the House is breached, violated, then the House has power to punish. Okay, you call it as breach of privilege or contempt of the House. You have contempt of the courts. Do you know anything about that? We'll discuss that topic also, contempt of the courts. So in the same way you have contempt of the House also. Okay? Now, what do you mean by breach of privilege if any of these privileges are violated? Let it be individual or collective, it doesn't matter. If any of the privileges are violated, you call it as breach of privilege. Okay? Like for example, if any police person, without any cause or without any warrant of the magistrate, is stopping a member of parliament from attending the session of the House, that is also breach of privilege. Okay? And the House can take action on such, public person or private person. Okay? Clear, right? So for this you have a separate committee on privileges. So as soon as something happens, breach happens, they will not take action immediately. They will refer that to the concerned committee on privileges. The committee will investigate the matter and then advise the chair. Okay, do that or do this, something like that. Okay. Okay, so just look at the definition of contempt of the house. Say like contempt of the court. Any act which obstructs or impedes either house in the performance of its functions or which obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the house in the discharge of their duty. Okay, so three things are there. First, anything which obstructs or impedes either of the house, anything which obstructs or impedes any member, anything which obstructs or impedes any officer of the house, that is called contempt of the house. You are stopping them from doing their functions, from doing their duty. That is called contempt of the house. You can stop the entire house from doing its duty, you can stop any member of the house, or you can stop any officer of the house. For example, both the houses have their own Secretary General. Secretary General for Lok Sabha, Secretary General for Rajya Sabha. They are in charge of the entire administration. Okay, they are mostly, senior retired IAS officers. Okay, so this is also applicable for them. Clear? Okay. Now, actions in the nature of offences against the authority or dignity of the house, such as disobedience of its legitimate orders, libels, what do you mean by libels? Insults, making allegations upon itself, its members or officers, are also punishable as contempt of the house. Okay, so no insults or no accusations, no abusing the house, members or officers. This entire thing is considered to be, contempt of the house. Anything which you do against the authority or dignity of the house is also considered to be contempt of the house. Okay, so if at all you get this question, either films or mains, what will you write? What do you mean by contempt of the house? Obstructing or impeding house, members or officers from doing their duty. And then putting allegations or accusations or insult, and then disobedience of the orders of the house. Even this is considered to be contempt of the house. Very, very important topic. Clear? So I hope it makes sense. Can I just move on to the next one? Okay. So this we'll discuss later. Next, committee on estimates. We'll discuss few parliamentary committees. Committee on estimates. So can you tell me what are the different financial committees of Parliament? Parliament has few financial committees, right? So tell me what are those financial committees? What is it?
Committee on PSU.
Okay, Committee on PSUs, very good. Committee on Estimates and Committee on? Tell me, you are going to write the exam, right? In very short time. What are the financial committees of the Parliament? Committee on PSUs, Committee on Estimates, and what is the last? Very important. That has something to do with CAG. What is that? CAG sends reports to which committee? Public account? Yeah, public account. Okay, so these are the three financial committees. So we are not going to discuss about committee on PSUs. We are going to discuss about committee on estimates and public accounts committee. Okay, these are the two very important financial committees. Okay. Now, what do you mean by financial committee? So, financial committee of the Parliament, it deals with revenue of the government, expenditure of the government, how wisely is the government spending, is there any scope for efficiency, increasing the efficiency, is there any scope for achieving more output with less expenditure, okay, and what are the additional ways for the government to raise revenue. All these things are dealt by financial committees, okay. So anyway, first is Committee on Estimates, and do you know that this is the largest parliamentary committee, okay. It contains 30 members of Lok Sabha. Rajya Sabha doesn't have any representation in this committee. But when you speak about Public Accounts Committee, Rajya Sabha also has members in Public Accounts Committee. But in Estimates Committee, Rajya Sabha doesn't have any members. Okay. So there are 30 members of Lok Sabha in Committee on Estimates. And these are elected every year according to a system of proportional representation by means of single transferable vote. Do you know this, right? Okay, proportional representation by means of single transferable vote. Now, obviously, you are trying to investigate the government, you are trying to audit the activities of government. So, minister cannot be a member in this particular committee. Okay, now, chairman of the committee is appointed by the speaker. From among the 30 members, one person is appointed as chairman by the speaker. You know this, right? The chairperson of all the committees appointed by speaker. Okay. Now, if the deputy speaker is a member of any committee, by default he becomes the chairperson of that committee. Okay. So anyway, okay. So now functions are very, very important. What is the main function of the committee? Committee on estimates. To make sure that whatever allocations they are making in the budget, the same allocations are being given for different ministries and departments. For example, under ministry there is a department for which I am giving so and so crores. Are those, so and so crores going to that department or not? Okay. So what allocation is made? How are they spending? All these things are taken care by committee on estimates. Okay. Now look at the functions. To report what economies, improvements in organization, efficiency and administrative reforms are needed. So just try to understand, we'll understand each and everything slowly, step by step, point by point. To report what economies, what do you mean by economies? In your bike, you have that economy, right? In the odometer, speed. What do you mean by economy? If you go in that speed, less fuel consumption will happen. So in the same way, how to improve the expenditure? Like how to reduce the expenditure and increase the output. Okay. For that, what improvements in organization you have to carry out, and how to improve the efficiency of administration. All these are studied and recommended by the committee. That is the first function of the committee. Second, to suggest alternate policies in order to bring in efficiency and economy in administration. So this is very, very important, guys. If at all you get any question about this committee, efficiency and economy in administration. If you remember this phrase, then that is enough. Okay. For example, a government scheme is there. It is being run since many, many years. Every year so much money is being allocated. In spite of that, there is no use. So the committee also has the power to suggest, okay, any alternate policy. Okay. To examine whether the money is allocated within the limits given in the estimates of the budget. To suggest the format in which estimates are to be presented in the parliament during budget. The examination by committee is a continuous process throughout the year. Okay, it doesn't have any breaks. It will keep on monitoring performance of various schemes, allocation of money, functioning of every department, every attached office, every subordinate office, everything basically. So the committee is all about efficiency and economy and administration. That's it. Okay. It's a financial committee, so it deals with money, as simple as that. Clear? So let's look at this first point also. To report what economies, improvement in organization, efficiency and administrative reforms are needed. The objective is only one thing. With less money, achieving more and more output. Okay, so that is estimates committee. Clear? Now, basically this point is not only applicable for this committee, it's applicable for all the parliamentary committees. No parliamentary committee will go against the policy or any law which is approved by parliament. They'll just try to find out the loopholes in that. And they'll just keep on sending recommendations to the government. Do that, do this and all that. Okay? So every parliamentary committee is like that. Parliamentary committees do not function by creating any obstruction. They just take the initiative and they try to motivate the government, encourage the government to go in the right direction. Okay? So clear, right? Okay. The committee plays an advisory role only. This is true with all the committees. Okay. Shall I move on? Did you understand this? Next, Committee on Public Accounts. So it has 22 members. This is very important. 15 from Lok Sabha, 7 from Rajya Sabha. This is very, very important. Okay. 22 members, 15 from Lok Sabha, 7 from Rajya Sabha. And all are elected. There are few committees in which members are nominated. There are few committees in which members are elected. You have to remember that. Okay. So all the members are elected. Again the same system, proportional representation by means of single transferable vote. Okay. So actually this was first formed in 1921 under the provisions of Government of India Act 1990. Okay, but all you want to remember or just ignore that. Now, the speaker appoints the chairperson of the committee, usually from opposition party. There is no rule for this. This is just parliamentary precedents or practices. What about estimates committee? Chairperson of the committee is appointed from ruling party. Okay, clear? And ministers cannot be members, obviously, because they are trying to audit the work of the government. Now, what is the main duty? Very simple. Public Accounts Committee will study and scrutinize the audit reports given by CAG. Okay, we'll discuss about CAG also. All these are very, very important. I'll explain what are the different types of audit, performance audit, financial audit, and all that. Okay. So anyway, I'm not going to touch CAG now because there is a separate topic for that. So did you get this? Audit reports of CAG form the basis for examination of the committee. Okay. Now, what does the CAG audit? Just a small introduction. What does the CAG audit? Government expenditure. Okay. CAG will audit whether the money that is given to a scheme is really given or not. CAG will audit how efficiently the money is being spent. Okay. And CAG will also audit performance of any government scheme. What do you mean by performance? Whether the benefits of the scheme are really reaching the beneficiaries or not. Okay. All these things are audited by CAG. Actually, the scope of CAG is very, very broad. We'll discuss that, don't worry. So, all these audit reports form the basis for examination for the committee. Okay, clear? So, that is about Public Accounts Committee. So, any questions anybody has? Anything? We won't discuss about Committee on PSUs, that's very small, simple, and we all know it, right, basically. What does the Committee on PSUs do? It will audit the financial performance of PSUs. And even PSUs are also audited by CAG. So even that committee will also take some audit reports from CAG. Okay? Clear?
Sir, as far as the members are concerned, the specific proportion from each party, is there anything like that, or is it on discussion?
See, obviously it is, the committee is filled up by election, right? So, based on the numerical strength, most of the members will be from ruling party.
But there is no fixed numerical proportion.
No, there is no.
It is on the
It says that 15 members from Lok Sabha, 7 members from Rajya Sabha. That's it. There is no proportion. Okay. So, shall I move on to the next one? Any doubt anybody has?
Sir, in that case, it will be a drawback also, right? Maybe all the people from ruling party may be on the committee and do some.
Yeah, that is what happens in real life also, right? That is what happens every time, right? That is what happens. But, these committees are just recommendatory. They'll just give you advices, which are not binding. Okay, nobody cares about the committee's report and all that. So the government will also give, the ruling party will also give opposition members to be, a part of this committee. That chance will be given. Okay, because you have to engage them in some work, right? What will they do?
So is it by convention, speaker appoints the opposition member as?
Yeah, that is only convention. There is no rule in rules of the house, or there is no article there. Okay. Okay, moving on. Okay, so this will discuss later when we study about CAG. Okay. So again, same. Minister will not be called for consultation, and the discussions of the committee are treated as confidential. Nobody releases those discussions outside. Okay. And this committee is not concerned with the question of policy. It is only concerned with the question of implementation of policy. How efficiently the policy is being implemented. Okay. So clear? So what does CAG do basically? CAG does all these things. CAG will try to find out, for example, you are selling any government land. Are you under assessing the value of the land? Are you causing any loss to the exchequer? That is the first thing. Second, tax evasion. Are there any major corporations which are not paying taxes to the government? Which is also loss to the exchequer. And then there are a few things on which duties can be levied, but the government is not levying duties. Again, loss to exchequer. loopholes in tax laws, and all these things are again, checked by Public Accounts Committee, because all these are part of audit reports of CAG. Clear? Okay. Next, this is very, very important, subordinate legislation. After this, we'll discuss about Committee on Subordinate Legislation. Okay. So, what do you mean by subordinate legislation? Any idea? First, can you tell me, anybody? Nobody is responding, I don't know why. You don't know all these things. You know, right? Already polity is covered. So tell me, what do you mean by subordinate legislation? It's also called delegated legislation. What do you mean by that? Sub-legislation. Okay, can you elaborate on that?
Regulations, rules.
Okay, very good. So Parliament is made up of lay people, non-technical people. They don't have any technical administrative knowledge. So what will Parliament do? Parliament will pass a law which is made up of broad legal principles. It's just the legal framework. Okay. Now, inside that content, the administrative technical content, is filled up by not Parliament but by the executive. That is called delegated legislation or subordinate legislation. Okay. So if you open any act, you can just visit Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, and you can also visit Law Ministry, and you can download the PDF of any law. The PDF will be at least 100 200 pages. The law is very, very lengthy. Okay, it contains so many provisions. Do you think the Parliament will discuss on all those provisions? Do you think the Parliament will approve each and everything and then pass it? No, because Parliament doesn't have so much time, and Parliament doesn't have the required technical capacity to do all these things. So Parliament will just create a framework, a broad framework. Some important legal principles are passed by the Parliament. So inside that, filling up of the technical administrative content, that is done by the executive, the concerned ministry or department, the officers will do that. Okay, so that is called subordinate legislation. Now why do we call it as subordinate legislation? Because whatever rules I fill inside, these rules are subordinate to the framework that is passed by Parliament. I hope you understand it. The rules or the technical content, whatever I fill up inside, those rules are subordinate to the framework which is passed by the Parliament. That means I am not supposed to exceed this boundary. That is not allowed. Whatever is passed by the Parliament, within that only I am supposed to fill up the technical rules and regulations. Okay, like for example, the Parliament says that everybody above a certain age should have driving license. Only then they can, drive the motor vehicle. It's a very broad thing that is passed by Parliament. Now, how to get the driving license? What test should the person take? Where is this test held? What are the conditions? Okay, all these technical details, these are not given by Parliament. These are given by the concerned ministry. Okay, now I have to fill up all these rules. That is your duty when you become bureaucrats tomorrow. Now, can I make any rule saying that there is no need for any person to take driving test or something like that? It goes beyond the law. That is not allowed. That will be declared as null and void by the concerned High Court or Supreme Court. That is the reason it is called subordinate legislation. Because whatever content we fill up inside, that is always subordinate to the broad framework passed by the Parliament. Clear, right? So subordinate legislation. So basically, it is also called delegated legislation because Parliament is delegating some of its rule-making power, some of its law-making power to the executive. Because Parliament doesn't have the technical experience, Parliament doesn't have the requisite time. Okay, that is the reason we are calling it as delegated legislation. Parliament is delegating some of its power to the executive. Now, how can executive do this? It's very wrong. It is against the doctrine of separation of powers, right? That is the reason this is called necessary evil. You cannot skip that. Okay? Are you understanding? You cannot do without delegated legislation. So it is called a necessary evil. Clear? So shall we just go through these points once? We'll understand it in a better way. delegated legislation or subordinate legislation. It is the legislation made by an authority subordinate to the legislature. Just look at this. It is the legislation made by an authority which is subordinate to the legislature. Executive is subordinate to the legislature. Executive is accountable to legislature, right? If I'm accountable to you, what do you mean by that? I'm subordinate to you. Only then I have to answer to you. So executive is subordinate to legislature. Executive is doing the law-making work. So it is called subordinate legislation. Clear? So there's a famous New Zealand lawyer, John Salmon. He said something about subordinate legislation. Just try to understand. Subordinate legislation is that which proceeds from any authority other than the sovereign power. What is the sovereign power for us? Parliament. Actually, sovereign power is we the people. But everybody cannot go and make rules. So that is the reason we have Parliament, which represents the people of India. So Parliament is the sovereign power. Okay. So subordinate legislation is that which proceeds from any other authority apart from the sovereign power. Okay. So it is dependent for its continued existence and validity on the sovereign power. Okay. So that is the meaning of subordinate legislation. Clear point? Okay. Now, Committee on Subordinate Legislation. Again, this is very important. Now, we have few joint parliamentary committees. For example, we have discussed about Public Accounts Committee. That is a joint committee. What do you mean by joint committee? 15 members from Lok Sabha, 7 members from Rajya Sabha. But this committee is separate for both the houses. It is present in both the houses. Separated. Okay? So, both the houses have 15 members nominated by the presiding officers. Look at this word, nomination. That means the members are not elected. Okay? The members of this committee, they are not elected, they are nominated by the presiding officer. Okay? So, the committee scrutinizes and reports to the House whether the power to make regulations, rules, etc. conferred by the Constitution or the Parliament to the Executive is being properly exercised by the concerned authority. So very simple, let me just simplify this. So whatever subordinate legislation happens, whatever rule making happens, the committee will scrutinize that and the committee will try to find out if any violation happened. Okay? So whatever rule I make, that should be within the scope of the law made by the Parliament. I should not exceed that. I hope you are understanding. Are you sleeping? Are you fine? Is everybody fine? So,
Every ministry will have 15 members or complete house will have 15 members?
Every house will nominate 15 members to the committee. The committee is like separate for both the houses. Rajya Sabha has this committee, Lok Sabha also has this committee. And in the committee you have 15 members.
You told also that the law will be made by these people. The law made by the Parliament. These people will analyze it and they will make this.
Yeah, so first law is made by the Parliament and then technical details are filled by the ministry. Okay, and then those rules will be checked by this committee to make sure that the rules are not exceeding the scope of the law. Okay. So anything else? Any more doubts?
So again, ministers are not part of this. Ministers are not part of this.
Obviously, ministers are not part of most of the countries. Okay, we need independent people to check this.
So again, members are the part of this committee, right? Again, members also doesn't know the municipality.
But ministers will take the help of officers, right? So when you become a bureaucrat tomorrow, most of the times you will be asked to come before any parliamentary committee. They'll take your help, they'll take your evidence, and then they'll prepare a report. Okay? So, any more doubts anybody has? Okay. Okay, from here it's very lengthy and also very important. So, government. Okay, so shall we begin this? So, there shall be a governor for each state. Article 152. Okay. Next. Governor is appointed by the president and holds office during his pleasure. Articles 155 and 156 clause 1. Okay. But is it really during his pleasure? Can anybody tell me the judgment given by Supreme Court? So can President appoint and dismiss governors whenever he wants? No. What did Supreme Court say? Supreme Court gave judgment about this not once but many times. Supreme Court said that governors are constitutional functionaries. You are not supposed to appoint them and dismiss them whenever you want. Okay? You must let them finish their 5-year term. Okay? So yes, it is during the pleasure of the president, but in reality, you can't dismiss him without any strong reason. Okay? Now, Article 154, it vests the complete executive power of the state in the name of the governor. And governor exercises that executive power through the Council of Ministers. Okay? Now, Article 163 clause 1, from here it's very important. You all have to become lawyers for some time. What do lawyers do? They'll try to find out the loopholes. They'll study each and everything in detail. They'll try to find out the loopholes. So we should also do the same thing here. Okay? So are you all lawyers now? Where are your blackboards then? Okay. Article 163 clause 1. Okay. Just let us read it together. Governor exercises almost, this word is very, very important, almost all his executive and legislative functions with the aid and advice of Council of Ministers. So Constitution is very, very clever. The makers of the Constitution, they are very clever. Did they say he exercises all his? No, they said almost. What do you mean by almost? It means governor has some discretionary powers. Okay? There is so much controversy about this article, Article 163 clause 1. Okay, so much controversy is there. Some people say that yes, governor has discretionary powers. Some people say that no, governor should do everything with the aid and advice of Council of Ministers. But governor has some discretionary powers. Look at the word almost there. Okay? Now, discretionary powers of the governor under Article 163. Now this is a bit technical also, so I'll just try to go very, very slow. Okay? So for some time stop writing, like I'll give you time if you want to write, just listen for some time. Okay, everybody, just sit back, relax and listen. And then if at all you want, I can dictate some points also in a summarized way. Okay? Now, we all know this. There shall be a council of ministers with the chief minister at the head to aid and advise the governor in the exercise of his functions. Let us divide this here. Part 1 and Part 2. Part 1 is very simple. We all know Part 1. That is same for both union as well as state. What is Part 1? Council of ministers are there, headed by chief minister. They will aid and advise the governor in exercise of his functions. Till here it is clear. But look at Part 2. Okay? Except insofar as he is by or under this constitution required to exercise his functions in his discretion. Okay? Now, look at clause 2. We are discussing Article 163. Clause 1 is done. Clause 2, we'll try to understand. If any question arises whether any matter is or not a matter as which the governor is by or under the constitution required to act in his discretion, the decision of the governor in his discretion shall be final, and the validity of anything done by the governor shall not be called in question. Okay, we'll try to understand the meaning. So the first part of 163 clause 1, it says that governor will exercise his powers with the aid and advice of Council of Ministers, headed by Chief Minister. But part 2 says that except sometimes he is required to exercise his discretionary powers. But can he exercise his discretionary powers in whatever way he wants? No. He should only exercise discretionary powers by or under the constitution. That means if at all a situation in the state arises where governor is supposed to act in his discretion, only then he is supposed to act in the discretion. So that means even when he is acting in discretion, he is not free. He is bound by the constitution. That is the reason the words by or under this constitution is kept. So two things are there. First is by or under this constitution, second is required. What do you mean by required? Required means unless there is a very, very strong reason governor should not exercise discretionary powers. That is the meaning of the word required. Okay, unless there is a very strong, very compelling, very, very important reason, governor should not at all touch the discretionary powers. Even when he is exercising discretionary powers, he cannot do whatever he wants to do. He is bound by the constitution. That is the reason in the constitution it is clearly spelled out, by or under this constitution. Okay, that means the need for governor to exercise discretionary power comes from the constitution itself. It is not, his manmani, he cannot do whatever he wants to do. The need for exercising the discretionary power also comes from the constitution. Only then he is supposed to exercise discretionary power. So two things are there, required and that particular. Did you get this? Everybody? Now, any question will arise saying that in so and so matter, the governor should exercise discretionary powers or should not exercise discretionary powers. If any question comes like that, okay, then whatever governor decides shall be final. It cannot be questioned in any court of law also. That is Article 163 Clause 2. Okay, but here again you have this, by or under the constitution. Okay, it means what? Whenever the governor exercises discretionary powers, it is always by or under the constitution. Okay, you cannot escape, the boundaries of the constitution. It is always by or under the constitution. Okay, and look at the word required. What do you mean by that? Unless there is a very, very, very compelling reason, governor should not exercise discretionary powers. Okay, and by or under the constitution, the governor decides to use his discretionary powers. Then nobody can question him, saying that why did you use? Okay, nobody can question him. Okay, now the third one, we already know this, right? It's very simple. The advice given by Council of Ministers to the governor should not be inquired into any court of law. So what advice the Council of Ministers gave the governor, that should not be investigated in any court of law. Nobody can question that. Ignore clause 3, just focus on clause 1 and clause 2. Did you understand this? So now tell me, does governor have discretionary powers or not?
Yes.
Yes. Are you sure?
Yes.
Governor has discretionary powers. When should governor use discretionary powers? The word required. What do you mean by that? Only when there is a very strong, very compelling reason. How should governor use discretionary powers? By or under the constitution. Okay? So, the same thing I explained here. Okay? So, by or under the constitution. Okay, just keep that in mind. Now look at this point. The expression required signifies that governor can exercise his discretionary powers only if there is a compelling necessity to do so. Okay, now the expression by or under the constitution means that the need for using discretionary powers comes from the constitution itself. So yes, governor has discretionary powers. Okay, so if at all you want to write, I can dictate 1 or 2 points. Should I do that? Okay, so please write down. Write down the heading discretionary powers of the governor. Discretionary powers of governor. Okay, write down. Article 163 clause 1. Article 163 clause 1 requires the governor, just write what I say, okay? Requires the governor to act on the advice of Council of Ministers. To act on the advice of Council of Ministers, full stop. But the second part says that governor can use his discretionary powers. Governor can use his discretionary powers. Okay, next point, but, the last point, but. Governor can use discretionary powers only if there is a compelling necessity. Only if there is a compelling necessity. And he should use the powers. He should use the powers by or under the Constitution. By or under the Constitution. Okay? Done? So, what is the final conclusion? The scope of discretionary powers of the governor is limited by the clear language of clause 1 and clause 2 of Article 163. That is the conclusion. Okay? The scope of discretionary powers is very limited. How can you say it is limited? Because of the clear language used in clause 1 and clause 2 of Article 163. What is the language used? Required by or under the Constitution. Okay? So, what can you say? Article 163 does not give the governor a general discretionary power. No. So, you cannot say that I have discretionary powers, I can act without the advice of Council of Ministers. No, you cannot say that. Okay? Clear? The discretion is limited. Okay. So shall I move on? Did everybody get this?
So generally, what I understood while I was reading the book is discretionary power will be decided by the governor most of the times. Like, for example, if there is a hung in the elections or something like that, if you see Maharashtra or even in Karnataka, where the governor acts based on the basis of the ruling party of the center. And it's even courts are not able to help properly. They
Yes.
are not able to understand.
In northeastern states, we have seen that.
Convention of the mindset of the governor and also how the center wants him to behave as an agent. That's what I understood. Is that right, or is there anything else apart from this?
So that is wrong. Actually, the governor is supposed to be very impartial. Okay. But what is the problem here? The problem is not the office of the governor. Office of the governor is very much necessary. Then what is the problem here? The type of person you are appointing as the governor, that is the problem. You are supposed to appoint a neutral person, politically unbiased person. But you are appointing your ruling party members as a post-retirement benefit kind of thing. So that will definitely make the governor biased, right? Okay. And also, we have seen that. So if any question arises, whether the governor can use discretionary powers or not, his decision is final. Okay, it is already given in the Constitution. But again, there are limitations. The word required is there, by or under the Constitution is there. Okay. So governor acting as the agent of the center is required if there is breakdown of constitutional machinery in the state. Okay. But when everything is happening normally, there is no point in your governor acting as agent of the center, agent of the president. Okay. So that is not the mistake of office of the governor, that is the mistake of the person who is acting as the governor, who is working as the governor. Okay? Okay.
Sir,
Yeah.
what are the exceptional situations where governor exercises this?
Okay, very good. So what are the exceptional situations in which governor exercises discretionary powers? Okay. First thing is, governor sends a report to the Union Home Ministry saying that the machinery in the state broke down. Okay. Government cannot be run in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution in the state. So please impose President's rule. That report will be sent by the governor at his discretion. Okay. Now, what do you mean by breakdown of constitutional machinery? Can anybody tell me?
When state is not following central law.
Okay, that is the only thing we know. But do you know that breakdown of constitutional machinery, under that there are 4 subcategories. Okay, we'll discuss that also. We'll discuss about Article 365. You know Article 365? Article, not President's Rule. 356 is President's Rule. What is Article 365?
Central laws are broken, president can, actually it's not a governor, everyone thinks that it's has a governor rule, but governor suggests for a president rule or something like that.
Okay, Article 365 is the center has power to issue directions to the states. And if those directions are not being followed, then you can say that constitutional machinery broke down. And that is the ground for imposing President's Rule. That is Article 365. Okay. So, under Article 365 we'll study, I'm going to discuss that also. There are 4 subcategories of what do you mean by breakdown of constitutional machinery. It can also be physical breakdown. What do you mean by physical breakdown? Huge natural disaster. Okay, no government organ is able to function properly at the state level. There is a lot of loss of human life and property. Even that is a situation for imposing President's Rule. Okay, there are 4 different categories. We'll discuss that. So, first thing is sending a report to the Home Ministry saying that please impose President's Rule. Second thing, just imagine that no party got majority and coalitions are not being formed. Okay, nobody is able to become Chief Minister. If anybody is able to become Chief Minister, he is not able to stay for long. He is not able to prove his majority on the floor of the House. Okay, now can governor rule? No. You need a Chief Minister. You need a stable government. Then what will the governor do? He will explore all the possible options. Nobody is able to form the government. Okay, then the governor on his own discretion will dissolve the House so that freshly elections can be held. And we'll hope that at least this time one party will get majority and form a stable government. That is also discretion. Okay, reserving any bill of the state assembly for the consideration of president, even that is discretionary power. Okay, I guess these are the 3 main discretionary powers the governor has. Apart from that, I don't think anything else is there. Okay.
He can uphold the bill.
What is that?
He can uphold the bills.
What do you mean by upholding the bill?
Pocket veto.
Yeah, pocket veto. Okay, pocket veto is also discretion. Very good. Anything else? That's it. Pocket veto and these 3 things. Okay. So now we'll discuss about Article 200, 26th topic. Very, very important. And already I guess we have spoken about this yesterday, if I'm not wrong. Yes? Did we speak? We don't know.
Not completely, you said we discussed it.
Okay, fine. Article 200. Okay. Now, a bill is passed by the assembly and goes to the government. Governor has 4 options. First, he says, why should I deal with all this headache? I'll simply sign. Let the High Court take care of it. If it is unconstitutional, High Court will declare it as null and void. Okay, why should I get into all this headache? I'm old. Okay, I don't want to interfere in politics, so he'll simply sign the bill. Second, he withholds assent. That means what? Pocket veto. Okay, he will not sign, he will not send it for reconsideration, he will simply leave it on his desk. Is there any time limit imposed on the governor? No. Is there any time limit imposed on the president? No. He can ignore the bill indefinitely without any time limit. Next, he reserves the bill for the president's consideration. Now this is very, very important. I will explain the entire Article 200 and you are supposed to point out the flaw in that. Okay, will you do that? Take it as a challenge. I'll explain the entire Article 200. You should point out the flaw in Article 200. Our constitution is not that perfect because ultimately it is made by human beings who are not perfect. Okay, so there is a flaw in this. So anyway, he reserves the bill for the president's consideration. What do you mean by that? Telangana State Assembly passed a bill. It went to Telangana governor. Now Telangana governor sent it to the president's assent. Okay, so that means you are sending state bills to the president of India for his signature. Okay, and the last one we know is right. He can send the bill back for reconsideration. Okay, now let us focus on this. Okay, Now, what type of bills are reserved for President's consideration? Look at this. If the governor feels that this bill, if it became law, will degrade the powers of High Court, the Honorable High Court, okay, or downgrade the dignity of the High Court, then such bills will be reserved for President's assent. It is straight away given here. Look at this. Okay. If in the opinion of the governor, the bill, if it became law, would derogate from the powers of the High Court and endanger the constitutional position of the High Court, in such cases, governor will not give any assent. Governor will reserve it for the consideration of the President. Okay. So now, just imagine that I am the governor. I reserve it for the consideration of the President. Now, who should sign on that? It is the President. Okay. Now, President can send back the bill for reconsideration. Are you understand? President can send back the bill for reconsideration of the State Assembly, saying that please make these modifications and all that. Now, if the bill is sent back to the President without any modifications, it's not like the President has to sign on it. President can ignore that. That is one special privilege the President has. I hope you understand. So let me just explain that. Just imagine that Parliament made a bill and sent it to the President. President did not like few provisions of the bill. President will send it back for reconsideration. Now Parliament can make the modifications or Parliament need not make any modifications. If Parliament sends the bill back to the President, President must sign it. The same thing applies for governor here. Okay, but state bill reserved for President. President did not like few provisions. President will say that, modify this, and sends the bill back to State Assembly. Now State Assembly, with or without any modification, sends back the bill to the President. Now here President need not sign it. Okay, President can simply ignore that. And trust me, in the history of independent India, hundreds of bills were left like that, without being signed by the President, even after coming back second time from the State Assembly. Okay. Now, once the governor reserves a bill for President's consideration, giving assent or not, it is up to the President, no longer the governor. That is the first point you need to understand. Okay. Under Article 201, once a bill goes to the President, President can either declare his assent or withhold his assent. Okay. Now, President can also direct the governor to return the bill back for reconsideration if it is not a money bill of the state. We know that money bills cannot be sent back, right, for reconsideration. In the same way, President cannot send back money bill of the state for reconsideration. Okay, apart from that, any bill he can send back for reconsideration. With or without any modification, it comes back to the President. President need not send. But money bill, he cannot send back for reconsideration. He can simply ignore that on his desk without sending back. Are you understanding? Please understand all these things, very, very important. Any doubt anybody has in this slide? Shall I move on to the next one?
So governor reserve bill for money bill to the president.
Yes, he can do that. Okay. Governor can do that. Governor can reserve any bill. Okay. Now, okay, the same thing I explained here. Okay, President need not give his assent to reconsider bill. Okay. Now, from here it's very, very important. What are the bills that must be reserved by the governor for President's consideration? Okay. So the first thing already we know. Any bill of the state that tries to reduce the powers of the High Court and endanger its position, governor must, leave it for the President. Governor should not take any action on that. Governor should reserve it for the assent of President. Okay, next. Now this is very important. Look at this. Any bill which relates to imposition of taxes on water or electricity in certain cases. Basically we are talking about Article 288. So I'm not going to get into this. This is very, very technical. So under Article 288, there are some provisions about state governments imposing taxes on water and electricity. Okay. So if any bill is passed under Article 288, such bill can also be reserved for President's consideration. Okay, next. Any bill which falls within Article 360 during a financial emergency. So during financial emergency, if the state, is passing any bill which wants to spend money like anything, or it is going for construction of a huge project, then such bills can also be sent to the President. You know Article 360, right? Financial emergency. You know the meaning, right? Okay, next. We are done with the first category. First category, bills which are to be considered for President, which should be left for President. Now, look at second category. Okay. A state government is passing a bill to give effect to any directive principles of state policy, DPSP. We know DPSP, right? So DPSP is what? Non-enforceable, non-justiciable. But at any time, the Parliament or State Assembly can make a law to give effect to any of the DPSP. Let it be Article 44 or any article of the DPSP. So just imagine that state is trying to pass a bill to give effect to any of the DPSP. Then even such bill will be reserved for President's consideration. Okay, next. A bill relating to a subject present in concurrent list. This we have discussed yesterday. Okay, to make sure that principle of repugnancy is not acting. Okay, shall I just explain this one more time? So under concurrent list, we have forest and environment. It is one of the subjects present in concurrent list. Okay, now what do you mean by concurrent list? Both Parliament can make law, states can also make law. So forest and environment is one of the subjects in concurrent list. Both Parliament and states can make law. So just imagine that Telangana Assembly passes a bill saying that cut down the forest. Parliament passes a bill saying that do not cut down the forest. So now both the laws are conflicting with each other. Which law will win? Law made by Parliament will win. Okay, but Telangana maybe has a requirement where it has to cut down one area of forest due to public interest for people's welfare. Now how can you cancel Telangana's bill? Telangana has that requirement. Okay, so principle of repugnancy, Parliament's law will prevail. Telangana bill will get automatically cancelled. Now, governor can save such bills by reserving it for the consideration of the President. Once President says fine, even if the Telangana's bill is conflicting with Parliament bill, Telangana's bill will prevail. It will not be cancelled. Okay, we have discussed this yesterday. Okay, so that is the meaning of this particular point. I'm sorry, this point. Okay, now just imagine that state is trying to pass a bill that is imposing restrictions on trade and commerce. That means, state of Telangana is not allowing goods from some other state to enter. Okay, or vice versa, anything like that. Even such bills need to be considered for President's consideration. Are you understanding? Okay, next. Third category. Third category simply says that not only these, literally any bill can be reserved for President's consideration. Are you understanding? So this is a very, very wide discretionary power of the governor. Are you understanding? So we'll just revise this once. You're looking so confused. First category bills. What are we discussing about? What is the name of the topic? We are discussing those bills which the governor must reserve for what? President's consideration. All those bills we have divided into three categories for the sake of simplicity. First category bills. These are very easy. What are the first category bills? Any bill the state is trying to pass to reduce the powers of High Court. Second, any bill the state is trying to pass under Article 288. What is Article 288? We are not going to discuss. It will not come for exam. It's a highly technical article. It relates to imposition of taxes on water or electricity. Okay, just ignore that. Now, any bill which comes under Article 360 during financial emergency. Okay, so during financial emergency, state is trying to, spend lavishly, luxuriously. Okay, even those bills will be considered for President, will be reserved for President. Clear? So this is the first category. Now look at the second category. State is passing a bill to give effect to any DPSP. It's not wrong, but let the President decide. Because you are giving effect to what? DPSP, which is non-enforceable, non-justiciable. Okay? Next. repugnancy. I just explained that. To avoid repugnancy, governor will reserve certain bills for president's assent. Next, any law, any bill, state is trying to pass any bill which is imposing restrictions on trade and commerce. Okay, like restricting goods of certain state from entering into Telangana, something like that. Restricting interstate trade and commerce, basically, in very simple words. Even those will be reserved for president's assent. So this is the second category. Now what is the last category? Last category simply says that not only these, literally any bill passed by the state assembly can be reserved by the governor for president's consideration. So this is the third category. That means what? Not only these, any bill. It can be any bill about any subject matter in the state list. It doesn't matter at all. This is the very wide, very broad discretionary power of the governor. Are you understanding? So all these must be reserved for president's assent, president's consideration. Clear? So do you make any notes about this? Everybody? Okay. So shall I move on to the next one? Okay, do you have any doubts here first? Let me ask that. Who's asking? Yeah.
After the president assent, if the parliament,
Little loudly, because you're sitting at the last one.
after the president assent, if the parliament passes the bill, will the parliament prevent us states?
I didn't get you actually.
So once the state bill and parliament bill, when there is a repugnancy, president gave assent to that bill.
Okay.
So the state bill prevails. And again, when we, after giving the president assent also, if the parliament
Passes another bill, and again conflict is there, then again the state bill will get cancelled. Okay.
The same issue.
On the same issue. Okay, it is actually written in the, I'll show you the article, maybe that is the next topic, 1 second. Yeah, look at this. The same question you asked. Okay, so we'll discuss this now, don't worry. Okay, so the next topic, Article 254, Principle of Repugnancy. Inconsistency between laws made by Parliament and laws made by state legislatures. Did we discuss this yesterday? We already discussed, right? Okay, so I'm not going to touch it again. Just look at this. So the question she asked, Telangana passed a bill which is conflicting with central law. So what did the Telangana governor do? Reserve it for president's consideration. President gave assent. Okay. So the Telangana's bill is not cancelled, it is saved. Okay. Now, at any time, Parliament can pass another bill which will again create inconsistency between the bill already passed by Telangana and the new bill of Parliament. Are you understanding? You did not understand? Everybody. So very simple. For example, what example shall I give you? Okay. Telangana passed a bill saying that cut down the forest. Okay. What is Parliament's bill? Do not cut down the forest. So there is inconsistency between Parliament and Telangana. So now what did the Telangana governor do? Reserve it for President's assent. President assented. In spite of inconsistency, Telangana bill is saved. It is in force. Now, nobody is stopping Parliament from making another law saying that you should not cut down forest at any cost. Already that law is there. Parliament can make one more law on the same subject or any subject. It doesn't matter. Nobody can stop the Parliament. Now again inconsistency. Now again cancellation of the state law. Okay, that is the meaning of this. Nothing shall prevent Parliament from enacting at any time any law with respect to the same matter, including a law adding to, amending, varying or repealing the law so made by the legislature of the state. Okay.
Sir, if at all if President gives an assent to a bill, can Governor raise an issue on the bill, on the same bill?
No. Once you reserve a bill for President, Governor is powerless. Governor doesn't have any power. Governor's only power is reserving bill for the President. Okay? So fine. We have discussed Article 200. I'm hoping that everybody understood.
Sir,
So can you point out the flaw in Article 200? Yes.
sir, yesterday in schedule areas matter, we discussed that if any bill gets president assent, it will overtake that parliament law.
Can you repeat it again? In scheduled areas?
In the matter of 6th schedule or 5th schedule.
Yes.
Regarding that, any bill got president assent,
Hmm.
if parliament make law on that matter of same fact, then the state law will prevail.
No, I just told you that. Let it be law of parliament or law of state assembly, it will apply to scheduled areas with or without any modifications as directed by the government. Okay, the law will apply, but it will apply with some modifications. That is what I told. It's not that state law will win. State law will never win in India. It's not like United States. Okay, in United States you can say that both the center and state has equal powers. And residuary powers are with the states. But in India, residuary powers are with parliament, center. What do you mean by residuary powers? No, residuary powers means union list, state list, concurrent list. Everything is clearly mentioned. But they might link some subject matter which is not included in any list. So if a subject matter is not included in any of the list, automatically that comes under union list. Parliament will have power to make laws on that. That is the meaning of residuary powers. But in the United States, residuary powers are with the states. Okay? Okay. So is this clear? So I explained Article 200. Did I do my job? Did I do it good? Are you happy? Now, please point out the flaw in Article 200.
The third category, any law that we mentioned, right? So, any
Not
bill that
exactly.
is-
Because sometimes, states are unpredictable. It's not like center. States will misuse, states will abuse. The founders of the constitution, the framers, they foresaw that. Okay, so states will, they'll wag their tail. There is always a need to cut the tail. Okay, so that discretion is necessary. Okay, they can make any law violating any provision of the constitution at any time. Okay.
No time limit.
Yes, no time limit, very good. That is the first flaw. But there is one more very strong flaw.
Discretionary is not mentioned. What comes under the discretionary of the governor to reserve it to the president is not.
So actually, we discussed that, we went out.
Okay.
So actually, we discussed that topic, okay? We discussed what sort of bills are to be, considered.
No, it's not clearly mentioned, right?
No, it is clearly mentioned. So, there is a very, very strong flaw.
Scope of judicial review is limited.
Judicial review is always there. It's not limited. Even after President giving assent, at any time High Court or Supreme Court and declare that part as null and void.
It is a period. While he is reserving the bill during that period.
I will get it.
No, sir. President, Governor reserve yourself to vote him changes.
Governor reserve చేసేటప్పుడు
Governor బిల్ని రిజర్వ్ చేసేటప్పుడు కోర్ట్స్ ఏం చేయలేదు.
vote.
Courts ఆ time
Courts.
period ఏం చేయలేదు.
లేదు గవర్నర్ పవర్ కదా అకార్డింగ్ టు ది కాన్స్టిట్యూషన్. See, courts are just there to implement the constitution, enforce the constitution, not to block the constitution. Supreme Court constitution violate just think one can. So there is one very, very important law.
So government may not be that like positive side, he may take advantage also, right?
That is what everybody is doing, but that is not a flaw actually. That is what I am telling you. Office of the governor is not the flaw. Persons who are occupying that position, that is the flaw. Governor is very, very important for us.
Any type of bill reserved for the president, it affect the power of the state assemblies. That is.
Yeah, but we are not pure federation, right? We are quasi-federation. More powers are there in the center. So the framers made India in such a way. So we cannot say that that is a flaw. Nowhere in the constitution the word federation is given. Union of states is given. So
Sir, second time మళ్ళీ బిల్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ దగ్గర వెళ్ళినప్పుడు why it is rejecting, sir? What if it has important
okay.
concern?
So you are saying that if it is passed again by the state assembly, president should give assent. Okay. So actually I am 50-50 on that. In one way I oppose it, in one way I support it.
If it is in central case, it is accepted when it goes again. Why not in the state side?
Because states have a subordinate position compared to the center. We all accepted that already. In the first class of polity, you are told that India is a quasi-federation polity. So obviously there is bias against the states. Okay. So
But then state also will make a law whatever they want, right?
yeah, see that is also one of the things. So we are a quasi-federation polity. Center is more superior compared to the states. We cannot change that. So apart from that, can you tell me any other major flaw? Okay, we have very less time, so I'm going to tell you that. So basically, governor is reserving that for president's consideration. What do you mean by president here?
Central body.
Union cabinet. In more practical terms, I can simply say prime minister. Okay, because union cabinet is also just like a dummy kind of thing. Ultimately, it is prime minister. Whatever he wants, that will happen. A bill is made in state legislature. Its fate is decided by union executive. Why not union parliament? Why not the parliament? So why not reserving the bill for the consideration of parliament? Why president? Okay. See, that is one very important law. That means you have made union executive superior to the state legislatures. Okay. So let it be approved by the parliament. Why president? Because president means union cabinet, union executive, ultimately prime minister. Okay. That is bad.
So, but again, what is the difference if you make, if they have already majority in parliament also?
Some discussion will happen, some debate will happen, some points will be raised. Okay. Yes, ruling party will have majority. Even in parliament, whatever the prime minister wants, the same thing will happen. But legislature and legislature, that is different. Parliament is superior to state legislature. This I will accept. But union executive is superior to state legislature. It doesn't make any sense.
So, but
And not every time there can be majority, sometimes coalition. Okay.
But there are many other central bills also, sir, to discuss also. And again, if every state or state bill is sent to parliament for discussion, then that will be.
Yeah, maybe that is the reason why they have made this provision. Okay, I accept with you, that is correct. Maybe that is the reason why they have made this provision, saying that consideration of the president. But ultimately, I do not like that. Okay, let union parliament be superior to state assemblies. How come you are making union executive superior to state assemblies? It doesn't make any sense. Ultimately, people are voting for them. Okay.
Sorry, union executive also, when they are elected, then state also participates, right? Then
Yeah.
again you are rejecting, like you are not agreeing, same person who is elected.
States are also participating, but all the states are participating. The entire country is participating. See, always the principle in polity, let it be any country. Country is more important than any state or any group of people or any person. Whole is important than parts. Okay? So always the unity, integrity, security of India, that is more important than any right of the state or any right of persons. Okay, that is the reason all fundamental rights have restrictions. What is the restriction in every fundamental right? Unity, integrity, security of the country.
Right, so what I'm saying, union executive is president, so he is rejecting your bills as a state when you are sitting, but same executive elected by the state, like their participation also there, right, when they are
Yes.
selecting. So why don't you agree whatever the union executive is taking the decision on your bill?
Because states also have autonomy, right? States are also like, you have given some powers under state list. Then why did you give powers in the state list in the first place? You are giving powers, you are taking powers. What is the use? Okay, so it's like that. So anyway, shall we move on? Okay, all this you can read on your own. I'll give you this PPT. Okay, don't worry. Okay, next, doctrine of pith and substance. Very, very, very important. Okay, so if you want to understand this, I have to come from the background, from the story. Okay, directly I cannot go to doctrine of pith and substance. So Article 245, I have to discuss that, and then I have to discuss Article 246. Okay, now guys, Article 245 is very simple. What is Article 245? It defines the territorial extent of Parliament and states. Okay, Parliament can make laws for whole of India or any part of India. State can make laws for whole of the state or any part of the state. That is Article 245. Okay, so basically Article 245 is giving power. That power is distributed by Article 246. Okay, Article 245 is giving power, saying that you can make laws. That power is distributed by Article 246 as union list, state list and concurrent list. Simple. Now, look at this. Parliament and state legislatures have concurrent powers with respect to matters present in list 3. What do you mean by list 3? Concurrent list. Okay, list 1 union list, list 2 state list, list 3 is concurrent list. Okay, so now try to understand for some time. Just listen, do not write anything. Union list, state list and concurrent list. Now in concurrent list we do not have any problem. Okay, if you ask me, concurrent list is so beautiful. It doesn't have any issue. Okay, we have principle of repugnancy also. We have Article 200 also to help us in concurrent list. Union list and state list are troublesome. In what way they are troublesome? Both are mutually exclusive. What do you mean by mutually exclusive? Those subjects which are present in union list are not present in state list. Those subjects which are present in state list are not present in union list. Both are mutually exclusive. Okay, now what type of matters are present in union list? Those matters which are of national importance, like defense, telecommunication, okay, military, external affairs, railways, okay, national highways, all those things which are of national importance are present in union list. All those which are of local importance are present in state list. So mutually exclusive. What is present in union list is not present in state list and vice versa. Clear? Now that is the problem. Because nobody can say that so and so subject matter is 100% of national importance or 100% state level importance. Nobody can say that. These concepts are not constant, they are highly dynamic. For example, today, an issue of local importance can tomorrow be an issue of national importance. Okay, they have tried their best to make it mutually exclusive, but this is not a watertight division. It is not a watertight division. There is no clarity regarding what is national level importance, what is state level importance, because these concepts are abstract. They are not well defined, and the worst thing is these are not constant. They will keep on changing. I hope you understood. Today, any issue of local importance can become issue of national importance tomorrow, or any issue of national importance can become an issue of local importance in the future. So these are not constant, and the makers of the constitution tried their best to make it a watertight division, but it is not a watertight division. We have human limitations there. Okay, so now tomorrow a subject matter comes up. Okay, it is very ambiguous, no clarity. Parliament will say that no, this is my matter, I will make a law on that. States will say that no, this is my matter, I will make a law on that. For example, Uniform Civil Code, yesterday we have discussed, no clarity regarding who has to make law, Parliament or state. Are you understanding? Now, how do you deal with this? How do you deal with this? If states make any law and Parliament makes another law, you have repugnancy. Okay, first of all, you are not supposed to make a law on ambiguous things, which nobody knows. Okay, I don't know, it belongs to the union list or state list, I don't know. It's not well defined, because these concepts are not constant, they keep on changing, highly dynamic. Are you understanding? So how do you solve that issue? You solve that issue with the help of doctrine of fifth and substance. It's actually very simple and very easy. Okay, now, if states enter into union sphere, just try to understand. If states enter into union sphere, union's domain, those laws will be cancelled. If union enters into state's domain, those laws will be cancelled. That is the problem we have. I hope you understand. Okay, these are mutually exclusive. Union is not supposed to enter into state field, states are not supposed to enter into union field. Always the dispute will keep on coming up. Then we use the principle of doctrine of pith and substance. Okay, so just imagine that on a subject matter, both the state made a law and union made a law. Okay, now which law to follow? Which law to cancel? For that, doctrine of pith and substance. That means the courts will study the law made by the state and also study the law made by the union. They will try to understand the true nature of the legislation. They will try to understand the theme of the law, the essence of the law. Okay, what is the law actually trying to deal with? What is the target of the law? Which concept? Which topic? They will try to find out. If that topic comes under state list, then the law made by the states will prevail, law made by union will get cancelled. Or if that target point comes under union list, then union law will prevail, states law will get cancelled. That is the concept of doctrine of pith and substance, as simple as that. Are you understanding? So first thing you have to understand is union list and state list are mutually exclusive. But this is not, written in stones. This will change. Okay, these topics are not constant. They are highly dynamic. There is a lot of confusion, a lot of dispute regarding this. Okay, but there is one thing which is very clear. If union enters into state domain, law made by union will get cancelled. If states enter into union domain, laws made by the state will get cancelled. That is for sure. Then which law to follow, which law will get cancelled, which law will not get cancelled, how to deal with this entire confusion, and how to determine who has the power finally. Is it parliament or states? Who has the power to make law? For that, courts use the concept of pith and substance. As simple as that. And what is pith and substance? Very simple. They will understand the true nature of the law. Okay, what do you mean by true nature of the law? Like for example, tell me any law. I'll just try to make it simple for you.
Motorcycle.
What is it?
Motorcycle law.
Okay, Motor Vehicle Act. Okay, what is the true purpose of Motor Vehicle Act? Tell me.
Safety of public.
Safety. Okay. Now, what safety exactly? What safety?
Like
I didn't get it. Life. Okay. Anything else?
infrastructure.
Okay. Okay. Don't go global warming and all that. That is very broad. So basically, the Motor Vehicle Act. There is a very strong element of crime also. Okay. Like theft of the vehicles. To prevent the theft of the vehicles, we register the vehicle. Okay. You can do any crime with the vehicle. That vehicle can be tracked. Every vehicle will have a number plate. Based on that, we can find out the identity of the owner. Okay. There is an angle of crime also. A very, very major angle of the crime. So you can say that every state has the right to make their own motor vehicle law because police in law and order comes under state list. Okay, I'm just giving you a very small example. I know that this is not a perfect example. There are many more better examples, but this is what I'm able to come up with right now. So they'll just try to understand the true object of the law. What is the law trying to do? What is the law trying to change? What is the issue the law is trying to address? Now that issue, whether it belongs to union list or state list, that is what they'll find out. If it belongs to union list, only parliament has power to make law. If it belongs to state list, only states have power to make law. That's it. That is doctrine of pith and substance. Okay? So,
Sir, here also suppose state make the law and suppose they jot down the points for 5 points. Again the center may create one more law with the 7 points and they both will conflict with the 5 points. Then when it is going to the judiciary, they might feel that center law is much better because it has additional things to do. Then that case
then you are talking about concurrent list. Then the doctrine of pith and substance will not come. Okay? Doctrine of pith and substance is not for concurrent list. It is only for union list and state list. Okay? Please try to understand. Parliament making a law, state making a law, conflict. You are referring to concurrent list. Concurrent list is no concern to us right now. Concurrent list has nothing to do with this. Doctrine of pith and substance only with union list and state list. What is the issue? Both are mutually exclusive. Both are different. Union should not make any laws on state list. States should not make any laws on union list. But what if there is no clarity? There is a subject matter, there is no clarity, like whether it comes to union list or state list. There is no clarity. Okay. Now, both union made law, state made law on the same subject matter. Which law we should follow? Which law will prevail? That is the question. Okay. Then comes the concept of doctrine of pith and substance. Are you understanding? Okay. Doctrine of pith and substance, nothing to do with concurrent list. So, tell me honestly, very, very honestly, don't worry about the time. Did you understand this, or shall I explain this one more time? I have no issue at all.
Sir,
Your mental capacity, that's it, yeah.
Rajya Sabha can make laws on state list also.
Yeah, but that is not happening. Rajya Sabha will enable the parliament to make laws on state list by passing a resolution with special majority. Okay, that is not happening. See, main issue is there is a subject matter. We don't know if it is of national importance or state importance. If it is of national importance, union list. If it is of local importance, state list. But we don't know. Okay, it is very ambiguous. It is not properly defined. Now both the union and states are claiming that they can make laws on that. Just imagine that both have made laws also. Now which law should we follow? That is the question. How to determine if, in this particular matter, union encroached on state list or states encroached on union list? How to determine this matter? For that, the method used by the courts is doctrine of pith and substance. As simple as that.
Sir, is agricultural union subject or state?
No, state subject.
State subject.
Okay, then why center has agriculture ministry? Then can you call it as encroaching? Can you call it as encroaching? Having an agriculture ministry, can you call it as encroaching? No. Roads is also state subject. Then why do we have Ministry of Roadways and all that, National Highways and all that? Is it called encroaching? No. Okay, because Ministry of Highways and all that, that connects one state to the other state. That deals with essential infrastructure, national highways, which are very, very important for trade and commerce. Okay. Now, when you speak about agriculture, Agriculture Ministry will provide technical, financial guidance to every state agriculture department. Okay. See, under Agriculture Ministry, you have so many research bodies, like ICAR is there. What is their main function? To provide guidance, technical guidance, financial guidance, expert guidance to the state agriculture departments. Okay. And apart from that, states' finances are very much limited. Center has huge pool of finances. So if the center wants to step in and help the farmers by providing insurance or research or soil testing labs or whatever it is, you cannot say that he is encroaching, right? In that way, you need to understand. Okay? So, any more doubts anybody has?
Recently, best example is cooperative. Cooperative in state one.
Excellent.
State one list. The Union Ministry armed cooperatives, Union Cooperative Ministry. After that, they went to the Supreme Court. They used pith and substance.
Pith and substance, yes.
Declared that is invalid. Constitution 97th Constitution.
But it deals with multi-state cooperative societies, which are again beyond the state list.
But 97th Constitution was given broadly state and union.
Okay.
That's why they use pith and substance to declare only interstate cooperatives are only applicable by union. State only
State level cooperatives, yes. So, any more doubts anybody has? So, this was, being used since a very, very long time, doctrine of pith and substance. Okay. The main problem is, you cannot say that this is only state level matter. You cannot say that. It can become national level importance tomorrow. Who are you to stop? Who am I to stop? We cannot stop it, right? Then the conflict between state and union. That is the main thing here. Okay. So, shall I move on with this? Okay. So, just try to understand one or 2 points about doctrine of pith and substance. So, many people say that the origin of doctrine of pith and substance, it happened in Canada. Okay. In a case in 1880, and the doctrine is firmly supported by Article 246, which deals with separation of powers. Directly, there is no mention of doctrine of pith and substance, but the wording in Article 246, making the list mutually exclusive, it all supports doctrine of pith and substance. Okay? Now, just 1 or 2 points, look at this. if the pith and substance, that means the true object of legislation. What is the true objective? What are you trying to address? That issue you are trying to address. Is that issue of local importance or national importance? That is what they try to find out. As simple as that. So the main idea is states should not encroach upon center sphere, center should not encroach upon state sphere. That is the reason we have doctrine of pith and substance. As simple as that. Clear? Okay, moving on. All this you can read on your own. Very simple. Okay, just look at the summary and then we'll be done. In short, when a matter in substance falls within the union list, Parliament has exclusive legislative power. Okay? Notwithstanding that, it may be covered also by either both the other two lists. So, shall I move on? Did you understand this? Did you understand? Don't tell for my sake if you really understand. You have no idea? It's fine, tell me, we are all here to learn, right? Okay. So look at this. In substance, in essence, the true object of the legislation, in essence, the theme of the law, the essence of the law, okay? If it falls within the union list, only Parliament has power to make law, okay? And nothing else can happen. The same thing is also applicable for state list. In essence, in substance, if it falls within the state list, states have exclusive power to make law. Okay, as simple as that. All you have to do is understand the meaning of the word substance. That's it. Okay. Okay. Now, center-state executive relations. Okay. So, what is the meaning of the first point? Can you tell me? Normally, the executive powers of union and the states are coextensive with their respective legislative powers. What do you mean by that? Tell me. The executive power of the union extends to all those matters in the union list. The executive power of the states extends to all those matters in the state list. What do you mean by execution? Implementing a law. Okay. So, legislative power, executive power, both are coextensive. What do you mean by that? If legislative power is there for 5 matters, executive power is also there for 5 matters. As simple as that. Okay. Now, what about concurrent list? This you try to answer. Who has executive power with respect to concurrent list? Both state and union? Yes, that is the correct answer. Okay. So, when you speak about concurrent list, normally the executive power is with the states. Okay. But Parliament at any time can make a law saying that so and so implementation will happen only by the union agencies, not state agencies. Are you understanding? All those matters present in union list, Parliament can make law and only union executive can implement it. All those matters present in the state list, only states can make law and state executive can implement it. That is the meaning of the first point. Now what about concurrent list? Both Parliament can make law, states will also make law. But what about the execution power? That is normally with the states. Okay. But at any time Parliament can make a law saying that no, for this particular matter, executive power is with me. I will execute this. I will implement this. Okay. Now, if you look at United States, you will find 2 different types of agencies. Federal agencies and state agencies. For implementing state laws, you have state agencies. For implementing federal laws, you have federal agencies. But in India, for most of the things, we only use states' machinery. Except for income tax, defense, foreign affairs, few things like that. Union doesn't have its own machinery for implementation. Are you understanding? Except for very few things like defense, foreign affairs, railways, income tax, few things like that. Okay, post and telegraph, telecommunication. except few things like that. The union doesn't have its own machinery for implementation of its laws. The union has to depend on state's machinery only for implementation. I hope you understood. We all know this, right? Okay? So just keep that in mind. Okay, look at this point. The union has no separate instruments of its own for execution of many of its laws. Only a few subjects in the union list, such as defense, foreign affairs, foreign exchange, post and telegraph, all India radio, airways, railways, currency, customs and excise. Only for this we have central services, central, officers or machinery. And for the rest, all union has to depend on the state for implementation of its laws. Okay, clear? Now, while exercising legislative power in the concurrent view, union may adopt any of the following modes for the enforcement of its laws. So, when you speak about the concurrent list, union for enforcing its law has few options. First, center can leave the entire administration of the law to the states, saying that you only implement this law. Or, center can reserve to itself implementation of that particular law. Or, center will take some power and leave the rest of the power to the states. These are the three options available to the center when you speak about laws in the concurrent list. Are you understand? So very simple. Any law made in concurrent list. For example, any law made on forest. Who will implement? State Forest Department. Okay. So implementation is completely left to the states. Or center can take the entire responsibility of implementation and keep it with itself. Or center may delegate some of the executive power to the state and keep the rest with itself. Okay. Now, Article 256, all these are extremely important. Very, 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 very important. Slowly I'll connect this with Article 356. What is that? President's Bill. Okay, so just look at this. Executive power of every state shall be exercised in such a way that it is in compliance with the laws made by Parliament. Okay, executive power of every state shall be exercised in such a way that laws made by Parliament are being, implemented. They are being complied with. Are you understanding? No state can create any obstructions for the legislative power of Parliament or for the law made by Parliament. Are you understanding? Any central law, can Telangana say that I will not implement that central law in my state? Nobody can say that. Are you understanding? If the state is creating any obstructions, then center can give such directions to the state. Are you understanding? Very simple. The laws made by Parliament, they extend throughout the territory of India. We all know this. Executive power of every state should be exercised in such a way that no state is creating any obstruction for the implementation of Parliament's law. If any state is creating any obstruction for the implementation of Parliament's law, then union has the power to issue directions to the state. That is Article 256. Very, very important. Clear? Next, 257 Clause 1. The same thing like before. Executive power of every state, okay, every state executive power should be exercised in such a way that union executive power is being respected, it is being followed. Are you understanding? If in any state union's executive power is being obstructed, then center can issue what? Directions to the state. Are you understanding? Same like before. Okay, let me just summarize. Article 256 and Article 257. Article 256 says that, just listen for some time and then we can go for, actually we have 40 minutes time. I can let you go at 1 o'clock for lunch break. 1 to 2 we'll have lunch break. Okay? Till then, will you be alive? Will you be alive? Everybody. It's for your own sake, right? Okay. So, 256. No state can obstruct implementation of any law made by Parliament. If any state is doing that, center has the power to issue directions to the state. The same thing, but executive power in Article 257 Clause 1. Okay, every state has to make sure that center's executive power is being respected, it is being implemented, it is being upheld in every state. If any state creates any obstruction, okay, then center has the power to issue directions to the states. I'll give you one very best example. Now, going for income tax raids, that is the executive power of the union? Yes. So now any state is blocking the income tax officials from going for a raid. What do you mean by that? State executive is blocking union executive. Then what happens? Union executive has the power to issue directions to the state. Okay? Now, look at this. Center also has the power to issue directions to the states for construction and maintenance of communications, okay, of national or military importance. Any important road is there, okay. Center can issue a direction to the state saying that please maintain this road properly, okay, because it can be of national or military importance, okay. Now look at this. Center also has power to issue directions to the state for protection of railways, railway property in that state. So this is Article 257. Clear? So I'll just summarize it once, not to bore you, but these are very important. Article 256. What is that? No state is supposed to block Parliament's law-making power or Parliament's law. If it blocks, the union can give directions to the state. 257 Clause 1. No state is supposed to create any obstruction for executive power of the union. If state does that, union has power to issue directions. Now, union can also issue direction to the states saying that please maintain vital infrastructure. It can be roads or means of communication like cell phone towers or broadcasting towers. Maintain that because it can be of national or military importance. So this is especially true for frontier states, border states. Okay. Next, union can also give directions to the states for protection and proper maintenance or not maintenance, protection of railway property. Okay, clear till here? Now, Article 365. We have seen 4 different conditions where center can issue directions to the state. One is 256. The other 3 are 257 Clause 1, Clause 2, Clause 3. We have seen 4 conditions where center can issue directions to the state. Now what happens if those directions are not being followed? What happens if those directions are not being complied with? Very simple. You can say that government of the state is not being carried out in accordance with the constitution and you can impose president's rule. That is what will happen. That is Article 365. Okay? So if any of the directions issued by the center under 256 or 257 are not being followed by the states, then it is 100% lawful. Even Supreme Court will not question. Nobody can question. It is 100% lawful to say that state government is not being run in accordance with the constitution. There is violation of Article 256 or 257. So state government is not respecting the constitution. So immediately president's rule can be imposed. Okay, but there is a small twist here. Supreme Court will question. Okay, what is that? Under Article 365, yes, center has the power to impose president's rule if the states are not following center's directions. Yes, center has the power to impose president's rule, but that should be the last step. That Supreme Court will question. What is the first step? Give warning and give adequate time to make sure that your orders are being implemented. And if the state is trying to give you a response saying that why I am not able to implement this, please listen to that response and try to address the issues of the states. And even then, in spite of adequate warning, adequate opportunity, the states are still not following the order, then impose president's rule. That is one condition here. It is actually mentioned in this article, directly mentioned. Are you understanding? So, Article 365 says that yes, you can impose president's rule, but give adequate opportunity and warning. Okay? For example, the state is giving a reply saying that due to so and so reason, I am not able to follow your direction. Okay, address that issue, help the state. Okay, but 356, President's Rule, that is last step. Clear patch? Okay. Just write 1 or 2 points about 365. Okay, right now. I'll just try to give it in my own words. If any state has failed, to give effect to the directions issued by the union, then the president can hold that. State government is not run. Then the president can hold that state government is not run in accordance with the constitution. State government is not run in accordance with the constitution, and hence President's rule can be imposed. Last point, but it should be the last step. Full stop. First, the union should give the state adequate warning and opportunity. The union should give the state adequate warning and opportunity to follow the direction. Okay. So, the next topic, President's Rule, Article 356. Okay. So, it is actually based on Section 93 of the Government of India Act 1935. You know, right? 75% of the Constitution, the entire structural part taken from Government of India Act. You see?
Giving adequate time, is it mentioned anywhere?
Yeah, it is mentioned. It is mentioned in the article itself, not the complete sentence which I gave you, but indirectly it is mentioned. And it was also upheld by Supreme Court multiple times. Okay. So, according to Article 356, President's rule can be imposed on any state of India on the grounds of failure of constitutional machinery. Okay, now this might seem to be a very small thing. What is the simple? Failure of constitutional machinery. But there are different categories of that. Okay, we'll try to understand what. And if the president receives a report from the governor or otherwise, we know this, right? Look at the beginning. From the governor or otherwise. That means President's rule can be imposed even if the governor doesn't send a report. Okay, based on any other data also, President's rule can be imposed. The main thing is this, failure of constitutional machinery. What do you mean by that? State government cannot carry on according to the provisions of the Constitution. That is the main thing. Okay? So now, all this we know right already. Parliamentary approval is necessary for imposition of President's rule. Okay? So it should be approved in both the House of Parliament within 6 months. 2 months of its issue. Okay, with what? Simple majority. Okay, see, whenever the Parliament deals with anything with the state, it's always simple majority. Like creation of new state, simple majority. Changing the name, simple majority. Splitting a state into 2 parts, simple majority. Okay, our constitution makers, they do not give a damn about the states. Okay, imposing president's rule, simple majority. But constitutional amendment, special majority. Altering the federal structure, special majority. With the assent of half of the states. Okay, so you can do whatever you want to do with the states with simple majority. Okay, so anyway, it is initially approved for a period of 6 months, and later it can be extended to a maximum period of 3 years with approval every 6 months. So that means what? Once in every 6 months, Parliament should keep on approving it, and it can be extended for a maximum period of 3 years. Okay? So clear, right? Okay. Okay. So basically, to prevent the abuse of 356, 44th Amendment Act. This is actually very good. We know this, right? 44th Amendment Act. It was like a bandage to the wounded constitution. 44th Amendment Act. Okay, it reversed so many grave mistakes. Okay, so it introduced all these things. President's rule can be extended over a year, every 6 months, under the following conditions. See, maximum it can be extended up to 3 years. But if you want to extend for more than 1 year, okay, then these conditions should be met. There should be a national emergency throughout India or in the concerned state where you are imposing president's rule. Or the election commission certifies that elections cannot be conducted in the state due to some disturbance or something. Okay, so please keep this in mind. Keep the Amendment Act in your mind. Very, very important. Okay? Okay. Now, failure of constitutional machinery. There are 4 things under this. Political crisis, internal subversion, physical breakdown, and non-compliance with the directions issued by the union. So this we already studied. Article 365. Okay? This we have studied, right? Do you know that we have studied? Okay. Now let us study A, B and C. Okay, there is no content here, I will just orally explain. Political crisis, internal subversion, physical breakdown. Okay, now internal subversion is very simple. What do you mean by internal subversion? Wantedly, with full conscience, the state government is violating the constitution repeatedly, in spite of repeated warnings. That is the meaning of internal subversion. Very simple. Now, what do you mean by political crisis? Now, this is a very huge, broad thing. Okay, so I'll tell you the meaning of political crisis. So, the same situation that I explained before. No single party is getting majority. Okay, and then president has tried governor has tried all permutations, combinations, nothing is working out. No party is able to get any majority. No person is able to stand as chief minister for more than 14 days. Because within 14 days, you are supposed to prove your majority. Right? So nobody is able to stand as chief minister. Governor tried everything. Governor requested also, make some alliance and do something. Okay, nothing is working out. So what can you do? You have to dissolve the house first. Okay, and call for fresh elections. Even that is not possible in the state due to some disturbances or crime or law and order problem something. Then you cannot conduct elections, no stable government. 2 things are not possible. Then what can the governor do? Impose president's rule. Call for imposing president's rule. Okay. What is the first solution for political crisis? Dissolving the house. Calling for fresh elections. Now just imagine that is not possible due to some issue with the state. Now the governor doesn't have any other option. He tried everything. And if he dissolves the assembly, elections have to be held, but there is no scope of conducting elections. And moreover, see, election is a huge expenditure. We all know this, right? It costs lakhs of crores of rupees. It's a very huge thing for the entire country, but even state will cost a lot. Okay, and also frequent elections due to political crisis is not at all good. It will put a lot of strain on our financial resources. So then the governor can call for imposition of president's rule until the situation in the state stabilizes. That is the meaning of political crisis. Now, what do you mean by physical breakdown? So just imagine, I don't want this to happen. Just imagine that there is a huge terror attack, okay, and all the organs of the state, they are like, destroyed, okay. Then no other option, president's rule. Or a huge natural disaster, out of proportion natural disaster, like a huge earthquake. Without center's rule, you cannot do anything, okay. So again, president's rule. So these are the 4 things that come under breakdown of constitutional machinery, okay. So please write down the heading and write down these 4 things. That's it. Will be done. Failure of constitutional machinery, and please write down these 4, A, B, C, D. And for D, write down in the brackets Article 365. See, B can also mean something, internal subversion. It can also mean trying to break away from India. B can also mean dealing with the enemy states behind the union government's back. There can also be B. I guess, for internal subversion, you can take the example of Jammu Kashmir. Okay. But it can also be physical breakdown also, due to breakdown of law and order machinery in Jammu Kashmir. Okay, done? Okay, moving on. Okay, so look at this. Non-compliance with the constitutional directions of union government. Okay? So, we have studied 256, 257, and there is also something called 353, just ignore that. 353 deals with national emergency. Okay, 352, 353, they deal with national emergency. So, 352 is national emergency, we know this, right? So, when there is national emergency, also, center can give directions to the states. Okay, I forgot to, tell you that. So, that is Article 353. During imposition of national emergency, when national emergency is in force, center has the power to issue directions. Okay, even if they are not followed, then presidents will. Okay. Okay. So look at this. Is not complied by the state government in spite of adequate warning and opportunity. This is very, very, very important. In so many rulings, Supreme Court said this. You can only impose 356 for this reason when this is done. You have given adequate warning and opportunity. In spite of that, state government is not listening. Okay, so please keep this in mind. Okay, and all these things basically. Even this is also one of the things. There is a huge public disorder within a state. Okay, and state government is not giving information to union government about the disorder. Okay, union government will order the state to give information. In spite of that also, state is not giving any information. Then it is considered to be violation of Article 257 Clause 1. What is Article 257 Clause 1? State executive blocking union executive's power. Okay, because union government ordered the state to give information about the public disorder. State is not giving. It means what? State is blocking union's executive power under Article 257 Clause 1. So even that is a ground for imposing president's rule. Okay? So adequate warning is must. Please keep this in mind. Adequate warning and opportunity. Clear? So I hope this is clear now. Okay. Now, these are extremely important. Can you impose Article 356 President's Rule just because the state government is corrupt government? Just because there is maladministration? No. Look at this point. It was made abundantly clear by constitutional framers that the power under Article 356 is not meant to be exercised for the purpose of securing good government. Just because a government is corrupt government, you cannot impose Article 356. It is up to the people to decide that, whether to vote for them or not to vote for them. Let the people decide. but you cannot impose President's rule for securing good government. Okay, that is not the solution for corrupt government or maladministration. Okay, so please keep this in mind. If you all get this question, even in mains, you have to write these points. Okay, now the use of Article 356 will be improper, even for internal subversion, physical breakdown, non-compliance with the directions of the Union, if the President does not give any warning or opportunity to the state government to correct itself. Okay, we have seen some grounds, right? What are the grounds for imposing President's rule? Internal subversion, physical breakdown, non-compliance. Even in these grounds, use of Article 356 will be improper if the President does not give adequate warning or opportunity to the state government to correct itself. That is what the Supreme Court said. Okay, even under valid grounds, you cannot impose 356 if the President does not give any warning or opportunity. You have to listen to the state, you have to warn, keep on warning. How many times you have to warn? Nobody said that, okay? Nobody specified how many times you have to give warning. You can also give warning once, but please give warning once. And give the opportunity, some time to the state to correct itself. In spite of that, if they are not doing that, then you can impose. Okay, Supreme Court very clearly said this in so many judgments. Okay, and apart from this, there is one more ground. What is that? Political crisis. Okay. Okay, done with this. Now, right to strike. Okay. So the next concept is right to strike. Do you have the right to strike?
Yes.
Yes?
Peaceful.
Okay, right to protest peacefully is different, right to strike is different. Okay, right to protest peacefully without arms, without weapons. That is guaranteed under Article 19. That is different, and the right to strike is different. Okay? Now, why am I discussing this? Because recently, the Kerala High Court, very recently, said that government employees who participate in strikes that disrupt normal life are not protected under Article 19, Clause 1, Subclause C. Okay, so just look at this. First, look at the statement. Okay, now what is Article 19? It guarantees 6 fundamental freedoms. We all know this. What are they? Next. Can you see the word strike anywhere here?
Freedom of access,
What is it?
freedom to form.
That is different. You can form trade unions. Okay, under this you can form political parties. Okay,
Assemble peacefully.
without arms.
yeah, assemble peacefully without arms. But that means, does it mean strike? No, it does not mean strike. Assemble peacefully without arms means the right to protest, and even that is most of the times applicable for private people, not for government employees. Okay, because there is something called ESMA also, Essential Services Maintenance Act. That is the reason you can never see police people or military striking. Okay, so right to strike is different. What do you mean by strike? Not doing your duty. Okay, if the private people, private employees do not do their duty, that is different. But what about the government employees abandoning their duties? That will disrupt normal life for many people. So that is different. Okay, so right to strike is not there. Okay, now, according to Article 19, right to protest is a fundamental right, but right to strike is a legal right. It is not a fundamental right. Okay, just keep this in mind. Right to strike is a legal right. So, what do you mean by legal right? Any right that is given by a law. Okay, so the same law which gave the right to strike also imposed restrictions. What is that law? Industrial Disputes Act, 1947. Okay? Industrial Disputes Act, 1947 gave the right to strike. It also imposed certain restrictions. Okay? Now, why do strikes occur? For economic conditions. What do you mean by that? To improve wages, or health benefits and all that. And also for labor practices, to improve working conditions, to provide drinking water, or safe working conditions, something like that. Okay? And the right Right to strike is a legal right, and this right should be used as weapon of the last resort, last step. Okay? Now, Article 19 is subjected to all these restrictions. Okay, we'll just revise this once. First, sovereignty, integrity of India. Okay, under Article 19, the first, freedom of speech and expression. Okay, we'll look at all the restrictions now. Sovereignty, integrity of India, security of the state, friendly relations with foreign countries, public order, decency, morality, content of court. We'll discuss what is content of court if the time permits. It's very interesting. Defamation, incitement to an offense. What do you mean by that? You are encouraging somebody to commit an offense. Okay. Next, freedom of assembly. These are the restrictions. It should not disturb sovereignty, integrity of India, public order, including the maintenance of traffic. Section 144 of CRPC. What is that? Not more than 4 people should be assembled. Okay. Section 141 of Penal Code. I don't know what this is. What is this? Section 141.
Obstructing the duty of the police officer.
Excellent. Yes. Okay. Obstructing the duty of any public servant, basically. Okay. Next, freedom of association, which does not disturb sovereignty, integrity of India, public order or morality. Freedom of movement. Okay. Restrictions. Interest of general public. So I have COVID, for example. If I say that I have freedom of movement, I'll go to any place, I'll go to the Nambali exhibition and all that. It's not allowed. Because interest of general public. And the protection of interests of any scheduled tribe. Outsiders are not allowed into 5th scheduled areas. Okay, that means they are allowed, but you cannot buy any land and all that. We have discussed right yesterday. Okay, freedom of residence. Again, interest of general public. Okay, and protection of interests of any scheduled tribes. Freedom of profession. Can I do smuggling saying that I have freedom of professions? No. Government can prescribe professional or technical qualifications necessary for practicing any profession. Okay. And government can carry on by itself any trade, business, industry or service, whether completely or partially excluding citizens. That means under this article, government has a right to do monopoly. Nobody can question that. Okay. Government has a right to do monopoly. Just look at that. Government has a right to carry on any trade, business, industry or service, whether completely or partially excluding the citizens. So government has the right to do monopoly. Okay, so these are the restrictions. Now, right to be forgotten. This is very, very important. We'll just discuss this, then I can let you go for lunch. Okay? Right to be forgotten. Now, what do you mean by this? Right to be forgotten? It's already there. So, I don't want my information to be available in the public domain. Okay? I don't want my name or images to show up in the search engine. Okay? So, I want all my data to be deleted. That is the meaning of right to be forgotten. Okay? Please remember this judgment. Extremely important. Puttaspwamy judgment of 2017. Supreme Court recognized a right to be forgotten as part of right to privacy. Under which article? 21. Right to life. Okay? This right is part of right to privacy, which is part of article 21. Okay? Now, what do you mean by right to be forgotten? The right to remove or erase content so that it is not accessible to the people. Removing content from the public domain. Okay? So, it empowers an individual to have information in the form of news, videos, photo, deleted from internet records. And to prevent all these from showing up in the search engines like Google. Clear? Two things, this judgment and definition. That's enough. Now, shall we discuss Puttaspwamy case? It's very important, right? Recent one. 9-judge Constitution bench. While saying that a right to be forgotten is a fundamental right, the bench referred to European Union regulation of 2016, which said that right to be forgotten is, a person's fundamental right. It is a basic right. Okay? And right to be forgotten is nothing but an individual's right to remove their personal content from the public domain. Okay, now, when does this happen? When he is no longer desirous of his personal data to be processed or stored, or when it's no longer necessary, relevant, or is incorrect and serves no legitimate interest. Okay, so I have a right to remove my personal, information or data when I don't want. As simple as that. I don't want my information to be there. I don't want any of the internet companies to store, process my data. I don't want. Second thing, it is not necessary. For example, right to be forgotten, you can also use it in hospitals. Okay. Now, hospitals will store your data. They'll store your medical history and all that. It's for your benefit also, because are you allergic to any medication, or already any operation or any surgical procedure happened? What is your health status and all that? They'll have that information. Now, I've gone through treatment. I'm done with the hospital. I don't want the treatment anymore. I can ask the hospital to remove my data because it is no longer necessary or relevant. Okay, everybody has a right to do this. You can ask your hospital, you can ask your healthcare provider to delete your data if you don't want. Okay, or I can also ask the internet companies to remove my incorrect data if any data is incorrect. Clear, right? That is the meaning of right to be forgotten. Okay. Now, is there any existing law on right to be forgotten? As of now, there is no law which directly says that everybody has a right to be forgotten. Okay. But there are few provisions already existing which indirectly point to this. Indirectly point to this. Because just remember the data protection bill, which is pending in the parliament, that directly has the right to be forgotten. But unfortunately, it is not passed yet. I think it was referred to a parliamentary committee where they advised to change the entire law. Okay, I guess around 77 sections they wanted to change out of the 88 or 89 sections. Okay, so the data protection bill, which is still pending in the parliament, that directly has the right to be forgotten. It is not passed yet. So under the existing rules and regulations, we do not have anything which directly says this, but indirectly points to this. Okay, so what are they? Section 43A of the IT Act 2000. Let us read it together. Says that organizations who possess sensitive personal data. This is very, very important. What do you mean by sensitive personal data? Any data which will make you identifiable. Okay, or any data based on which you can be exploited. Any data, if it goes into wrong hands, you will become vulnerable. That is the meaning of sensitive personal data. Any data that will violate your privacy. Okay? No. Organizations who possess sensitive personal data and fail to maintain appropriate security to safeguard such data, resulting in wrongful loss or wrongful gain to anybody, should pay damages to the affected person. Clear? Very simple, right? Now, IT rules of 2021 do not include this right. Okay? But they lay down the procedure for filing complaints with the designated grievance officer. Every major IT services company will have a grievance officer. And if at all you feel that your data is misused, or if you have proof that your data is misused, you can approach the grievance officer. Okay? And then you can ask them to remove your content from the internet. Clear? Any questions anybody has? I think the biggest question is when I'll let you go for lunch. Yes, it's over. Yeah.
So is it applicable to government organizations like the
Absolutely. It's applicable for everyone.
What
But again, restrictions are there. I know you'll speak about Aadhaar and all that.
No, sir.
Then?
Suppose some criminal committed a crime and the post and the sentence is finished.
Okay.
So will his data will be removed?
Yeah, we have discussed that yesterday, right? Criminal Procedure Identification Act.
But you said it will be stored for 75 years, right? Yes, right.
If you are convicted.
But that's not in public domain. This is dealing about.
Okay. Even this is one thing which we have. Okay, this is in public domain. That is in a central database, which is only accessed by government authorities. And second, if you are acquitted, you can request for deletions. In the case of criminal act, here this is normal data, sensitive personal data. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the last thing after this we can go. The data protection bill, personal data protection bill. This directly contains the right to be forgotten. Unfortunately, it is stuck in Parliament. Okay, so if this is passed, then directly we'll have that right. But as of now, we have few laws which indirectly point to that. But anyway, in Puttaswamy judgment, Supreme Court said that yes, we all have right to be forgotten. Okay? Okay. So shall we start with this? Okay. Panchayats extension to the Scheduled Areas Act 1996. Now we know that to the scheduled areas, laws made by Parliament or laws made by the state assemblies will not automatically apply. Once, right? To extend them to scheduled areas, we need the president or the governor to make an order extending such law to the scheduled areas. Okay? So that is the reason we have this law to extend provisions of panchayats into the scheduled areas. Okay? Now, it is based on Dilip Singh Dhuria committee. And even such questions are being asked in, prelims, so just, make a note of it. Now, which is the main ministry for overseeing the provisions of PISA? It is Ministry of Panchayat Raj. Now, there is a nickname for this law. It is called Constitution within a Constitution. Because, this law is extending provisions of one part of the Constitution to the other part of the Constitution. That is the reason we call it as Constitution within Constitution. So this is extending panchayat provisions to scheduled areas. Okay. So it is interlinking one part of the Constitution with the other part. So it is called Constitution within a Constitution. Okay. So, any law made by Parliament or State Assembly will not automatically be applied to scheduled areas. If at all it is applied with certain modifications and exceptions. So, even this law is applied to scheduled areas with certain modifications and exceptions. Okay? Now, we know about Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura and Mizoram, right? What is this? Sixth schedule. Okay, we have discussed this yesterday. So keep them aside. Now read this. Under the Act, scheduled areas are those which are referred to in Article 244 Clause 1. We have discussed this yesterday. Under 5th schedule. Provisions of the 5th schedule shall apply to the scheduled areas and scheduled tribes in states other than these 4. Because for these 4 states you have 6th schedule. So currently provisions for 5th schedule are present in these 10 states: AP, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Himachal, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Odisha, Rajasthan and Telangana. Okay? So these are the 10 states that have 5th schedule provisions. Now, what is the objective for PISA? Yes, scheduled areas are very backward. Does it mean the people living in scheduled areas do not have any right to organize themselves in the form of panchayats? Scheduled areas are very backward. Does it mean that people do not have any right for self-government? It's not like that, right? So that is the reason PISA wants to extend provisions of panchayats to people living in scheduled areas so that they can organize themselves into panchayats. Okay? So, PISA recognizes the right of tribal communities who are residents of scheduled areas to govern themselves through their own systems of self-government. Just keep one thing in mind. Laws of Parliament or State Assembly will apply to scheduled areas with modifications. Why modifications? Because you have to give respect to the traditions, customs, customary law of the tribal communities. Okay? So, the provisions of panchayats will apply to scheduled areas by recognizing their traditional rights over natural resources. Okay, they have the right to govern themselves. Okay, so just keep this in mind. Now, PISA empowers Gram Sabhas to play a key role in approving development plans and controlling all social sectors. Same like for the other areas. That is what panchayats do for the other areas. Govern themselves, having control over their resources and all that. The same thing for tribal communities in scheduled areas also. Okay? Now, through this act, the tribal communities have power to manage all these resources. Jal, Jungle, Zameen, minor forest produce. What do you mean by minor forest produce? Is timber considered to be minor forest produce? No. Absolutely not. So minor forest produce means, fruits and flowers, decorative articles, okay, wild honey, wild rubber, okay, grazing rights, firewood, okay, all these are minor forest produce, medicinal plants, okay. Next, human resources, that means, training of tribal youth, okay, managing local markets, preventing land alienation. This is very, very important. This is the reason why so many tribal rebellions happened in the 200 years of colonial rule. Land alienation, making tribes, landless laborers in their own, ancestral land. Regulating intoxicants, among other things. All these powers, PISA gave to those tribal communities in scheduled areas. Clear? Okay, now, for those states which have scheduled areas, whatever laws and panchayats they make, those laws should be in conformity with the customary law of the tribes. What do you mean by customary law? They are cultural laws. The laws which are, passed down from one generation to the other generation. They are ancient traditional laws. Okay? So all those states which have scheduled areas, those states when they make any laws about panchayats for scheduled areas, they should give respect to the customary law of the tribes. Clear? And then, everything else is same like, the other areas. Every village will have a Gram Sabha consisting of persons, and all those persons' names are present in electoral roll for the panchayat at village level. Every Gram Sabha needs to safeguard and preserve the traditions and customs of people. This is one special point for Gram Sabhas in scheduled areas. I hope you're understanding. Okay? Okay. Now, why are we studying this? Is it a current affair? Yes, it is a current affair. Because recently Chhattisgarh became the 7th state in India to frame rules and to implement PISA. Okay? After AP, Gujarat, Himachal, Maharashtra, Rajasthan and Telangana. Okay? So after these states, Chhattisgarh became the 7th state with scheduled areas to implement PISA law in the scheduled areas. As simple as that. So any doubts anybody has here? Please ask me. Very simple, right? We have been studying this since a long time. So basically, scheduled areas, we are only referring to the 10 states which have scheduled areas. We are not touching those states which have 6 scheduled areas because already they are highly autonomous. They are so autonomous that they don't need this panchayat system there. We have discussed their autonomy yesterday. They have legislative powers, executive, judicial, financial powers, they have all the powers, basically. Okay? So, scheduled areas, you want to implement provisions of panchayats.
What is the provision for adding the state into the PISA regulation of 73rd amendment?
They just have to make their own rules and laws. The 10 states which have fixed scheduled areas, like for example, Chhattisgarh is there. It started implementing the PISA Act. PISA Act is already there. It's an act made by Parliament, applied throughout India. Now, for Chhattisgarh to take part in this, it has to make its own rules and regulations regarding extension of PISA into scheduled areas. That's it. Yeah.
So, tribal advisory councils work along with this?
Absolutely. Yes. Tribal advisory councils are at state level. Okay, tribal advisory councils are there for giving advice to governor. So that governor can make rules and regulations for good governance of 5th scheduled areas. Okay. So, any more doubts anybody has? Done with this? Okay. So, look at this one point which is important. Every gram panchayats in scheduled areas will have reservation seats. Okay. Now, minimum 50% reservation should be given at panchayats to STs, because we are talking about fifth scheduled areas, tribal areas. Clear? Now, election to the office of President of India. Okay, so actually the institute asked me to cover all the current affairs, and this happened recently, right? So I'll just finish it off very quickly. Article 62 deals with election to the President of India. Now, election should be completed before the expiry of the term of the current president. That is very important. Before the expiry of the term of the current president, election for the next president should be done. Okay, and this is not concerned with this, but anyway, this is very important. The union executive consists of president, vice president, prime minister, council of ministers, and also the attorney general of India. So many people do not include attorney general, but attorney general is also part of the union executive. Okay, so please keep this in mind. So now, some points about election. So election of the president is governed by Article 54. Okay, so who participates in the election of president? Elected members of both the House of Parliament, only elected members, not nominated members. Elected members of legislative assemblies of the states. What about legislative councils? Do they participate? No, because few states have legislative councils, few states do not have. So only elected members of legislative assemblies of all the states. And even Delhi and Puducherry, which have their own assembly. Even the elected members of these assemblies participate in the election of president. So that is the electoral college for president. Okay. Now, just try to answer this question. What about the election of vice president? Only members of parliament. What about nominated members? Yes. In the election of vice president, nominated members will also participate. Now they stopped doing this, but before they used to nominate 2 Anglo-Indian members into Lok Sabha. So those 2 Anglo-Indian members, apart from the 12 members who are nominated to Rajya Sabha, they all participate in the election of vice president. But for the election of president, it is only the elected members of both the House of Parliament and legislative assemblies. Okay, so just keep this in mind. Okay, the nominated members of Parliament and legislative assemblies do not participate in the election of the president. Okay. Then what about when assembly is dissolved? Then members lose their seat. So they are no longer members. So they cannot participate in presidential election. And what is the system? Proportional representation by means of single transferable vote. Do you know this? It's actually very easy. So we don't have time right now, or else I would have explained. You do one thing in YouTube, there are so many videos that explain this concept with the help of animation, graphics and all that. That will really help. Okay? And the voting is by secret ballot. What do you mean by that? Nobody knows to whom you voted. Okay? And then all the doubts and disputes in connection with the election of president are decided by Supreme Court and its decision is final. Okay? Now, this is very, very important. I don't know why I did not highlight this in red. The election of president cannot be challenged on the ground that electoral college was incomplete. What do you mean by that? So just imagine that there are some vacancies in Lok Sabha or vacancies in Rajya Sabha or vacancies in any state assembly. In spite of that, you cannot challenge election of the president. Okay? Okay. So that's it. Now, what are the qualifications for election as president? This is very important. Okay, again here we have differences with vice president. When you speak about qualifications for president, he should be qualified for election as a member of Lok Sabha. But when you speak about qualifications for vice president, he should be qualified for election as a member of Rajya Sabha. Okay, so this difference is very important. Okay, so just keep this in mind. See, these are the areas where UPSC can twist your arm and make you feel uncomfortable in the exam. Okay, such very small things. Okay. Now, what is the term of president's office? Normally it is 5 years, but he doesn't vacate the office unless there is another person waiting there. Okay, so unless a new president-elect is waiting there, the sitting president will not vacate the office because we need a president. No matter what, we need a president. Okay, and the president can resign at any time by addressing his resignation letter to the vice president. Even this is important. Okay, and president can also be impeached. I'm not going to touch the impeachment process. It's a very lengthy thing. Okay, president is also eligible for re-election. Okay, how many number of times? Any number of times. There is no limit for that. Okay. Now, vice president. What is the electoral college? Tell me. Only members of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, both elected members as well as nominated members. So, members of state legislative assemblies do not participate in the election of vice president. And again, the election is proportional representation by means of single transferable vote. Okay. Now, qualifications. Just look at this. Any person who wants to stand in vice presidential election, he should be qualified for election as a member of Rajya Sabha. That is the difference. Please keep this difference in mind. Okay, term of office, everything is like, same, right? Now, vice president can be removed by a resolution of Rajya Sabha passed with an absolute majority. Do you know the difference between simple majority, special majority, effective majority, absolute majority? We are going to discuss that also. So even if you don't know, do not worry. As of now, just keep this in mind. How to remove the vice president? A resolution has to be passed in Rajya Sabha only by absolute majority. After it is passed in Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha can simply pass a small resolution with simple majority and accept that resolution passed by Rajya Sabha. Look at this. Vice President can be removed by a resolution of Rajya Sabha passed by an absolute majority and agreed to by Lok Sabha. What do you mean by agreed to by Lok Sabha? They can simply pass a small resolution with simple majority showing Lok Sabha's acceptance. That's it. Okay? Clear? Okay. For Vice President, we are going to deal with the powers and functions because I guess this is 2022 mains question, if I'm not wrong. You got a direct question for Vice President. Yes? Okay. And there is no rule that UPSC will not repeat questions. UPSC will repeat questions. So, we all know that Vice President is Chairman of Rajya Sabha. Okay? And then, this is very important. When there is vacancy in the office of President, what will happen? Chairman of Rajya Sabha, the Vice President, will start acting as President. But there is a condition. He can only act as President for a maximum period of 6 months. Okay? When there is vacancy in the office of President, vacancy can occur due to resignation, death or removal. Okay? So when there is vacancy, the Vice President can act as President only for a maximum period of 6 months. Okay? Within the 6 months, a new President has to be elected. And even this person who is acting as President can also stand in presidential election. Even he can be elected as President. Okay? And when he is serving as acting President, he can no longer serve as Chairman of Rajya Sabha. Then who will take over? Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha. Okay? Okay. So now, types of majorities in Parliament. Very, very important. So you have simple majority, absolute majority, effective majority, special majority. Okay? So shall we start this now? This is very important. And people who don't know, you can learn now. So simple majority. This is very, very simple actually. Very easy, very simple, and this is the most commonly used type of majority. What is simple majority? It refers to more than 50% of the members present and voting in the House. Okay. Can you tell me an example? For example, in Lok Sabha, how many people are present? Just imagine that 400 people are present. Okay? Only 400 people are present. That means the strength is okay, not bad. 400, right? Now, what is majority here? 204. So that is the meaning of simple majority. It refers to more than 50% of the members present and voting in the House. Total strength is different, 543. But out of 543, only 400 are present in a given day. And what is the majority in 400? 201. 50% plus 1. That's it. That is simple majority. I hope you got this. Okay, it refers to more than 50% of the members present and voting. Okay, I'll make it simple. Present and voting, right? 543 is the total strength of the House. Okay, so just imagine that 100 people are absent and 43 people are abstaining from voting. What do you mean by abstaining? They are present in the House but they don't want to vote. That is the meaning of abstaining. So now what is the strength now? 400. 400 people are present and voting. So majority is 201. Okay, present and voting, that is the key word. Now this is the most commonly used type of majority, and whenever you don't know what type of majority should be used, the answer is simple majority. Okay? Ordinary bills require only a simple majority, which is very easy to get.
Can members abstain themselves from voting?
Yes.
Doesn't that lead to disqualification?
If the whip, takes action, it will lead to disqualification, but you can also abstain if at all you are courageous enough. If at all you can fight against your party whip. Okay? But abstaining or voting, that is the personal conscience of a member. Okay, clear? Now, where simple majority is needed, in this list I am giving it, to pass money bill, financial bill, ordinary bills, to pass adjournment motion, no confidence motion, censure motion, confidence motion. Okay, why is confidence repeating 2 times? Okay, ignore this. Adjournment motion, no confidence motion, censure motion. What is the meaning of all this? Even that I will explain if time permits, or else I'll give it you PPT. Okay? To declare a financial emergency, to declare President's rule, to elect the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha. Okay? And look at this. Constitutional Amendment Bill under Article 368. That is only with special majority. Okay? In the Parliament. But when the states want to ratify, they can ratify using simple majority. I hope you understand. So basically, just try to understand this. Constitution amendment, it can happen in 2 ways. First, Article 2 and Article 3. Second, Article 368. Okay. So what do you mean by Article 2 and 3? Creating new states, admitting new states, altering the boundaries, changing the name. All this can be done under Article 2 and 3. For this, Parliament needs to pass a bill with simple majority. Okay, for Article 2 and 3. Now when you speak about Article 368, Parliament needs to pass with special majority. Okay. Now, there are certain provisions in the Constitution which are very difficult to amend. That is the reason we say that our Constitution is a combination of rigidity and flexibility. Okay. If you want to change the union list, state list, concurrent list, for example, if you want to change the federal provisions of the Constitution, then you have to pass that bill in both the Houses of Parliament with special majority, and not only that, not less than half of the states should say yes to that. For that, states can use simple majority. That is what I am saying. I hope you understood. Okay? Now, absolute majority. This refers to a majority of more than 50% of the House's total membership. Okay? Now, where do you use absolute majority? Vice President. Okay. Excellent. Government formation. Look at this. Absolute majority is 273. Okay. 51% of the total membership of Lok Sabha. Only if you get absolute majority, you can form the government. I hope you understand. So what do you mean by absolute majority? Majority of more than 50% of the House's total membership. When I say total membership, the total seats in the House. I hope you understand it. So in case of Lok Sabha, absolute majority is 50% of the total membership of the House plus 1, which is 273. In case of Rajya Sabha, again same, 50% of the total membership of the house plus 1, which is 120. Are you understanding? All these are very, very important. Okay. The best example for absolute majority is formation of the government. In Lok Sabha, a party which gets 273 seats minimum will be able to form the government, right? So is this clear, guys? 50% of the house's total membership. Now, so basically absolute majorities are used, but they are very rarely utilized. Okay. And the best example for absolute majority is creation of center and state governments during the general election. Okay. In practice, most of the time you use effective majority, not absolute majority, but effective majority. So what is effective majority? Look at this. It refers to more than 50% of the effective strength of the house. What do you mean by effective strength of the house? If there are any vacancies in the house, you ignore them. Okay. For example, look at this. For example, in Lok Sabha, out of the total strength of 545, suppose 5 are vacant seats. What do you mean by vacant seats? There are no representatives. You have to hold by-elections to fill those 5 seats. So 5 seats are vacant. So what is the effective strength of the house? 540. Okay. Now, out of 540, 50% is 270. 270 plus 1 is the majority. Okay. So, in the constitution, this phrase is used. All the then members. In many sentences, in many articles, this phrase is used. All the then members. It means constitution is referring to effective majority. Okay. Both are same, effective majority, absolute majority. The only difference is absolute majority considers the entire strength of the house. It doesn't care about the vacancies. Effective majority removes the vacancies. Vacancy. And then you have to find out the majority. That is effective majority. Okay. So, instances where effective majority is needed. Removal of deputy chairman in Rajya Sabha. Removal of deputy speaker of Lok Sabha. Okay. Removal of speaker. Even speaker can be removed with effective majority. Okay. So, removal of speaker is present in these articles. Articles 94 and 96. Clear point?
So this takes account even the members who are absent?
No, not absent, only vacancies. Only vacancy. Vacancy means there is no representative in that seat. You have to hold by-elections to fill up that seat. That is the meaning of vacancy. Absentee is different, vacancy is different.
Absentees are not counted here.
Absences are counted.
Absentees
Not counted.
in simple majority, absentees are counted.
Yes, simple majority, absentees are counted. Okay? Special majority. Now this is a bit lengthy. So what did I do? I treated this as a separate topic, 46. Okay? Special majority. So basically any majority apart from simple, absolute and effective is called special majority. Very easy way to define. Okay? Now, where do you use special majority? You use special majority in Article 249, 368. Okay, in 368 you have one more type. 50% ratification by states. And you can also use special majority in Article 61. We'll discuss each and everything in detail now. Okay? Shall we start? Special majority according to Article 249. Okay? So, Article 249. Now, what is Article 249? Rajya Sabha can make a resolution to empower the parliament to make laws in the state list. Okay? So, Rajya Sabha can pass a resolution with special majority, giving parliament the power to make laws on those items in the state list. Then why did you even create state list in the first place? Okay, we just created state list, but there are so many exceptions. Rajya Sabha can empower parliament to make laws on state list. 2 or more states can request the parliament to make laws on state list. Okay, during president's rule, center has power to make laws on state list. Okay, so many exceptions are there. Then what is the point in giving states power? Okay, so anyway, for this, Rajya Sabha needs to pass a resolution with special majority. What do you mean by special majority? 2/3 of the members present and voting. Okay, so just try to understand this. 2/3 of the members present and voting. So here you remove the absentees. I hope you understand. So just imagine that 500 people are present in Lok Sabha. Out of this, 2/3. What is 2/3 of this? Tell me, anybody is fast in maths?
330.
Okay, that is special majority. 2/3 of the members present and voting. Okay. Next, special majority according to Article 368. There are two types here under Article 368. Okay. For example, most of the constitution amendment bills you have to pass in this method. Okay. Except those that alter the federal structure. That is a different type. Most of the constitution amendment bills need to be passed in this way. Okay. So look at that. 2/3 of the members present and voting, supported by more than 50% of the total strength of the House. Okay? 2/3 of the members present and voting. But there is one more condition here. At least 50% plus of the total membership of the House should support. Okay? For example, okay. Just imagine that 300 people are present in Lok Sabha. What is 2/3? 200? Correct only, right? 2/3 is 200, right? Now, what is 50% of the total strength of the House? 272, 273. The bill will not be passed because only 200 members are voting. I hope you understand. Okay. On a day, just imagine that only 300 members are present in Lok Sabha. 2/3 of the members present and voting. Only 300 members are present. Okay, and out of that 2/3 of the people voted yes. Okay, just imagine. It is not even 51% of the total strength of the House. So you need 273 people minimum to be voting, and that should be 2/3 of the total members present and voting. I hope you understand this. Okay, see, very simple. What is 51%? 273. This we know, right? Because that is our government form. 51% of the total strength is 273. This we know. Okay. Now, 2/3 of the total members present and voting, and it should not be less than 273. I hope you understand. Okay, that means two things are happening. One, on that day, strength in Lok Sabha should be very high. If the strength is less, attendance is less, you won't get the required numbers to pass this bill. Okay, and the second, not only 2/3 of the members present and voting, that number of people who are voting yes should be at least 273 in case of Lok Sabha. Only then the bill will be passed. So double, triple protection. I hope you understand. Did you get this? Are you sure, everybody? Okay. Now, so where is this type of majority used? Basically, almost every constitution amendment bill which does not affect federalism is passed in this way. If it affects federalism, this plus 50% of the states should vote yes. Okay. Now, removing judges of the Supreme Court or High Court, this procedure is used. Removing the CAG or the Chief Election Commissioner, this procedure, this majority. Proclaiming national emergency. Okay, resolution by the state legislature for the abolition or creation of legislative council. Again, the same majority should be used. Okay, so actually, what is the procedure for creating legislative council? Can you tell me? State assembly has to pass a resolution with special majority, and then parliament will pass a bill with simple majority, creating legislative council. Okay, but before that, first, state legislature should pass a bill with special majority, asking for council or asking to remove the existing council. Okay, clear? Next, special majority according to Article 368. So here, if you are trying to change the federal structure of the constitution, okay, then not only special majority in both the House of Parliament, you also need at least 50% of the states to vote yes. Okay? And they can vote yes using simple majority. Okay? So I hope you got this. Okay? Now, special majority according to Article 61. Now, this is used in the impeachment of President of India. Now, this condition is a bit different. Majority of 2/3 of the total strength of the House. Majority of 2/3, okay, ignore the word majority here. 2/3 of the total strength of the House. So, what is the total strength of Lok Sabha? 543 currently into 2/3. How much is that? Yeah, that is the strength required to impeach the president. Okay, so this thing is very, very important. You have to understand this.
Sir, in 368 special majority, so UTs are,
This one,
no sir, that's not.
this one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
States were included, right, sir? UTs also included, sir.
29 states is it, right? So I don't think UTs are included.
It's included, sir.
UTs are also included. Delhi and Pondicherry with us and this. Okay. Then how many should say yes? 16 I guess. 16 should say yes. Okay. So such things are very, very important. So not only states, even UTs with assembly should also say yes for such type of amendments which change the federal structure. Okay. So clear, right? I don't know how many of you understood and nobody is responding, everybody is very weak, very sleepy, but
Sir, can you put simple majority?
okay,
Simple majority.
simple majority. Okay, this is absolute. More than 50% of the members present at meeting.
Sorry, 368 were amended to
States, half of the states should say yes, right? They will vote with simple majority.
So in that case,
Parliament will do this with special majority. After that, 50% of the states should vote yes. They will vote yes with simple majority. Okay? Okay, shall we go through this one more time, or is it fine, or you don't know what you want for? It's fine? Everybody? Okay. So, these things you have to remember, there is no other option. My favorite is absolute majority because it's very easy. Okay. Even effective majority is very easy. The problem comes here in special majority. Okay. According to Article 249, 368, 368 plus 50%, Article 61. Okay. Even this is easy. Article 249. 2/3 of the members present and voting. Okay. So 543 is the total strength. Only 500 people are present. Of that, 2/3 should vote yes. Only then it will be passed in Lok Sabha. Okay. Next. Special majority according to Article 368. Now, this is a bit difficult to understand, but the reason behind this being difficult is double protection. Okay, nobody can amend the constitution in whatever way they want. Okay, so basically this is very important. More than this is very important. Supported by more than 50% of the total strength. So in case of Lok Sabha, what is 51%? 270. Okay, 273 people must say yes. Only then the constitution amendment bill will be passed in Lok Sabha. Okay, and 2/3 of the members present and voting. So here also you can ignore the absentee people because they said present and voting. You can ignore absentees, you can also ignore abstentions. Members of parliament who want to abstain from voting, you can ignore that also. Okay, in spite of that, you have to get 273 yeses. Only then the constitution amendment bill will be passed in Lok Sabha. Okay, so next, this is easy, right? Special majority in both the House of Parliament, and apart from that, at least 50% of the states and the two unions, Pondicherry and Delhi, with assembly. At least 50% of them should say yes. Now they will say yes by passing a resolution with simple majority, because already the bill was passed in Parliament with special majority. Okay, And then Article 61. What is that? Impeaching the president. Okay. Now, it is not that tough if you ask me. 2/3 of the total strength of the House. Okay. 543 into 253. How much is that? How much? 362. So, okay, this is very difficult actually. 362 people should vote yes. And look at the wording here. Total strength of the House. That means they don't give a damn if there are vacancies. Okay, they don't give a damn about vacancies. Total strength of the House. Okay, I won't care about the vacancies also. 2/3 of the people, 2/3 of the total strength of the House should say yes. Only then President can be impeached. Okay, so in that way, please go through this once and try to understand where they care about vacancies, absentees, abstentions, where they don't care. Okay, so whenever you come across the phrase total strength of the House, it means what? They won't care about absentees, they won't care about abstentions, they won't care about vacancies. Okay, so this is actually the toughest of all, impeachment of president. Okay. Now, types of amendments and constitutional amendment process. This is again a bit lengthy. Okay, so shall we start this now? Okay. Now, Article 368 deals with constitutional amendment. Now, Constitution can be amended through Article 2 and 3 and Article 368. Okay, but whatever changes you make in the Constitution under Article 2 and 3 are not considered to be constitutional amendments. Please keep this in mind. What are the changes you make in the Constitution under Article 2 and 3? States, adding, removing, changing names and all that. Those are not considered to be constitutional amendments. Only those changes which happen under Article 368 are considered to be constitutional amendments because they are done with special majority. If you want to make changes under Article 2 and 3, you can do that with simple majority in the Parliament. Okay? So, basically, under Article 368, you have two types of constitutional amendments. Special majority by Parliament and then special majority by Parliament plus ratification of at least half of the total states. Okay? So all the features that all the bills that try to amend the federal features, for them, the second one. Okay? So now, there are some articles like Article 2 and 3 that provide for amendment of certain provisions of the Constitution by simple majority of the Parliament. But they are not considered to be amendments of the Constitution. Okay, so all the changes you make in the Constitution under Article 2 and 3 are not considered to be amendments. Only those changes that we make under Article 368 are considered to be amendments to the Constitution. Okay, and whenever I say Article 368, special majority in Parliament. That's it. Okay?
The state federal section is not affected. They're making the changes in the 368. So what is the majority?
Special majority in Parliament. That's it. Only federal, special majority in Parliament plus ratification by half of the states. Okay, it's present here, right? Two different types. Okay? Now, simple majority of Parliament. This is not considered to be constitutional amendment. Okay? So, admission or establishment of new states, formation of new states and alteration of areas, boundaries, names, abolition or creation of legislative councils in states. I told you, right? The state should pass with special majority. Then Parliament will create legislative council with simple majority. Okay? And then second schedule emoluments. What do you mean by that? The salaries, privileges given to all the dignitaries. Okay? Allowances, privileges of president, governor, speaker, and all that. Quorum in Parliament. Salaries and allowances of members of Parliament. Rules of procedure in Parliament. Privileges of the Parliament, members and committees. Use of English language in Parliament. Number of judges in Supreme Court. Increasing the strength of Supreme Court. And then, giving more power to Supreme Court. You cannot reduce the power of Supreme Court. Only one thing is allowed. What is that? Giving more power to Supreme Court. Citizenship. Okay, election to Parliament and state assemblies. Delimitation of constituencies. Union territories. 5th schedule, administration of scheduled areas and scheduled tribes. 6th schedule, administration of tribal areas. All these can be changed with simple majority in parliament. Okay, but unfortunately these are not considered to be constitutional amendments. We are making changes in the constitution, but they are not considered to be constitutional amendments. Because only those changes under Article 368 are considered to be constitutional amendments. Just keep this in mind. Okay? Now, special majority of the parliament, that means what? 368. Okay? Now, the majority of provisions in the constitution need to be amended by special majority of the parliament. We already understood the meaning of special majority, so I'm not going to touch it again. Okay? Now, sometimes you see this term, total membership. Like I showed you under Article 61, impeachment of president. Total membership. That means the total strength of the house, irrespective of whether there are vacancies or absentees. Okay? So whenever you come across this term, total membership, it means what? They don't care about vacancies, no absentees, no abstentions. Total membership of the house, they will count. Like Article 61, impeachment of president. 2/3 of the total membership of the house. Okay, clear? Now, do you know this legislative procedure? First reading, second reading, third reading. Do you know that? Once a bill is introduced in either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, it goes to some stages. First reading, second reading, third reading. Okay. So initially, the constitution under Article 368 said that special majority is only required at third reading stage. At every stage, voting will happen. Okay. But special majority is only required for voting at third reading stage. But according to the rules of the House, to strengthen the safeguards, special majority is now made applicable for all the stages: first reading, second reading, and third reading. I hope you understood. Okay. Now, what are the provisions which can be amended by special majority in Parliament? Fundamental rights, directive principles of state policy, all other provisions which are not covered by the first and third categories. First category, simple majority. Second category, this. Third category is what? Special majority in two houses plus 50% states saying yes. Okay? So these are the things that you can amend with special majority. Okay? Now, third category. What is that? Special majority in parliament plus consent of at least half of the states. Okay? Now, where do you want to change the federal structure? There you have to go for this procedure. Now, what do you mean by change in federal structure? Very simple. Change in list 1, list 2 and list 3. As simple as that. That changes the entire federal structure. Okay? You can also eliminate list 2, state list, if you go for this. Okay, but unfortunately you cannot do that because Supreme Court in Keshavananda Bharti case very clearly said that federalism is basic structure of the constitution. So that cannot be changed. Okay? Now, when you go for this procedure, you need special majority in both the House of Parliament. But states need to pass with only simple majority. Clear point? So, the moment half of the states give their consent, the formality is completed. And this point is very, very important. There is no time limit within which the states should give consent to the bill. Because 15, 16 states should say yes. So that is the reason they did not give any time limit. Because it is impossible for 15 or 16 states to say yes within 2 or 3 months. Okay? Clear? So, all these provisions can be amended in this way. The toughest way. Okay, toughest way to amend the constitution. Election of the president and its manner. Even that will affect the federal structure. So tomorrow if the ruling party wants to remove the states from the election of president, it cannot do that. It needs at least half of the states to say yes. Extent of the executive power of union and states. Supreme Court and High Courts. Distribution of legislative powers between the union and states. Any of the lists in 7th schedule. Okay, list 1, list 2, list 3. Representation of states in parliament. Power of Parliament to amend the Constitution and its procedure. That means Article 368 itself. So if you want to amend Article 368, you have to go to the toughest procedure available to amend the Constitution. Okay? So did you get this? Article 368 is so tough to amend. Because Article 368 deals with what? The procedure to amend the Constitution. If you want to change that itself, you have to go for this, which is very, very, very tough. Okay, just imagine at least half of the states should say yes. Can you even imagine the amount of discussion that will happen in each assembly, the amount of opposition that will come, the amount of hatred and all that? You cannot even imagine. Okay? Clear points? Any doubts anybody has here? No? Now, let us look at the procedure to amend the Constitution. Okay? Now, if you want to amend the Constitution, you need to introduce amendment bill. That can only happen in Parliament. Amendment bill cannot be introduced in any state assembly. We all know this. Now, the bill can be introduced by a minister or a private member. What is the difference between public member and private member? So basically, all the ministers are public members, and every other member of Parliament is private member. Even those members of ruling party are also private member if they are not ministers. Okay. So look at the beauty here. Constitution Amendment Bill can be introduced by both public member and private member. But mostly nobody, no private member will dare to do that, right? People will not even care about normal bills of private member, forget about Constitution Amendment Bill. Okay. So now, does introduction of Constitution Amendment Bill require prior permission of the President? No. It does not require prior permission of the President. This is 2022 prelims question. Okay, not exactly this entire concept. Okay. Each house must pass the bill separately. Is there any provision for joint sitting? No. When you speak about Constitution Amendment bills, there is no provision for joint sitting. Okay. Next. After it is passed by both the House of Parliament and ratified by state legislatures, if it is necessary, the bill is presented to the President. Now, can President withhold his assent? Or can the bill, President send back the bill for reconsideration? No. Nothing doing. In the case of Constitution Amendment bills, President must sign no matter what. Okay. He cannot use suspensive veto. What do you mean by suspensive veto? Sending it back for reconsideration. He cannot use pocket veto. He cannot do anything. He should simply sign. That's it. Okay. So that is the procedure. Clear? Now, scope of amendability in the Constitution. What are the things that you can amend? What are the things that you cannot amend? For example, can you amend preamble? Yes. Is preamble part of the Constitution? Yes. First in a judgment, Supreme Court said no. Then later it said yes. Okay. You can basically amend any part of the Constitution without affecting the basic structure of the Constitution. So what are parts of the basic structure? We'll see. First, supremacy of the Constitution. Nothing is above the Constitution in India. Next, welfare state. That means the state must strive to achieve socio-economic justice for all the people. Okay, so not only capital expenditure, every government at the central level and state level must spend for social welfare also. Okay, next, principle of equality. Equality before law and equal application of laws. Sovereign, democratic and republican nature of Indian polity. What do you mean by sovereign? India doesn't depend on any other country for its power. Okay, democratic and republican. What do you mean by that? India has elected head of the state. Okay, judicial review, free and fair elections, secular character of the Constitution, freedom and dignity of the individual, independence of judiciary. That is the reason judiciary is opposing National Judicial Appointment Commission. Separation of powers between legislature, executive and judiciary. Parliamentary system. You cannot even go for presidential system. Okay, only parliamentary system. And limited power of the parliament to amend the constitution. All these are part of the basic structure of constitution. Even this one is very, very important. Limited power of the parliament. Okay? But in the case of unwritten constitution, okay, literally there is nothing which the legislature cannot amend. For example, in the United Kingdom, which is unwritten constitution, everything can be amended. There is no concept called basic structure. Okay. Yes, preamble can be amended, but without affecting the basic structure.
Can be included into the basic structure.
Okay. Can preamble be included into basic structure? Can anybody answer that question first? Can anybody answer that question? Meanwhile, I'll sip some coffee. Already it became very cold, so don't feel jealous on me. I'm sipping cold coffee. Okay? So tell me, is preamble part of the basic structure? Okay. So one thing you have to remember is basic structure is not any provision in the constitution. Preamble is a provision in the constitution. Basic structure is not any provision in the constitution. Basic structure is the essence of the constitution. Basic structure is nothing but the vision the makers of the constitution had for us. Okay. So can you amend fundamental rights? Yes. Are fundamental rights part of basic structure? The question doesn't have any meaning. Because basic structure is not any component of the constitution. Basic structure is not any part. Basic structure is the essence of the constitution, the character of the constitution. That cannot be changed. That is what Supreme Court said. Okay? Okay, moving on. Yeah, we still have federal character of the constitution, rule of law, access to justice, unity and integrity of the nation. It means what? No state can break away from the union. States do not have, actually states do not have any right. States did not come into the union with their consent, and states cannot leave the nation with their consent. States do not have any consent at all. Okay, harmony and balance between fundamental rights and TSPSC. Reasonableness. Whatever you want to amend, it should be reasonable, logical, rational. All these are the ingredients of basic structure of the constitution. Okay? Okay, moving on. Veto power of the president. Okay, shall we discuss that? You have stuck with me for 2 more hours. Like it or not. At what time do you want the session to end? 5? 6? 7? Okay. How about balance compromise? 5:30. 5:30 to 6. Somewhere between 5:30 to 6. Okay? So meanwhile, if you have any issue, like any work or anything, you can do it. Okay? So this is a free country. Okay? This is not Narayana Chaitanya where I close the door and all that. Okay? Veto power of the president. Okay. 3 types of veto. Absolute veto, suspensive veto, pocket veto. What do you mean by absolute veto? Straight away rejecting, saying that I won't sign, I don't want this. Absolute veto. Does Indian president have absolute veto? Tell me. It's correct only, tell me everybody. No. No one is. No? Yes. Indian president has absolute veto. Okay. Indian president has all the 3 things actually. Absolute veto, suspensive veto and pocket veto. Okay. What is it? I didn't understand.
Qualified veto.
What is it?
Qualified veto, sir.
Qualified.
Qualified veto.
Qualified veto. Okay. Qualified veto also we'll discuss, but as of now we'll discuss these 3. Okay. Absolute, suspensive and pocket. So, absolute veto. What do you mean by absolute veto? Straight away rejecting a bill, saying that I won't sign. President of India does have absolute veto. Okay. Actually, the President of United States has absolute veto. Okay. But President of India also has absolute veto, even though President is not directly elected by the people. But absolute veto is used in the rarest of rare cases. Like for example, we know that we are saying president, constitution and all that. But in reality, which is the most powerful body in India? The Union Cabinet. Okay, there is nothing which is beyond the Union Cabinet. Highest decision making body in India. Okay. Now, a bill was passed in both the House of Parliament and then it went to President. President did not sign on that. President is waiting to sign on that actually. President wants to study the entire bill and then sign on that. Meanwhile, what happened? The government resigned. The government collapsed. New government came. and the new cabinet advised the president not to sign. Okay, then president can use absolute veto. I hope you understand it. So a bill was passed in both the houses, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, and went to president for assent. Okay. Now, before the president signs, the government collapsed, new government came, and this new cabinet advised the president not to sign. Then the president straight away says that I won't sign. That is absolute veto. Okay? So, you know the meaning of suspensive veto, you know the meaning of pocket veto also. So, let us see the cases where, these can be used. Absolute veto. Okay? So, president can also use absolute veto for a bill passed by private member. Bill introduced by private member. Okay? So, a private member can introduce a bill. Just imagine that in the rarest of rare cases, it got passed in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Nobody cares about private members. Okay? Private members are like, the most marginalized sections in parliament. Okay? Nobody gives a damn about private members. Okay? Shashi Tharoor. Okay? He introduced so many bills. Nobody cared about those bills. Nobody knows what even happened to those bills. Okay? Because private members. Okay? So now, a private member introduces a bill in Lok Sabha, it gets passed in Lok Sabha, then passes in Rajya Sabha, and then goes to president. Now, president can straight away reject private member bill. So, president can use absolute veto for private members bill. And apart from that, the thing which I told you, the example which I told you. Okay, so these are the instances in which president can use absolute veto. Okay, next, suspensive veto. We all know this, right? Sending back for reconsideration, with or without modification, it come back to the president. Then president has to say yes. Okay, so that means suspensive veto. Next, pocket veto. Okay, and president cannot send back a money bill for reconsideration. Just keep this in mind. Okay, and pocket veto. What do you mean by that? The president very clearly knows that if I send back the bill, they will send it back to me. They won't care about my recommendations because they think that I am rubber stamp. Okay. So president will not send back. President will simply leave the bill on the desk. He will not take any action. Okay. Now does the constitution specify a time limit for the president to sign on the bill? No. Can anybody order the president to sign on the bill? At maximum, Prime Minister can request, sir, please sign. That is what he can do. Nobody can order the president, do that, do this. Not even Supreme Court. So the bill will just stay on the desk like that. That is called pocket veto. Okay? And president does not have any veto power. Let it be, suspensive veto or pocket veto when it comes to constitution amendment bills. Even this is very, very important. So look at this table. Ordinary bills. Okay, president can sign, president can return, suspensive veto. President can reject. Reject means not absolute veto, pocket veto. Okay. Next, money bills. President can only sign and reject. Reject means pocket veto. President cannot use suspensive veto. That means president cannot send back the bill for reconsideration. Next, constitution amendment bills. President can only sign. President cannot reject. President cannot return. No pocket veto, no suspensive veto. That is for constitution amendment bills. Clear? Done? Okay, finally, 50th one.
Sir, if the president is not asset to the bill, the government can go to the court to enforce the.
No.
So in the case of Telangana, like governor is not signing the bill and they went to the court.
The Supreme Court requested the government. Supreme Court did not order the government. Okay, Supreme Court said that governors, please do not do this. Do not hold up the bills. Okay, so nobody can order them. Basically, it is their position. Okay, but Supreme Court or any other court can inquire, why are you doing this? Okay, why are you holding up the bill? That's it. Okay. So now, appointment of judges. We know this, right? First judge's case, second judge's case. Should I discuss this or skip this? Skip. Skip, right? Okay. See, pocket veto means discretionary power of the president actually. What do you mean by discretion? He doesn't have to listen to Council of Ministers. Okay. See, always the cabinet will ask the president to sign because 99% of all the bills are government bills only. Okay. So when the president is using pocket veto, it means he's acting against the Council of Ministers. Okay. So anything else? Okay. So what about removal of judges? I think we already discussed this also, the 3-member committee and all that. So skip. Okay, so now this is very important. So recently, Union Cabinet approved inclusion of several communities in the scheduled tribes list. Okay, across 4 states. Okay, so just try to listen to this. This is very important. Okay. First, we'll try to understand what are those tribes. First, Hatti community of Sirmaur district of Himachal Pradesh. They will be added to scheduled tribes list. In Tamil Nadu, these are the 2 tribes, Narikoravan and Puri Vikkaran. Okay, so 2 tribes will be added to ST. And then in Karnataka, Betta Kuruba tribe will be added to ST list. Okay, and then in Chhattisgarh, Binjia community will be added to the ST list. Recently, Union Cabinet, okay, we also have UP. In UP, Gold tribe. Now within Gold tribe, we have so many subcastes. 5 subcastes were approved for inclusion in the ST list. Okay. Now, how does this happen? It happens through Constitution Scheduled Tribes Order Amendment Bill 2022. So it is a constitution amendment bill. Okay. Clear? Okay. So we have seen in the previous list. Does it come under simple majority or special majority? Special majority. Are you sure? Does it come under simple majority or special majority? I guess it is special majority, not simple majority. What is it?
Special majority because of states involved.
Okay, it's not changing any federal feature, right? Okay, this you better find out because I'm not sure of this.
So this is constitutional amendment.
Is it? Yeah, I don't. It's constitution amendment bill only, right? No, you can also amend constitution with simple majority, right? There are few things which you can do with simple majority, right? Okay, so anyway, just be aware of this. I did not get this down when I was preparing PPT, or else I would have added that material also for you. Only now I got this down, so okay, I cannot search in the internet right now due to time waste, so you better search about this. Okay, these orders, are these ordinary bills or constitution amendment bills? If they are constitution amendment bills, what type of majority is used? Okay, just try to find out. Okay? Now, how is a community added or removed from SC/ST list? Okay. So first, I'll tell you the general procedure and then I'll tell you the procedure about STs. Okay? So first I'll tell you the general procedure. This is the general procedure. The state or UT will ask the center to add so and so community into the SC or ST list or to remove so and so community from the SC or ST list. Okay? It all starts with the concerned state government. Now, a bill should be passed and the president needs to assent. Only then the modifications in SC, ST list can happen. Okay? And the bill should be passed by both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, obviously. Okay? Now, after all this, the president issues a notification in the Gazette of India saying that so and so changes happen in the list of SCs and STs. If you want to change the SC list, then Article 341. If you want to change the ST list, then Article 342. Okay? Now, let us focus on STs because the current affair is about STs. Article 366 clause 25. This provides a process to define STs. Okay? How to define ST? That process is specified in Article 366 clause 25. Okay? Now, according to this article, STs means those tribes which are under Article 342 considered to be scheduled tribes. That is what this article says. Okay, you do one thing. Ignore this article, not a big deal. Okay? And only focus on this article. Article 342 clause 1. Okay? Now, the president, with respect to any state or UT, after consultation with the governor, may specify a tribal community as a scheduled tribe in that state or UT. Just focus on this article. Ignore this. This is not that important. Article 342 clause 1, very important. Look at this. 341 for SCs, 342 for STs. So Article 342 clause 1. What is the article saying? The president, with respect to any state or UT, after consultation with the governor, that means the state level cabinet, may specify a tribal community as a scheduled tribe in that state or UT. Then that tribe will be added into the ST list. I hope you understand. Just ignore this, only focus on 342 clause 1. Okay? Now, let us look at the procedure for STs. Okay, because the current affair is about STs. Now, it all starts with the state government. State government can ask the center to include a tribe or to exclude a tribe from the ST list. Exclusion will not happen, only inclusion will happen. Okay, now, immediately the state will send this proposal to Ministry of Tribal Affairs. The Tribal Affairs Ministry will do a lot of deliberation and all that, and then send the proposal to Registrar General of India. Why? Because this person has statistics about all the demographic features of that particular tribe. Okay, population census and proportion of male, proportion of female, all the demographic characteristics, age, sex ratio, everything is present with this person, Registrar General of India. Okay, and then he will give a report. And then what happens? That report is sent to National Commission for Scheduled Tribes. And even their opinion is taken. Finally, all these will go to the Union Cabinet, which is the highest decision-making body in India. And once they approve, the bill will be introduced in Parliament.
So scheduled area also same process, right?
Obviously. Scheduled areas also same process. But here we are discussing about including a tribe into scheduled tribe list. Already yesterday we have discussed this, right? Fifth scheduled areas, how to identify them, the criteria is there, no? Preponderance of tribes and all that, yeah. Okay, clear with me? This is the procedure. Now, what is the criteria? How do you say that so and so tribe should be added into scheduled tribes list? You look at all these things. Ethnological traits, we look at the ethnicity of the people. Okay, traditional characteristics, distinctive culture, geographical isolation. They should be comparatively isolated, backwardness. Okay, now how many scheduled tribes are there officially? As per 2011 census, you have 705 ethnic groups which are listed in scheduled tribes list under Article 342. Please remember Article 342. 341 for SC, 342 for ST. Okay? Okay. Now, Law Commission. Do I have to discuss about this or is it fine? Law Commission. What is Law Commission? It is a non-statutory body actually. What do you mean by that? It is simply made with a government order. Okay, it doesn't come under any law. And what is the purpose of Law Commission? It is a think tank, research body. To find out loopholes in the laws and to give some suggestions, recommendations. Actually, you have to read Law Commission reports before going to mains. Law Commission report on electoral reforms, very important. Law Commission report on one more thing is there, which is very important. I actually read all these reports. You just go through the Law Commission website, you'll find so many reports. Whatever you feel are important, just go through that. But read very selectively because it contains so many technical terms. Waste of time. Okay? So it is a think tank, and in the Law Commission you have a retired Supreme Court judge, and they will advise the government on the various law reforms and all that. Okay? Okay. Some important recommendations made by the first Law Commission of India. First Law Commission. Okay? So, we are talking about the British times. It recommended formulation of Indian Penal Code, IPC. Without IPC, nothing is there. So IPC was first submitted in 1837. but it was enacted in 1860 and it is still in force. That is the beauty of IPC. Okay, of course, with so many modifications. Next, Criminal Procedure Code. It was enacted in 1898. Then it was repealed. Then again created. Criminal Procedure Code of 1973. Okay, all these are the recommendations of the first Law Commission. Okay, now some more important things. Indian Evidence Act. The entire prosecution system works on Indian Evidence Act. And the Indian Contract Act. All these were recommended by Law Commissions only. Okay? Okay. So, Law Commission is, headed by a retired judge, Supreme Court judge. It contains all legal experts. Clear? Now, this is very important. Gram Nyayalayas. Okay, very important current affair. So, shall we discuss this? So, basically, what happened? In 2008, the government suddenly woke up. It wanted to do something good for the people. So it passed Gram Nyayalayas Act in 2008, which is so beautiful. If I tell you the provisions, you'll really feel bad that it is not being implemented. Okay, such a wonderful provision. Okay, so recently what happened? Why are we discussing this? Supreme Court sought a reply from all the high courts. Somebody filed a plea in Supreme Court saying that it's been a long time since this law was passed, but Gram Nyayalayas were not being set up. So please do something about it. Somebody filed a plea in Supreme Court. So Supreme Court sent a notice to all the high courts asking reply. What is the status? Are you implementing or not? Okay. Now what happens? So in 2008, the Parliament passed this law for setting up these courts at the village level. In the name itself you have Gram. Okay. So these courts at the village level will exercise both civil and criminal jurisdiction. Okay. Now, in 2020, Supreme Court gave a direction to all the state governments saying that please do something about that. Okay. Give out notifications establishing Gram Nyayalayas. But still now, I don't think much improvement happened. Okay. So now, jurisdiction of Gram Nyayalayas. These are mobile courts. So innovative, right? Mobile courts. And they exercise both civil and criminal powers. Civil and criminal jurisdiction. Okay. So, in the law, you have two schedules. First schedule and second schedule. We have discussed about the law, right? Passed by the Parliament, 2008. In that law, there are two schedules. In those schedules, there are a list of items on which these courts can try the cases. Civil cases and criminal cases. Okay. Now, after giving judgment, a copy of the judgment is immediately given to both the parties. Okay. And then, any person accused of an offence may file an application for plea bargaining. Okay. So, what do you mean by plea bargaining? Please hear my plea one more time, or reduce my sentence, or give a lesser sentence or something like that. Postpone the sentence till I produce more evidence or something like that. Okay? Now, every Gram Nyayalaya will be headed by Nyayadhikari. Okay? So, this person will be appointed in consultation with the High Court. High Court of the state. And what are the qualifications for this person? This person has the same level of qualifications as Judicial Magistrate First Class. Okay, so this person will have the same qualification as Judicial Magistrate First Class. Okay, and then representation will be given for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, women, and the other communities wherever there is necessity. Clear? Okay. So suppose this person has any interest in the case, he will not preside over the case. Some other judge will come. Okay, so it is a mobile court. Please keep it in mind. These are mobile courts. So this person will, visit villages periodically and try to solve the cases there. That is about Gram Nyayalayas. Just imagine the amount of burden we can reduce on the judiciary with the help of such mobile courts. Okay, and these are not like lok adalats where only family disputes are solved and the judgment is not actually a judgment, it is like a suggestion and it's a judgment actually, but it is more like counseling. Okay, and it is for family disputes. The jurisdiction is very much limited. But these are not like that. These are actually real, proper functioning courts which can solve both civil and criminal cases at the village level. So just imagine the amount of relief a person at the village level can get. He doesn't have to travel to the district headquarters. Okay, he doesn't have to come to city, for example. Okay. Next, Places of Worship Act. Very important. So it was passed in 1991. Okay. So what is Places of Worship Act? Any idea? So, for example, there is any place of worship. Okay. Now, this place of worship should not be converted into any other place of worship or any other thing. It should remain as it is, as it existed on 15th August 1947. Okay? Any place of worship should not be converted into any other place of worship or into any other place basically. Okay? It should remain as it is, as it existed on 15th August 1947. That means we have to maintain the religious character of all places of worship. We cannot change the religious character. Okay? I hope you understand. Now, this act is so strict that in each and every religion we have sects. Like in Buddhism we have Vajrayana, Mahayana. We have different sects, right? You cannot even convert place of worship of one sect into another sect. It is so strict. Okay? Of course, Ayodhya, Ram Janmabhoomi is an exception to this law. Okay? So is this clear? Let us just read it together. It is an act to prohibit conversion of any place of worship. Any place of worship. And to provide for the maintenance of religious character. What do you mean by that? You cannot convert that. And also all the religious ceremonies, rituals, prayers, puja, whatever it is there. They can be held there. Nobody can block it, nobody can obstruct it. That is the meaning of maintenance of religious character. Okay. Now, for example, on 15th August 1947, in one place there is a mosque. It is supposed to be a mosque only. It should not be converted. Okay. So, you cannot claim that, previously it was something else. It doesn't matter. On the day of 15th August 1947, if it was a mosque, it will continue to be a mosque. No conversion is allowed. Okay? Clear? Now, look at this. Section 3 of the Act bans the conversion in full or part of a place of worship of any religious denomination into a place of worship of a different religious denomination. It's very easy, right? You cannot convert place of worship of one religion into place of worship of another religion. As simple as that. Clear? So this bar or this ban is even applicable for different segment or different sect of the same religion or the same religious denomination. Okay? Clear, right? Now, what are the exemptions? This is an exemption because this dispute was there since a very long time, and this law came in 1991. So definitely Ayodhya was given as an exemption. It is due to the exemption that Supreme Court was able to deal with this case. If this was not exempted, then no Ayodhya case. Okay, it was exempted. And apart from that, this is very important. Any place of worship which is an ancient and historical monument or archaeological site as identified by Archaeological Survey of India under this Act. Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act 1958. That is also an exemption. Okay, and any disputes which have been settled or disposed of, even that the law doesn't cover. Okay, so any doubts anybody has here? Very simple, right? Actually, it's a very short law. There is nothing much here, but it's a very powerful law. So criticism is there. What is the criticism? there is one very important point in the law. It bars judicial review. Okay, which is the basic structure of the constitution. But again, if the court wants to carry out judicial review, it can carry out judicial review. Okay, this law cannot do anything. Okay, so the law says that judicial review is not allowed. Like for example, there is a place of worship and there is a demand to convert that into another place of worship. This law is not allowing that. So I cannot approach any court because this law is beyond judicial review. As simple as that. But nobody can say that this is beyond judicial review, that is beyond judicial review. It is up to the court to decide, which is beyond judicial review. And Supreme Court clearly said that there is nothing beyond judicial review. Okay? Now, the cutoff date is for 15th August 1947. Why that date? What is the meaning? I know independence, but why that date? It is, arbitrary, irrational, retrospective cutoff date. It is referring to, somewhere in the long past. Okay? And, these are the criticisms against the Act. Okay? Okay. Actually, Supreme Court praised this law. Okay? Because, just imagine that nobody should feel bad. A temple was destroyed and converted into mosque in the history before independence. As on Independence Day, it is a mosque. Okay? Now, you cannot change it back into temple. That is what the law says. Why do you think it cannot be changed back into temple? Because then you will be rewriting history. Good or bad, something happened. It is part of our history. Okay? So you cannot change it back. You cannot rewrite the history. Whatever is there, it happened. That's it. Leave it now. Do not change it back into temple and hurt anybody. Okay? So these things are totally banned. Just imagine that this law is not there. And everybody will try to claim that this mosque is a temple once upon a time, so I want this, I want that. Just imagine the amount of communal clashes that will happen. Not only communal clashes, even mosques are part of our history. Nobody can say no. Okay, that is the beauty of our history, so much multiculturalism, and we have to embrace it, we have to respect it. Okay, that is the reason Supreme Court praised this particular act during Ayodhya judgment. Okay, next. Right to Information Act. So we are not going to discuss the entire law, it's a very huge dinosaur-sized law. Okay, we are not going to discuss all that. We are only going to discuss the current affair and we are going to discuss some salient features. That's it. We are going to discuss about the 2019 amendment. Okay, where the central government insulted this law like anything, abused this law like anything. Okay, we'll see what happened. So why are we studying this now? Because the report came up recently where backlogs under Right to Information Act is steadily increasing in the information commissions at the state level and central level every year. So presently, look at this, 3.15 lakh complaints or appeals are pending with 26 information commissions across India. Look at that number, 3.15 lakh complaints. Okay, so the highest number of pending cases, Maharashtra, followed by UP and then Karnataka. Okay, now we have 29 information commissions, right? Out of this, 2 are not present actually, they are not functioning. They are completely defunct. What do you mean by that? In 2 states, I'll tell you what are those states. Jharkhand and Tripura. They don't have an information commission, they just have an office space with empty seats and everything. Nobody is there to run the information commission. They have been defunct for 29 months. Just imagine. 29 months for Jharkhand and 25 months for Tripura. For more than 2 years, no information commission for these 2 states. Okay? And 4 of the information commissions are functioning without any chief information commission. Are you understanding? And only 5% of these positions are occupied by women. Worst thing. Okay? Now, why is it so bad? First of all, do you think this is bad? Tell me your honest opinion.
Yeah, it is.
It is bad. Okay, we'll see why and how. Okay, look at this. Manipur, Telangana, West Bengal, AP are without the chief information commissioners. Okay, now the commissions did not impose penalties in 95% of the cases where you have to impose penalty. So penalties are there, right? Like for example, if they give you wrong information or delayed information, penalty should be imposed. But in 95% of the cases, they did not impose any penalties. Okay. Okay. Stuff is like that. Now, let us discuss about right to information right. Right to information is a fundamental right under Article 19, Clause 1. Okay. Yes, it is a fundamental right. In which judgment? 1976, Raj Narayan versus State of Uttar Pradesh. Okay, so it is a fundamental right. Okay, look at the wording given by Supreme Court. Look at the statement. Supreme Court said that in Indian democracy, people are the masters and they have the right to know about the working of the government. So, right to information is fundamental right. That is the reason we have this law, Right to Information Act 2005. Okay. We have this law for exercising our fundamental rights. This is not an ordinary right. This is a fundamental right. Okay. That is the reason, those flaws which I pointed out, they are very important. Okay. So, what all comes under the purview of the Act? All constitutional authorities, government authorities, agencies owned and controlled by government, those which are financed by the government, everything comes under the purview of the Act. Okay? Clear, right? So what should these people do? They should provide timely information to the citizens' request for information. Timely is very important. Okay? And the Act also imposes penalties if the authorities delay in responding to the citizen. But those penalties are not being imposed in majority of the cases. Okay? Now, what type of information can be requested through RTI? Can you ask about what advice Council of Ministers gave to President? Or can you advise what the foreign minister of some country came and discussed with us when they visited India? No. So, citizens can seek any information from the government authorities that government can disclose to the parliament. Okay? So that is very, very important. Whatever information the government can disclose in parliament, all that information we have a right to obtain. Okay? So information that can affect the sovereignty, integrity of India is exempted from RTA. Information relating to internal security, relations with foreign countries, intellectual property rights, cabinet discussions, all these are exempted from RTA. Okay, actually I wanted to discuss more because I really like this act but lack of time. And also this is rapid revision class. Okay, now significance. Every year around 6 million applications are filed under RTA Act. Just imagine. Okay, this is the most extensively used law, not only in India, in the entire world, because 6 million applications are filed under the RTA Act every year. Just look at this. Okay, most widely used law in the entire world. Okay, so that's it. Now, let us discuss about the Amendment Act 2019. So, what happened to this Amendment Act? What did the government do? Government played football with Chief Information Commissioner, Information Commissioners. Okay, so very, very bad. Now, look at the first thing. Chief Information Commissioner and Information Commissioner of the, Chief Information Commissioner and Information Commissioners of both the center and states shall hold office for such a term as prescribed by central government. That means they don't have any fixed tenure. They do not have any security of tenure. Okay, for a fixed time which is prescribed by the center. Okay, before this amendment, their term was fixed for 5 years, but now they do not have any fixed term. Okay, now previously, what was the salary, allowances, service conditions of CIC and other information commissioners were similar to those of Chief Election Commissioner. Salary, allowances and service conditions of Chief Information Commissioner similar to Chief Election Commissioner, and that of Information Commissioner similar to election commission. This is previously. But now, everything will be determined by center. Okay, salary, allowances, service commissions, everything will be determined by the center. Okay. How do you enforce RTI Act? Through the information commissions. If you disrespect the information commissions, then what is the point? If you make them dummy, then what is the point? Making dummy is the point, right? So that nobody will ask about information and the government will do whatever it wants to. Look at that. Previously, Chief Information Commissioner was equal to Chief Election Commissioner. Information commissioners were equal to election commissioners. But now, they don't even have that status. Okay. What is their status? Will be determined by the central government. Okay. So that is what happened. If you really want to know how beautifully government bodies are functioning, just try filing an RTA with UPSC. You see if UPSC will reply to you. Okay, this is my bet. UPSC will never reply to you. Okay. So, contempt of court. Shall we deal with this? It's very interesting actually. I'll let you go by 5:30. Okay, half an hour. Okay. So don't feel bad, only half an hour more, okay? Are you feeling bad? Okay, just half an hour. So content of court. So in these PPTs there are around 71 topics. Okay. I won't be able to cover all these, right? Maybe I'll cover till 60. 3 topics I can cover. So the rest I'll give you PPT. Okay. So if you read these topics, then there's a very good chance that you can get some good marks. Apart from this, you have to read the entire polity also. Okay, because it's not like MSET or any other thing. If it is like MSET, no, then do you know why these Narayana Chaitanya succeeded so much? Because they could go one step ahead of MSET. That is the way to succeed in life. For anything, you have to be one step ahead of what is challenging you. But in this case, nobody can be one step ahead of UPSC. UPSC will always be 10 steps ahead of us. So nobody can print the question paper. Nobody can do anything basically. Okay. And don't think that is correct, because to be very fair, I know that this is a coaching center. I know that I'm getting paid for this, but just think about the candidates who are not able to pay lakhs of rupees for coaching. Don't you think that even they should have an equal chance to become a civil servant? Do you think it is bad? No. So UPSC will set a paper in such a way that nobody has advantage. But because you have taken coaching, things became simplified for you. Things became quick for you. That is the beauty of coaching. Simplification. The burden on you will be reduced a bit. Okay? But anyway, everybody should have an equal chance if you ask me. Okay? Because money should not be the thing. The public service orientation of a person, that should be the main criteria if you ask me. Okay? So anyway, contempt of court. What do you mean by that? Offense of showing disrespect to the dignity or authority of the court. Okay? So if I criticize the court, will it be contempt? Okay, I will criticize, but what is the type of criticism? That will determine if it is contempt or not. Okay, because I have freedom of speech and expression. Yes, there are restrictions to that, but I still have this. Okay, constructive criticism is always good. Nobody can say no to that. Constructive criticism. But without any basis, without any material, if I simply disrespect a court, okay, if I disrespect the judgment of a court, if I do not follow the judgment of a court, or if I incite somebody to disrespect the court, all this will come under contempt of court. Okay? So, what are the laws in India that deal with contempt of court? First, we have freedom of speech and expression, but that has limitations. Okay, reasonable restrictions can be imposed. Next, Article 261. Just look at this. Full faith and credit shall be given throughout the territory of India to public laws, records, and judicial proceedings of the Union and of every state. Do you know the meaning of this? You, as the citizen of this country, or even non-citizen, you are supposed to give full credit and full faith. What do you mean by that? You have to trust in the law made by Parliament or law made by State Assembly. You have to trust the administrative order given by center or state. You have to trust the judiciary judgments. Okay? You have to trust and you have to give credit. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by giving credit? You should have a good opinion towards it. Okay? That is the meaning of full faith and credit. Okay? Credit is nothing but, showing that sort of respect towards any law made by Parliament or state, any judiciary judgment, or any executive order passed by center or state. That is the meaning of this particular article. Okay? This is not a law made or this is not a rule issued. This is the article from the Constitution itself. Article 261. Okay? So, there is nothing called contempt of court directly, but there are so many things that indirectly point towards contempt of court. For example, this article. Okay? Clear? Now, apart from this, there is a law called Contempt of Courts Act, 1971. Only these two things are present in Constitution. Nowhere in Constitution you can find the word contempt. It is not mentioned directly at all. Contempt of Courts Law, 1971, defines contempt. Okay, as I told you, contempt is not present in the Constitution. So, shall we see the definition of contempt as per this law? Okay. Before that, there are two types of contempt which you have to understand. Civil contempt and criminal contempt. Okay. What do you mean by civil contempt? Willful disobedience of any order of any court. Okay. So, tomorrow you become the collector of a district. And the collector, the High Court will order the collector to do something. Like for example, make a list of all the eligible beneficiaries for so and so scheme. Okay, now you are the collector, you are so busy, you did not do that. Then court will hold you under civil contempt, not criminal contempt, civil contempt. Court will ask you to come before it, court will, scold you. Okay, but court will not arrest you, court will not, harass you. Okay, because that is civil contempt. Now there is something called criminal contempt. Okay, insulting the court, insulting the judges in an abusive way, or encouraging the other people to do that. All these come under criminal contempt. Okay, publication of any matter or doing any other act whatsoever which scandalizes or lowers or tend to lower the authority of any court. What do you mean by scandalizing? What do you mean by scandalizing? Any idea? Scandalizing the authority of court or scandalizing the court. It means creating an image that the court is completely corrupt, so many scams happen, and it is not doing job properly. That is the meaning of scandalizing. Okay, so even that comes under criminal contempt. Or if you do something which will decrease people's confidence on judiciary, even that will come under criminal contempt. Okay, and then if you do anything that will interfere with the work of judiciary, that will interfere with any judicial proceeding, even that comes under criminal contempt. I hope you understand. So there are two different things: civil contempt, criminal contempt. Civil contempt, willful disobedience of an order of any court. Most of the times, this is only for public servants. Okay, they will be ordered by the High Court or Supreme Court, and if they don't do that, they will be punished under civil contempt, which is nothing but the court reprimanding them, scolding them. Okay, now there is something called criminal contempt. That means what? You are teasing the judiciary, you are playing with fire. That is nothing but criminal contempt. That means you are doing anything which will decrease the authority of court, which will decrease the respect of the court, which will scandalize the court. Because if you do that, we don't have confidence on Parliament, we don't have confidence on executive, we don't even have confidence on court. Then what will happen? Anarchy will happen. People will start taking law into their own hands, which is very dangerous. Next, you should not undermine the public confidence in judiciary, and then you should not interfere with judicial proceedings. You should not obstruct them, you should not block them. All these come under criminal contempt. There is also one more. Interferes or tend to interfere or obstructs the administration of justice in any other matter. Okay, clear? Now, according to this law, Punishment is simple imprisonment for a term of up to 6 months and or fine. Okay? Now, if you give an apology to the court, then the court can set you free. Okay, the court can say that, okay, fine. The court will take your apology and let you go. Okay, court can, it is the discretion of the court. For example, you said some bad words, very, very high level words, and then you say apology, they won't listen to you. Okay, next. There is a beautiful thing here for, protecting common people like us. I said something about the court, and after 1 year, after the expiry of 1 year, court wants to initiate proceedings against you. Court cannot do that. Okay? No court shall initiate contempt proceedings after the expiry of 1 year from the date on which contempt is committed. Okay? And very, very important, very, very powerful, Supreme Court and all the courts basically, they have suo motu powers to initiate contempt proceedings. What do you mean by that? Suo motu or suo motu? Taking cognizance on its own without anybody giving any complaint. So this is very, very powerful. Okay. We'll also discuss the role of Attorney General. Do you know that Attorney General has a very important role to play in contempt of court cases? Do you know that? Okay, what is the role of Attorney General? Tell me. Okay. Consent of Attorney General is required for the court to carry out contempt proceedings. We'll see why. Okay. Now, we know that India's courts, for example, Supreme Court, has suo motu power. We know this. The best example for court exercising suo motu power is punishing for contempt. That is the most visible example. That is the most obvious example that Indian courts have suo motu power. Okay? Now, this case is very important. Nandalal Bhavani case. A person convicted for criminal contempt has the right to file a review petition against the judgment. Obviously. Now, the wording is very important. No civil contempt, it is only for criminal contempt. Okay? Because civil contempt, nobody can convict you. Civil contempt, they will just reprimand you or impose a small fine or penalty. That's it. That is civil contempt. Criminal contempt, you saw right? Criminal contempt is very dangerous. So, even if a person is convicted under criminal contempt, he has a right to file a review petition. Like, mercy petition. Please show some mercy on me. Something like that. Now, such review petition will not be discussed directly in court. The judges will discuss separately in their chamber. Okay, and then give judgment. Are you understanding? If any person is convicted of criminal contempt, that person has a right to file review petition. Okay, please, leave me, let me go, or reduce the sentence, something like that. Review petition. This review petition will not be discussed in open court in front of everybody. The judges will go into their chambers and they will discuss it privately, and then they will come up with judgment. First, when the sentence is given to you, punishment is given to you, it will happen in open court. And then you can request to, you can file a review petition.
Okay, after
filing review petition, they will review their own judgment. Then that will happen privately in the judges' chambers. I hope everybody understood. Did you understand? Okay, one quick survey. Are these classes useful? Like, are you finding it useful? Yes. Just tell me honestly. Yes. Are you learning anything new, and are you already revising whatever you know? Are you getting more clarity on the subject? You're telling it for my sake, or honestly from the bottom of your heart? Honestly? Okay. Now, there are some exceptions to contempt of court. What is that? If the media people, they show fair and accurate reporting of judicial proceedings, not only media, basically anybody, fair and accurate reporting of judicial proceedings. Whatever happened, the same thing you are reporting. That is not contempt. Okay, because fair and accurate. Next, fair criticism or constructive criticism on the merits of a judicial order. But this you can do after the judgment is given and the case is disposed. Okay, so when the case is running, you are not supposed to make any comment. You are not supposed to criticize. After the judgment is given and the case is disposed, you can criticize, saying that the judge did not take so and so fact into consideration, or it could have been better, or something like that. But the case should be disposed. Because what is contempt? Contempt is also obstructing judicial proceedings. Right? So that is the reason after the case is heard and disposed of. Next, making defamatory attack on the judge. Okay, now, simply saying that the judge is corrupt without any proof. Okay, making allegations and all that. Okay? Okay. So this law was amended in 2006 and it introduced truth as a valid defense. That means if you really have proof, okay, when that contempt case is going on, you can show that proof and you will be acquitted. As simple as that. Okay? Now, what is the connection between contempt and Attorney General? Attorney General is India's highest law officer. You know who can be appointed as Attorney General? Any person who is qualified to be appointed as Supreme Court judge. Only such person can be appointed as Attorney General. And we all know that Attorney General has a right to be present in the Parliament, to take part in proceedings, but of course he cannot vote. Okay. Now, what is the connection between contempt and Attorney General? Now, this is very interesting and also very important. So, just try to understand. Again, the same law, Contempt of Courts Act 1971, Section 15 describes the procedure how a case for contempt can be initiated. Okay? So, now, I said something about Supreme Court. Okay? Now, you know, my friend here, he wants to file a case against me. So he'll give a complaint on me to Supreme Court, saying that he disrespected me. Okay. Now, Attorney General should give consent. Attorney General should say yes. Only then Supreme Court can initiate proceedings against me. Contempt proceedings. I hope you understand. Okay. Now, this is not applicable if the Supreme Court or any High Court takes suo motu cognizance of the contempt. I hope you understand. So, very simple. Somebody gave a complaint on me saying that I created some defamatory comments on the court. That is contempt of court. Okay, this is clear, right? Now, before the Supreme Court or any court can, start the proceedings on me, Attorney General has to give consent. Attorney General has to say yes. Only then the proceedings can start. But this condition is not applicable if the court takes suo motu cognizance of the contempt. Now, why Attorney General? It is because Attorney General or the Solicitor General, all these are assistants of the Attorney General. Solicitor General, Assistant Solicitor General, all these are assistants of Attorney General. Okay, they will inquire whether this complaint is a frivolous complaint or does it have any merit. Because you cannot waste the precious judicial time for these contempt cases. Okay, so these people will inquire and they will determine whether the case really has a substance or it is simply a frivolous. What do you mean by frivolous? Silly complaint. For silly complaints, can you waste judiciary's precious time? No. That is the reason this provision was created. I hope you are understanding. Okay? So look at this. In the case of Supreme Court, Attorney General or the Solicitor General. In the case of High Courts, Advocate General. You know the meaning, right? Attorney General at the central level, Advocate General, state level. Now, may bring in a motion before the court for initiating a case of criminal contempt. Now, this is only applicable for criminal contempt, not civil contempt. I hope you understand. Okay? Now, two things can happen here. Directly, Attorney General can file a motion before the Supreme Court saying that so and so person did contempt, prosecute him. Or if somebody else gives a complaint, for example, somebody gave a complaint on me, then Attorney General has to give consent for the proceedings to start. Okay? So basically, three things are there, guys. This is very important but very simple. So I have done contempt. Okay? Now, Attorney General or on behalf of Attorney General, Solicitor General. That person can directly file a motion in Supreme Court saying that this person has done contempt. Start the proceedings against him. Now somebody has given a complaint on me. Okay. Now before the court can take that complaint seriously, Attorney General or Solicitor General should study the complaint and give consent, should give permission. Only then the court can start. I hope you understand. But in the case of suo motu cognizance, then no need for consent of Attorney General or at the state level, Advocate General.
Even for civil contempts also, right?
No, civil contempt is not prosecuted, right? Only criminal contempt is prosecuted. Are you understanding? So this is all for only criminal contempt. Civil is different, criminal is different. Forget civil contempt for some time. This is only for criminal contempt. You already understood the meaning of criminal contempt. Yes? So, I have done contempt. Somebody goes and gives complaint on me. Will the court directly start taking up the case? No. First, Attorney General consent. Or Attorney General himself can file a motion against me saying that this person has done something in contempt, start proceedings. But these two things are different. Suo motu cognizance is different. What do you mean by suo motu cognizance? The court itself will take into cognizance, okay, this person has done contempt. For that, courts do not need consent of Attorney General or Advocate General. That is what I am trying to say. Okay. Now, is this written in Constitution? No. It is written in Contempt of Courts Act 1971. So, why do we need these persons in the middle? Because we don't want to waste judiciary's precious time. Okay. Now, literally, all the things that we say can be considered to be contempt. All the trolling videos we put in YouTube or Instagram, all the comments that we make with friends, everything can be considered as contempt. How many cases will the judiciary hear? What about the judiciary's time? That is the reason, to prevent time waste, this provision is included. Are you understanding? That is the connection between contempt of court and Attorney General. Are you understanding? Okay. The procedure in cases of criminal contempt, consent of Attorney General is required under this law of 1971. Okay. Why? To save the time of the court. Because judicial time is precious. Our time is fine, but judicial time is very precious. Just look at the pendency of cases. Okay. Why? To safeguard against frivolous petitions. What do you mean by frivolous? Silly, mischievous, with no substance in it. Okay? Now, court itself initiates a contempt. That means what? Suo motu. AG's consent is not required. Okay? Because the court is exercising its inherent powers under the Constitution. Constitution has given the court some powers. Those powers the court is exercising. So if you take suo motu cognizance, AG's consent is not required. I hope you understand. Okay, so look at this conclusion. As far as suo motu petitions are concerned, there is no requirement for taking consent of anyone. Clear? So AG can file a motion, or if somebody files a complaint on me, AG can give consent. For suo motu, nothing. Courts can directly start acting. Okay? So clear? So do we have time?
So contempt of court is only on Indian citizens.
No, it can be foreign people also. Will they keep quiet if we go and insert their courts? No, right? Why should we keep quiet? Okay. So shall I stop it here or shall I discuss Attorney General? It's up to you. Discuss?
Sir, when Attorney General is not giving a consent, in that case, will court can also file the suo motu like that?
Okay, very good question. Very good question. Attorney General is not giving consent. Okay, then how?
So,
As simple as that. So somebody filed a complaint on me. Attorney General is my friend, is not giving consent. Then what will happen? Somebody will make my statements known to the Supreme Court, saying that this person said so and so thing. They will take suo motu cognizance then. Okay, that is what will happen. Okay, so now coming to this something. We are in 58 months. So free country, okay, I don't want to force anybody, it's completely up to you.
No, it's a continuation with this topic.
Yeah, so I'll just cover this and then we can stop it. Okay? So Attorney General, he is part of the Union Executive. Please do not forget that. He is the highest law officer of the country. Which article provides? Article 76. Okay? Now, he's actually not a government servant. He's just like a legal advisor to the government. He's a lawyer on behalf of the government. So he can be appointed by president, he can be dismissed at any time. It is completely up to the government, no restrictions. But this person is a very, very learned person. Okay, only those people who are qualified to be appointed as Judge of Supreme Court will be appointed as Attorney General. Okay, now term of the office not fixed because nobody gives a damn about AG. Okay, so he holds office during the pleasure of the president. He can be removed at any time. Okay, duties and functions. He will advise the government in all legal matters which are reported. Okay, and then he will appear on behalf of the government of India in all the cases in Supreme Court or in any case in High Court in which the government of India is concerned. Okay, he represents the government of India. Okay, this is very simple. Now under Article 143, Supreme Court has something called consultative jurisdiction. What do you mean by that? President can ask the Supreme Court for advice. Okay, so it is actually the AG who is appearing before the Supreme Court for advice on behalf of the government. Okay, what are the rights and limitations? He has certain rights. He has the right to speak and take part in parliamentary proceedings in both the houses, joint sitting, and not only that, he also has a right to speak and take part in committee proceedings. Okay, but only if he is named a member of the committee. Okay, he does not have any right to vote because he is not a member, and he enjoys all the privileges and immunities that are available to members of parliament. Okay, he does not fall in the category of government servants, so he is not debarred from private legal practice. He can do private legal practice also, but he cannot take part in any case in which against the government of India. Basically, he cannot become a lawyer against the government of India because he already knows all the secrets of government of India. Okay, so Solicitor General of India, Additional Solicitor, assists the AG. And what is the office in the states? Advocate General. Article 165. That's it. We are done. Okay. So we have successfully covered 58 topics. Okay. The rest of the topics I'll give you PPT. Okay.